I did not make this fanfic, check out the author in the link below. His Father's Son by Sideos. Izuku Midoriya doesn't have a quirk. Izuku has a curse. A thing. A horror that burned his skin, ruined his life and filled his head with monsters. His dream is to master the darkness and become a hero, but can anyone overcome such darkness? Or will he fall to shadow and flame? Well, he is his father's son. Chapter 1. Drifting. Welcome one and all. I won't bore you with too many details other than to simply thank you for even clicking this fic open, and that I sincerely hope you enjoy what you find here. This fic was inspired by fics like Daymare by Introspective Inquisitor and Leviathan by Rest and Rip, so if you enjoy this then go check those two out as well. Anyways, quick warning here, while this fic will contain nothing lemony or sexual in any sense, this opening may disturb or distress some people. Thank you again for giving this fic a try, and I hope you enjoy it. Soft tears dripped from the freckle-spotted cheeks of the young Izuku Midoriya as he walked alone down the winding neighborhood road. The dusk was growing long, and shadows grew along with it. There was a chill on the air, the threat of rain perhaps, yet there were no clouds however, the sun being allowed to set in peace rather than be hidden behind cover. The tiny young boy shivered just a little in the growing cold and looked over his shoulder in a quick movement, expecting nothing and being suitably rewarded. Petite and scrawny even for his age, Izuku seemed almost half forgotten in the fading light. He had been abandoned by his friends, or so-called friends at least. Sido and Haruno had always been more like Katsuki's friends than Izuku's. It had been Katsuki to run off first, however. Something had changed in his childhood friend within the past few months, and Izuku knew where it had started. Ever since he began making the little pops of fire from his palms, Katsuki had grown ever more confident, ever more cocky. He had always thought they were the best of friends, but what kind of friend abandoned him like this? Not only that, but lately he had slapped him with a new nickname, Deku, and as if to rub salt in the wound, the damnable name was actually sticking. Yet despite all of this he was sure that things would get better once his quirk finally showed up. Only 5 years old and already Izuku was feeling the crushing weight of peer pressure. He was the last of his class to develop any kind of quirk, though his mother continually assured him that he was just a late bloomer and that his quirk would come in time. Still, everyone in his class had such amazing quirks, and he was just left out. The kid who had to sit to one side while everyone else had fun playing with their cool new abilities. Katsuki had been his only real friend and now, thanks to his lack of quirk, even that was drifting away. No. His head whipped up and he wiped the gross mixture of snot and tears away on his sleeve. All Might never cried and never complained, and if Izuku was going to be a great hero one day, then he had to be just as big and brave as All Might. As if to force the courage into his young heart, Izuku laughed loudly in 3 short, All Might-esque bursts. Hey there little guy. The boy stopped dead in his tracks and turned his head. From a dim, murky-looking alleyway to his left stepped a man, and almost immediately the smell washed over him. A mix of unwashed sweat, rotting meat and something else just as musky that made him gag a little. The man's slightly greenish, flabby skin was poxed, even yellowing in some places, and his eyes were disguised by a pair of thick-framed glasses with his brown hair in a badly cut bowl about his head. His clothes, dirty jeans and a black t-shirt, seemed greasy and unwashed on his fat form. Do you need a lift home? Kids your age shouldn't be out so late. Izuku's hands came up to his chest in a childishly defensive posture. I'm fine, yes sir. Something in his stomach was tying in knots and telling him to leave. Too young to recognize instinct, however, Izuku stayed where he was, hoping the man would simply accept his answer. To his growing horror, the man began walking towards him. Izuku immediately backed away, his short legs taking him barely a quarter of the stride of the man. The stinking adult spoke, but already the words were becoming nothing but noise to the background of Izuku's fear. Don't worry, I know your father, we'll be home in no time. And no. Izuku staggered and finally his legs began to move properly, turning and rushing from the predator approaching him. He was far too late. Terror had locked him in place, and inexperience had strangled his thoughts. The child felt a hand grab around his arm, then another snatched him up by the waist. The overwhelming stench of rotting flesh reached him, and immediately his stomach violently reacted, spewing whatever had been inside him onto the man's fat arms. He could feel the overwhelming strength of the predator, the firm, horrid grasp he had on his body, and a panic that no child should ever know flooded his heart. Ah! You disgusting little shit. A hand wrapped around his mouth as he was dragged further into the alleyway. You'll pay for that. Children like you should be punished. Izuku couldn't breathe. His heart hammered in his chest as his lungs burned, trying to get any air he could. He was abruptly turned, and his eyes widened further as he saw what the man was carrying him towards. A filthy, slightly rusted-looking black van. The back was open. There was a stained mattress waiting there. The boy's vision was swimming, and somewhere in the background he could hear the man spewing filth from chapped lips. The horrific taste of the man's hands flushed through Izuku's senses, toxic and almost poisonous. Spots were forming before his eyes as the van drew closer, the door open and waiting like the mouth of a pit he would never climb out from. This was when the hero was supposed to show up. This was when All Might should be sweeping down to stop this horrible man and rescue him. But there was no one. A world of heroes and not one could come to his aid. He had to save himself. The thought somehow eked its way into his fear-drowned mind. All Might would fight back, therefore, he had to fight back. Squeezing his eyes shut against the coming darkness, he kicked and fought like a furious cat in the arms of the man, hitting with tiny fists and kicking with tiny feet. His mouth suddenly broke away from the man's hand as he desperately screamed out, "No! No! Let go of me, no! Shut up!" The predator roared back, suddenly wrestling with the tiny child in his arms. Izuku could feel something inside him. Something rising, something boiling, something he couldn't control. Something rushing through his arms and legs and head and brain and heart. Jatof. Something terrible. Stop fighting, you little fucking. The heat was rising faster and faster inside him, burning through his skin, screaming to be unleashed. A fury like nothing he'd ever felt, a power that couldn't be stopped, a darkness which consumed him. Izuku's eyes opened and he looked up at the stinking, rotting man. The murderous expression on the man's face became one of undiluted horror. Oh no, then there was only fire and blood. Izuku didn't drift into wakefulness. He never drifted into wakefulness. His slumber was always broken by sudden, sharp jerks of consciousness that caused the already jittery young man to jolt in bed, grab the sheets and pant while staring with wide-eyed at his ceiling. He sat up quicker than anyone on a Monday morning should sit up and looked around. There was nothing. There was always nothing. Just his room, coated as it was in All Might memorabilia that only a lifetime could collect. Everything was fine, everything was normal. Izuku ran a hand through sweat-soaked hair and then slowly curled into a ball on his bed, suppressing the urge to scream at himself. Slowly the teenager got himself together and climbed up and out, moving to his bathroom with soft shuffles. He turned on the bathroom light without a second thought and took a sudden, sharp breath when he saw the snake with horns hissing at him from the sink. He closed his eyes tightly, a hand shooting to the doorframe in a firm grip. Breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Slowly he opened his eyes again. There was no snake. There was never any snake. There had never been any snake. It was all in his head. As usual. He gulped his tension down and he moved on. His morning routine was indeed a routine, timed almost down to the second. It was vital that it was, otherwise he may not have been able to get out of bed in the mornings. Have shower. Brush hair. Put on clothes. Brush teeth. As he spat out his mouthwash into the sink, he looked up to his mirror and paused. Pale skin was dotted by thick freckles, heavy bags hung under tired, weary eyes, and black hair that seemed somehow tipped with green hung wildly around his head. Long, unpleasant, ugly lines of burned skin ran across his face, crossing between his eyes and then down his cheeks, where they continued to line his body like a railroad. His arms, legs, even fingers and toes. There wasn't a single part of him that hadn't somehow been marred by the terrible, jagged burn lines that ran interconnected over his skinny form. A gift from the thing. He looked sick. He looked like he needed to spill his emotions out to the shoulder of a good friend. He looked like a mental breakdown waiting to happen. He almost smirked at himself. A mental breakdown, that'd be a nice change. The rest of the morning went like almost every other morning in Izuku's life as he moved to the kitchen table where he ate whatever breakfast his mother had prepared for him. The moment he finished, she immediately presented him with a small orange pill bottle, which he took with a tired smile. One pill, taken with food, every morning. For the rest of his life. Another wonderful gift from the thing. Once the medication was taken, Izuku got up, drifted to the front door, said his robotic goodbyes to his mother and stepped out. The moment he was outside, he equipped his earphones and started up a podcast for the journey to school. Drifting was an apt description for how Izuku conducted most of his waking hours. However, it was better than the alternative and he knew it. Without the medication that dulled his senses to an almost static hush, he would be nothing more than a terrified wreck of a human, cowing at the things which, no point dwelling on it now. He had high school to suffer through. Izuku walked alone to school. Hands on the straps of his backpack, his head tipped naturally downward to the pavement. Every now and then he would receive a bump at his shoulder as someone walked past him, some hitting him by accident, others on purpose. As he walked into his classroom he regretfully put away his earphones and looked to his desk. There was a new note there today, this one reading "Freak go home." Izuku smiled wearily, almost 10 years of this, and they had yet to come up with something even mildly original. The teenager took his usual window seat and began writing hero notes in his notepad. He used to sit closer to the door to better escape Katsuki at the end of the day, however, the light above him stopped working, and so he asked to move. Soon enough, that light stopped working too, but at least he could still take notes in the natural sunlight. As other students filtered in, Izuku hunched down and tried to make himself as unassuming and as unnoticeable as possible. The students talked, the teacher taught, but it was all static and haze to the young teenager. All ash drifting past his medication-clouded brain. Another typical day it seemed. Tuning the world out, however, was not always for the best. While the thing kept quiet, it meant that most of what went on around him was ignored. That included when he was left alone in the classroom with only 3 other people. 3 people who Izuku would usually be fleeing from. He had been taking notes within one of his many notebooks, this one number 13, on an interview he had been listening to during lunch between one of his favorite podcasters and the up-and-coming dancing hero Boreal. "Hey, wakey wakey freak." The hand slammed down on his desk so fast that Izuku had no time to even react, which was probably for the best. The thing didn't like sudden movements. When he looked up with tired eyes he met the cold cruel gaze of Katsuki, who looked particularly pissed about something, and Izuku had a horrible feeling as to exactly why. "What the fuck do you think you're doing, Deku?" Katsuki's cold words hit him like a hammer to the stomach. I don't know what you're talking about." I'm just." "You motherfucker," Katsuki barked at him, raising a hand up like he was ready to howitzer Izuku into the next room. "I heard the teachers talking. You're applying for UA, aren't you?" There was a sudden twist to his stomach, but worse, the many scars across his body began to warm up, and he resisted the urge to punch himself in the arm. Katsuki leaned down further. "You do realize only I can go to UA, right?" Well, there's nothing saying I can't apply, I mean, 2 people can." "Wrong. Answer," Katsuki stated like a judge before holding his hand out and blasting apart Izuku's desk like it was made of paper, instantly throwing him out his desk chair. Izuku collapsed onto the classroom floor like a particularly ungraceful sack of potatoes and came to a stop by the feet of Katsuki's 2 minions, Sido and Haruno, both of whom snickered down at the quivering young man. They were like Katsuki's personal attack dogs, listening to his every word, obeying his every command, chuckling at all his stupid jokes. Izuku didn't hate them, he wasn't sure he could truly hate anyone except himself, but he certainly didn't like them. Sido, fat and unshapely with a pair of leathery wings, and Haruno, always with the backwards cap that wasn't cool, always with the shit-eating grin, always with the long, wriggling fingers at his side. Katsuki's shadow fell over him, and Izuku scrambled back up to the wall, wishing that they would just leave before the thing got any angrier. "Pete, please, Kachanai, you're fucking nothing, Deku. Do you even think you're gonna get close enough to lick UA's fucking gate?" Katsuki's fist smashed into his open palm, creating more sparks, more smoke. "You have a useless quirk that does nothing but burn you and ruin light bulbs." "Fucking fantastic." Izuku felt a triple inside him. The colors around him seemed to sharpen, contrasts of light and dark flickering. Heat like a slow flame crawled along his scars. His fist curled and he desperately fought back for control, smothering the thing with everything he had. Unfortunately, this meant that he didn't reply to Katsuki, and as such, Katsuki got mad. A swift foot landed on Izuku's stomach, and the air went out of him in a second. "Hey. Creep. I'm talking to you." Izuku struggled to take a proper breath before suddenly the blonde released him. There was a merciful moment where he gulped a tight breath of air into aching lungs before Katsuki's hand grabbed his shirt and lifted him up, slamming him against a wall where his hand rested on his shoulder. Pain began leaking into his skin as Katsuki's very touch burned him. He almost thought he would be immune to the feeling by now, but regardless, it hurt every time. The blonde wore a grin like a shark as he announced, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'm going to let you off lightly. As long as you promise not to apply for UA, I'll only give you a light ass kicking." Izuku was many things, but a quitter was not one of them. Not when it came to his dream. His gaze hardened despite his vision sharpening like a badly tuned TV, and he gritted his teeth, knowing in a second he was going to be in a literal world of hurt. Never. Obviously, this was not the answer Katsuki had been looking for, or maybe it had been. It was hard to guess just what Katsuki was going for when he asked such leading questions. The fist hit Izuku square in the stomach, and the air was again knocked from him. Izuku crumpled in a mix of pain and desperate attempts to stifle the thing moving through him. The darkness teasing his heart, threatening to flood his brain, the heat that growled along his arms, his legs, his chest. Always the same pathways, always the same burning wounds, always the same white-hot pain. Then he heard it, the first voice of the day. A subtle whisper that sounded like 1,000 voices, screaming, crying, moaning, begging, all sent goosebumps of terror along his skin. Coward. Tears welled in his eyes. He hated himself so much. What a fucking pathetic sack of shit you are, Deku. Katsuki squatted beside him as Izuku's forehead touched the floor. Perhaps Katsuki thought he was in too much agony, and if so good, it was a helpful mask for the fact he was digging his own nails into his palm to stop the thing inside him from simply exploding through his body. You make even kicking your ass boring. Here's a piece of advice. Go up the stairs to the rooftop and throw yourself off because guess what? And he leaned forward to angrily hiss into Izuku's ear. I'm the only worthwhile thing this school has ever produced. You're literally nothing. Die and come back as someone useful. Sinner. Filthy sinner. Stop. Izuku squeezed his own eyes tighter, curled further into his ball, and prayed to whatever god was listening to just let it end. Katsuki snorted and stood up. Come on you dickheads, let's go. You're not gonna set his hair on fire? That was funny, remember that. Fattest, shut your stupid mouth. Katsuki barked as he slammed the door open. I'm hungry. And with that, they were gone. Slowly, painfully, the boy gathered himself back together. Heavy breaths calmed the thing, his scars stopped burning, and he found himself falling to the floor, curling up and sobbing as he wished over and over again that he was born different. Even if he glowed orange or had bug eyes or something, anything, even being quirkless would be preferable to this. There was no more whispering. They only happened when the thing was awoken, or sometimes, rarely, late at night or first thing in the morning, before he had taken his medicine. Quietly, alone in the classroom, Izuku gathered himself to his feet, drifted to his scattered belongings, and thanked his god-forsaken luck that they hadn't stolen his things this time. The school grounds were empty by the time he walked out, alone as always. He didn't take his usual route, this time deciding that he flat out didn't want to see anyone, and as such diverted down a quieter, lonelier pathway. Less chance of seeing Katsuki and his lapdogs. Less chance of seeing anyone. That way maybe if he screamed in agony no one would hear him. It was better this way. As long as the thing didn't come crawling out of his skin, no one would have to be hurt. It was better he suffer, that was the right thing to do, the heroic thing to do. When he got into UA he could fix all of this, learn how to use it properly under the guidance of experienced teachers, and become a hero who could inspire confidence and fearlessness in others. Until then, he just had to endure the blows, the insults, the isolation. That's what he told himself as he walked, repeating over and over the same old lie. It was better this way. He was halfway into the underpass, consumed by self-defeating thoughts of how sucky his life was when a voice rose up behind him, piercing through the low chatter of the podcast coming through his earphones. Pretty scrawny, but he'll do. He turned his head just in time to see a wall of green slime rising out of a sewer cover. Weirdly enough, only a single sentence crossed his lips as death leapt onto him like a gelatinous tidal wave. God must really hate me. Poor Izuku. Considering my plans for this fic, honestly, yeah, God might just hate him a tiny bit. Anyway, thank you for reading and I hope you all tune in next time. Chapter 2. Awakening. So, wow. A whole ton of you seemed to really enjoy that first chapter, and as such I thank you all so much. So here's the second chapter. Which had almost 13 different versions because I'm a freaking perfectionist. Still not completely happy of course, but hey, that's being a writer for you. Enjoy everyone. Inkle looked to her child with eyes that only a mother could possess. The sense of unquestioning love, devotion and caring that would have her lay down her own life to protect him. Her son. Her poor Izuku. He sat beside her, eyes staring, unfocused and forward. When he blinked slowly. When he moved, if he made any movement at all, it was sluggish, as if he was only half awake. She reached out and ran a hand through his wild and untamed mess of hair. He looked to her like he was moving through water and gave her a weak smile that almost shattered her heart. He was in so much pain and she couldn't do a damn thing about it. This was the worst punishment anyone could have given her and the knowledge of it weighted so greatly on her soul, she thought she would break down. Her only son, the only son she could ever and would ever have, was suffering, and it was entirely beyond her control to stop. Miss Midoriya? Inko looked up to the doctor who was patiently sitting, fingers linked, at a smart desk with a computer screen to one side and several files to the other. The office was almost stifling from its clinical nature with its wall-mounted charts, clean plastic examination bed, and even down to the uncomfortable chairs the Midoriyas sat in. The doctor had tanned Indian skin, a balding head and a soft, middle-aged roundness to his features. He adjusted his thin glasses for a moment and opened a manila folder in front of him. It seems Izuku has finally begun responding to our treatments. It took a while, but we've managed to control the hallucinations, though I'm afraid they may reoccur should he use his quirk. Inko nodded, feeling as though if she tried to speak she would simply sob. Instead, she gripped the purse on her lap harder, allowing its firmness to calm her already ruined nerves. She knew that it wouldn't do much. Her hair was already a mess, always falling out of the short bun she tried to keep it in. Her clothes were form-eating, mostly to hide her weight gain, and because it was easier to just throw them on than to dress up any nicer. After all, it wasn't as if she was dressing up for anyone. As for the scarring, there is little we can do other than recommend some dermatological oils and products as you said, don't wish to subject Izuku to any extensive surgery. No, not if they're just going to keep happening, Inko mumbled almost to herself as she gave a weak shake of her head. Have you noticed any more flare-ups? The doctor seemed to continue unabated. She wondered briefly if it was because he had seen so many young children like Izuku, or if it was simply because he was pressed for time and wanted to go for lunch. She had met a fair few of them by now, enough to know when they were simply shoveling the problematic 6-year-old off onto someone else for a while. No, I don't think he's used it since we were last here. She looked to Izuku and smiled softly to her apparently dreamy child, again running a hand across his head. Izuku? Sweetheart? The young boy turned to look at her again. She swore she could see his thoughts drift through his eyes, slowly, like boats moving along a muddy river. Have you used your quirk at all lately? The boy seemed to consider this question before slowly he shook his head. Okay, that's fine. Inko blinked back her tears and looked to the doctor again. He's become so quiet. I don't like how the medication is affecting him. He used to be so full of energy and now I don't know. Miss Midoriya, you must understand, your son's quirk, combined with his traumatic experience, has caused him to develop these disorders. Without medication he would be far worse off. The doctor paused and then sighed, taking his glasses off for a moment to pinch the bridge between his eyes. For a second, Inko saw there was an actual human there behind the white coat and smart blue tie. I know this is hard for you, I really do. I have seen many children Izuku's age and some even younger suffer from their first quirk usage being traumatic in nature. Though your son's case is an extreme one, he is not the only one to have these symptoms. He paused again for another moment, as if wondering if he should go on before adding. I know of another child, Izuku's age actually, who suffered from something very similar. Schizophrenia brought on by a traumatic quirk usage. Inko leaned forwards at the news, her eyes growing wide. See, can I ask who? I'm sorry but the child's name is confidential. The doctor shut her down swiftly, however, he allowed a smile to grace his lips as he added, be assured however that they are making progress, they are healing. I believe that with time and with continued use of the medication Izuku will heal too. Inko gripped her purse again. She wished for all the world that things could be different, that her son could be the happy, energetic child he used to be. Now he seemed like a shell, hollowed by medication and scarred by a quirk he didn't ask for. Can I ask, do you know how he developed this quirk? The doctor broke Inko out of her thoughts as he again flipped through the manila folder. My files say that your quirk is to pull small objects towards you, is that correct? Yes, Inko announced with a short nod. And his father? His father. His father. Inko's rage roared into life at the very thought of that. That man wasn't even the right word. There was no word for someone like him. Her grip on her purse grew tighter, though this time out of fury, not anxiety. Her eyes grew hard as she simply, sharply, and with more venom than an angry cobra answered. He breathed fire. The doctor got the message. I see. He quickly closed the file. Well, that does slightly explain the flames, though it could be possible that Izuku's quirk is a mutation. A rare occurrence but not entirely unheard of. He pushed the folder slightly to one side and looked to Inko with a short professional smile. We'll continue monitoring him and, when the time comes, I believe we should recommend him for quirk counseling. Inko nodded, seeing no reason to disagree despite feeling like every decision about her son was being taken from her own hands. But she knew, inside, that this was going to help him. She had cried herself to sleep enough nights on a chair beside Izuku's bed, watching her child sleep only because she had forced sleeping pills into him. She had been pulled out of work more than once because Izuku had been shrieking about monsters in class, and she had rushed him to the doctors again and again when his quirk had become too much to handle and he had screamed bloody murder from the pain caused by his scars. All while his father did nothing. She felt like the world's greatest failure of a mother, utterly alone and without aid while he did as he pleased, never lifting a finger to help his son. If she ever saw him again. "Thank you, Dr. Purinum," Inko announced without meeting his gaze as she stood up and gave the doctor a bow in thanks, who returned it without standing, then she held out a hand to her child. Izuku didn't seem to understand what was happening for a few moments before slow eyes spotted his mother's outstretched palm. He took it with a turtle's grace, only for Inko to suddenly rush him off his feet and into her arms. He was getting just a little big to keep picking up for a woman of her size and frame, but that didn't matter to Inko. No matter how old Izuku got, she would always be there to help her child. The villain hit Izuku with the force of a tidal wave. Instantly the teenager was knocked off his feet, the breath was torn from his lungs, and the world span around him as slime, wet and thick and greasy, grabbed his body in a bear hug embrace. The cold, mocking tone of the villain suddenly hit his ears. "Don't try and fight, kid, you're fucked." His bag had been thrown from his shoulders, as had his phone, both now laying somewhere on the cold concrete. He knew that because he could feel the ice-cold wetness of the creature across his entire torso, crushing his ribs and pinning his arms to his sides. Instantly panic, hot and raw, set into his mind and body as he began trying to struggle out of the villain's bind. However, he didn't even have time to scream in protest. Tendrils of clammy sludge wrapped themselves around his mouth and nose, and he could feel the insidious creature pushing its horrific body into his nostrils, trying to force its way into his very body. Fear rose inside him like an unchecked wildfire, hammering in his chest and rushing through his limbs, causing him to try and thrash wildly, in the kind of horror only the drowned know. A memory flashed before his eyes. A child, tiny and helpless in the arms of a stinking, obese man. His panic went into utter overdrive, drowning out whatever thoughts he had of a rational plan of escape. Now there was only the drive to get out, to fight back, to live. His sobbing reached hysterical levels, aided by the lack of oxygen getting to his acid-filled lungs, and he could hardly see thanks to the blurriness of his vision. "Just let it happen, in a few moments you'll be brain dead, and I'll be walking in your corpse free and easy." Izuku barely heard the mocking tone of the monster, he could only hear the rushing sound of waves in his ears as his whole body started to lose feeling. His arms were weakening, his legs slowly stopping their fight as the tingling sensation of blood loss began moving through his limbs. Death was creeping over him like a shadow, slow and careful and all-consuming. His eyes drifted closed. "Maybe I'll dump your body somewhere public so your mom can have an open funeral." The thing woke up. His eyes burst open and his body jolted as if struck by lightning. Suddenly his scars were warm, hot, boiling. Izuku's vision was sharpening, colors contrasting, every sense going into overdrive as the thing took more and more of his consciousness, more and more of his body. It was dizzying and maddening. There was something different this time, however, it was reaching deeper into him, drawing out more power than he'd ever felt it summon before. Cold darkness swept over him like a tsunami flood. First his limbs, then his chest, then his brain, then his heart. "Hey kid, why ya gettin' so?" The villain didn't get to finish his sentence because his body was torn in two. Izuku screamed with the sound of a million tortured souls, of madness and fire, of pain and suffering unimaginable. The sound instantly filling the underpass to the point of crushing oppression. The villain was not just thrown from Izuku, but practically ripped from him by the sheer force of the awakening power. He hit the wall with enough strength to crack the concrete, the parts large enough of him to do so anyway, bouncing off it and colliding with the floor with a heavy gelatinous slap. The monster reeled in shock and he dizzily cried out, "What the hell is happening?" The air around him was rising, the temperature going from shadow-cool to almost boiling. Parts of his body had calcified and hardened from the furnace-like heat emanating from the teenager, and as the sludge villain tried to gather his face back together, he turned his eyes back to the boy who seconds ago had been nothing but a helpless victim. Horror filled him as his eyes beheld the thing. Izuku wasn't sure how long he was out. It could have been minutes, hours, maybe even days. All he knew was that it was the first time in years he had slept without nightmares, without voices whispering terrors to him, without demons crawling at the corners of his vision. He slept. That was all. Dreamless and empty. He wanted to stay there, in the peace and quiet of nothingness. To simply floating forever in the dark. No pain, no sorrow, no thoughts. Just empty oneness with the void. Hey kid, are you alright? Of course, hearing the voice of his idol was a pretty damn tempting pull from the peace of the abyss. As always, the boy jolted right into a waking consciousness with a sharp gasp. Izuku's body ached like it hadn't done in a long time. He felt as though he'd been stretched and pulled in every direction, his muscles feeling as though they were filled with battery acid, and his mouth tasted like copper. And yet he wasn't burning. It was odd how that thought seeped into his brain as he groaned in soft pain and flexed his fingers, the cool touch of gravel grounding his senses. Usually, once he'd used his quirk, his body felt like it had been scored by fire, every line of scarring on his body, feeling like it was being pressed with a hot poker. This time, however, the only part of his body that really hurt was his mouth, oddly enough. Once his fuzzy vision came into some semblance of focus, they instantly widened. Wow, oh my god, it's All Might. The first thing he saw was the grin, brilliant and white, then the pointed yellow hair and then the piercing blue eyes. It's often said that people seem smaller from the screen to real life, but Izuku couldn't say that about All Might. If anything, he somehow seemed bigger, taller, stronger and more imposing. Somehow, he just seemed so heroic, and he wasn't even doing anything. He was just standing there, grinning his famous grin with his fists on his hips. His white t-shirt and green cargo pants somehow didn't take from the overall striking power of the man, though it did give him an oddly casual feel. The boy scrambled backward, all aches and pains momentarily forgotten because, holy crap, that's All Might. The giant of a man straightened up, raising a hand in greeting. Ah. Good. You're awake. And by the looks of things you seem fine, thank goodness. I'm afraid I might have, well, accidentally knocked you out when I showed up. He pointed a thumb over to the manhole from which the sludge villain had first appeared. Well, it wasn't a manhole anymore. Instead, it was something of a big gaping wound in the pathway, enough to fit at least 2 full-grown men into. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked around the scene. He had been stood there a minute before, when he had, oh no. Sorry about that. He gave Izuku another quick look over. You must have a pretty powerful quirk to survive that impact though. With a quick glance behind him, Izuku could see a sizable crater now punched into the concrete wall leading into the underpass, and his stomach flipped. Had he really survived that? Shouldn't his back be broken and blood pooling from his head? More and more his stomach was twisting, more and more panic was creeping into his lungs, and he started to breathe rapidly. The thing crawled through his aching limbs, heat snaking down his jagged scars. All Might didn't seem to notice. Heck, by the looks of things you practically beat the villain all on your own. The hero ran a hand through his golden hair and laughed loudly. He was literally begging me to capture him, see? And as if to prove his point, he held up an empty cola bottle which seemed filled with green slime, another sat empty in a pocket at his side. It wasn't until Izuku saw a pair of eyes drift through it, focus on him, then suddenly vanish again that he realized what All Might was talking about. His eyes grew whiter still, and his heart began hammering in his chest. Over and over a single thought rushed through his mind. Did he see the thing? The very idea that his all-time favorite hero had witnessed a thing firsthand almost made him empty his stomach. Instead, he curled himself up into a ball, his face paling more with each second. Aye, he could feel it, the monster within him waking up once more, apparently unsatisfied at its already unprecedented usage in the fight with the villain. His scars, however, warmed slowly, perhaps simply because of his already exhausted state. Izuku's fingers curled into his skin, digging in as much as he dared in front of his idol. Though I'm not sure I fully approve of the burning. All Might's tone became somewhat stern as he looked to the underpass. Izuku glanced out from over folded arms. What he saw caused a cold sweat to break out over his skin. There were fire marks everywhere and charcoal, almost calcified pieces of sludge which littered the underpass, leading outwards towards the now ruined manhole, like a trail of black and green blood. He suddenly realized why the villain had only filled one bottle. Now he emptied his stomach. The moment he did so he felt it, the thing rushing to the surface, threatening to drown out all other senses. Colors around him began sharpening and contrasting. It could still fight, still kill. Whoa there. Maybe you're more shaken up than I thought. All Might's hand was suddenly on his shoulder, and Izuku felt as though he had been touched by the sun. Warmth rushed through him, and the thing was, quite simply, forced to a halt. One strong hand on his shoulder, one show of kindness, was that all it truly took to stop it from boiling through his scars and into his body? Or perhaps it was simply that the thing was a little more exhausted than it was letting on. The hate, the fury, was still there, Izuku could feel it, but the physical presence of the hero was pushing into retreat. I'm sorry. Izuku stammered out as he wiped his mouth on his sleeve before slowly bringing himself unsteadily to his feet. I didn't mean to. What's your name, kid? Izuku almost had a heart attack. All Might was asking for his name. Izuku Midoriya. Alright young Midoriya, take some deep breaths and calm down. You've had a tough experience. All Might's tone was surprisingly soft, and naturally Izuku followed his advice, feeling just a bit better from doing so, though he kept his eyes fixed firmly on the ground. You acted in self-defense, and besides, the villain will live to see trial and hopefully a jail cell. If anything, I'm willing to bet that you simply need a better handle on your quirk. He didn't know. He couldn't have known. Izuku's anxiety, along with the thing, was calmed but not squashed completely. It lingered deep within him, as it always had. Still, Izuku had so many questions for the hero, so many thoughts he needed to spill from his overloaded heart. He was right here with All Might, this was his golden opportunity. He forced a soft, hopefully friendly smile to his face and turned to look at his hero. Mr. All Might Well, I gotta go, kid. All Might wasn't in front of him anymore. He was several steps away, stretching his legs and getting ready to jump. How the hell had he done that without Izuku noticing? Then again, Izuku could kick himself for the number of things he missed thanks to the medication in his system. I assume you can get home safely from here. When you do, try to lay down and relax, drink some water, watch some TV. Wait, you can't go yet. Izuku cried out as All Might finally finished stretching out. I've so many things to ask you. Sorry, kid, but time waits for no man. And neither does justice. He crouched low, about to leap, and Izuku saw his one chance to ask his burning, heart-wrenching question to his idol about to vanish. Bottling up his fear and anxiety, he shoved all his remaining strength into his voice as he called out, "Can someone become a hero, even if their quirk is evil?" He paused, his arm held out towards All Might, who seemed to freeze in place. Seeing his opportunity widen, he quickly pushed forwards. I've always suffered from the thing I can do. He couldn't force himself to use the term quirk for what he had, it wouldn't be right after all. It's a curse. All it's ever done is cause pain and misery, especially to me. He looked down, his hand curling into a fist on his chest. But I thought, maybe if I become a hero, maybe I can use it for something good. So no one would ever have to be hurt by it anymore. But it's so terrible, I have to know. Please. Can someone like me be a hero like you? His eyes moved back to his idol and his breath caught in his throat, tears welling once more in his eyes. All Might was standing tall, strong, a mountain of strength and power. There was a pause which seemed to stretch on longer than it had any right to, before finally the hero looked over his shoulder to the boy. There was something in his opal blue eyes, usually so dark and piercing. A flash of someone else, the person behind the smile. Young Midoriya, listen to me. He half turned to look at Izuku better, and the teenager found himself forgetting to breathe for a moment. There are no such things as good or evil quirks, only good or evil hearts. He held out a massive open palm. What you have is yours and it is up to you to forge it into something great, something heroic. The mid-afternoon sun cast a light onto the man while consuming Izuku in shadow, and yet, despite their distance, Izuku felt as though he could step out right at that moment and take his side. He could be there, in the light. Tears fell thick and strong down Izuku's cheeks as the weight of All Might's words hit him, though they were not the usual hammer blow of insults he was so used to. This was something else, encouragement, wisdom, words he had needed to hear all his life. A breeze ruffled past them, almost masking the sobs coming from the boy. All Might's fist suddenly clenched tight, and his smile widened, not into a grin of humor, but one of vast, impossible determination. A bravery which Izuku had only ever dreamed of was right there, right in front of his eyes. Proof that it existed, proof that maybe he could be brave too. The rush of emotion within him was too much, and Izuku fell to his knees as he wept, tears mixed with all the self-hatred he had kept in so long. Cathartic and cleansing they flowed, finally, as the light of true hope reached his core. If you have a heroic heart, then I believe that you too can become a hero. So about them, Izuku's poor baby Deku, all drugged up and whatnot. I got sad writing that because poor Inko and Deku and just poor them. Also to those hoping to see the thing's true form here, nope. You think I dropped something as juicy as that in the second chapter? Please? Though there were some hints. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed reading, and I hope to see you again next chapter. Chapter 3. Developments. What's this? An early update? You betcha, kids. This week was a very special week for me, so I'm making it a special week for you dear readers. Also, I think many of you are hungering for a better idea of what Izuku's quirk looks like, so prepare to have your appetizer. Hope you enjoy. Izuku. The moment he stepped inside the house his mother was upon him. Inko's hair had grayed in some places where her usual coloring had faded, something that Izuku always somehow felt responsible for. Especially at times like this. She immediately grabbed him by the shoulders and guided him to the living room where she basically threw him onto the couch and stood over him, fretting and angry and anxious all at once. "Where have you been? I was worried sick. Mo, you're not hurt are you? Was it that Katsuki Bakugo again? Mom I'll strangle that boy one of these days. Just you wait until his mother, Mom." The teenager finally broke his mother's intense, anxious focus and breathed out a slow, long breath. "I'm fine, it's fine, just sit down and I'll explain it, okay?" Inko did as she was asked and took a chair adjacent to her son, her eyes still fixed intently on him, though she said nothing. And don't freak out, okay? But I was attacked and attacked." She was back on her feet again within a heartbeat. "You were attacked by who? When? What happened? We need to call the police right now Mom. Seriously?" Izuku had to put both his hands up now, and a weary, but still slightly amused, smile broke out on his face. "Please? I'm fine. Sit down and let me explain." Inko sat down again, this time with far more reluctance and with an oddly suspicious frown on her face. "I was walking home and just, minding my own business when this, I don't know, sludge villain came at me." He ran a quivering hand through his messy hair. The memory was still causing his stomach to curl in fear. He had almost died after all, and that wasn't something one got over so quickly. Especially not when he'd had it almost happen before. Was death really that eager for him? Well, knowing the thing it probably wanted him to die, so it could finally crawl back into whatever corner of hell it had come from. "Sludge villain?" Inko asked cautiously, her hands tightening and untightening in her lap. "What did he look like?" "He was like, big and green and made of sludge." Izuku shrugged weakly. He almost suffocated me. Oh god." Inko's hand rushed to her mouth and her eyes grew wide. Izuku could immediately see what was coming and he quickly pulled the collar of his shirt down. "But I'm fine. See? No marks. Just the usual ones, heh." He let his collar go and went back to looking at the coffee table as he recalled the events. Besides, he knew this next part would be the part that frightened her the most. I had to use the thing." The room went cold. The color utterly drained from his mother's face and her mouth hung open just slightly. Izuku could almost hear the breath escape her lungs. He swore that every time he mentioned using the thing his mother aged another year, no wonder she had gray hairs and crow's feet. Finally, she spoke, her voice gut achingly quiet. Did anyone get hurt?" "Well, the villain was pretty messed up, but no one, died I guess." Izuku wished he could curl up into a ball under the gaze of his mother. Secretly, however, part of him hated that look, the one that simply presumed that if he used the thing someone had been terribly hurt, that automatic assumption that he had no control over it whatsoever. What made him hate it the most, however, was that it was true. "But I did fight him off, probably scarred him for life," Izuku mumbled off to himself as he looked to one side, his linked fingers tightening against his knuckles. And then. He looked up suddenly to his mother, his eyes lightening up and a grin appearing on his face. Odd how his mother seemed to again frown in suspicion. All Might appeared. "And Mom, holy crap Mom, he was amazing." "Well I think he was, I got knocked out but." "You were knocked out Izuku, that's really bad for you." Inko was leaning on the arm of the chair now, anxiety and concern written across every inch of her face. "Are you sure you're feeling alright? You might be concussed or." "Mom, really, I'm okay. I think the thing protected me somehow. Anyway, Mom, All Might captured the bad guy and said I did great." And just he paused, running a hand suddenly through his messy hair, a slightly wild, shaky smile on his lips. I've never used it like that before. My scars don't even hurt or anything." Though he didn't mention how his entire body still ached, especially his mouth which felt like he'd been punched right in the teeth. He held out a scarred palm and flexed his fingers softly. It made me feel like I could really get a handle on it, Like, maybe I could really be a hero if I worked hard and." "Izuku." Inko suddenly stopped him with the tone only a mother could summon. He looked to her, the grin still on his lips, though it faded somewhat at his mother's intense, almost clinical stare. "Can you smile for me, just for a moment?" Izuku blinked at the unexpected request. He watched as his mother got out her phone and held it up, just a quick smile, honey. The teenager paused for a second, wondering where she was going with this, before slowly putting on probably the fakest smile he'd ever had. There was a click of a camera phone, and Inko lowered her hand, frowning at the picture she had taken. Izuku was too weirded out to be worried, and he craned his neck to try and see the picture. Mom? What are you? Look. Inko held her phone out to him. Look what it did to your teeth. His teeth? Izuku took the phone with a shaking hand and frowned at the picture presented to him. Milk pale skin, horrid crossing scars, uncoordinated freckles, under eye bags that were practically designer, and long pointed incisor teeth. Nothing out of the Izuku was up so fast he almost knocked the coffee table over. He rushed to the bathroom, ignoring the shocked calls of his mother, as he quickly flicked a light on and leaned over the sink, opening his mouth and pulling his lips up, ignoring the sharp stabs of pain as he did so. There they were. 4 new, long, fang-like teeth in his mouth. Waff, FHEFUFK? Language? Inko shouted from behind him, and Izuku quickly paled from her temper. It didn't help his approaching anxiety attack, however, as he could feel his lungs struggling for air, his mind swimming and a paralyzing panic creeping over his limbs. Thankfully Inko was well versed in such attacks and quickly took his hand, leading him back out the bathroom and over to the couch once more. Sitting him down with a saint's patience, she leaned over a little and began reciting the lines she had long since memorized. Sweetheart, listen to me, breathe in, breathe out, come on now, big breaths. She rubbed his back as Izuku slowly did as he was told. His heart was hammering in his chest, his hands trembling and fidgeting uncontrollably in his lap. The thing stirred, sensing his suffering and crawling through his body like a snake. His scars warmed, though they didn't boil. This wasn't unusual, his curse was all too willing to simply make itself known, to torment him just a little bit further. Breathe in, breathe out. Inko's voice pierced through the haze of panic, and slowly but surely he began to get a grip on himself. Inko, noticing this, moved back a step. I'll make you a drink, some tea will help, do you want a Xanax? And no mom. Izuku rose to his feet slowly. I think I just need some sleep. But honey, really, mom. The teenager turned to look at her, giving her a shaking smile. His legs felt like jelly, and he was sure if he ate anything he would throw it up. He needed the dark isolation of his room, if only just to finally relax in peace. I'm just exhausted, you know? His smile even grew a tiny bit wider. Growing new teeth takes it out of you. A joke. He made a joke. Today really was unusual. Inko seemed torn between letting him go or forcing his ass back on the couch. However, eventually she relented and gave a nod. Alright, go get some rest. If you need me I'll be right here, okay? She raised a hand to her son's cheek and returned his weak smile, no doubt a Midoriya trait. I love you, son. Whatever happens. Love you too, mom. Izuku gave her a small nod, and on shaking legs he vanished into his bedroom. The moment he was alone in the dark he stripped himself of sweaty, dirty clothes and pulled on some pajama pants, then he crawled into his bed and curled up under the warm All Might covers. Exhaustion conquered worry, and Izuku quickly drifted into sleep. His mother had demanded he take the next day off, and Izuku hadn't argued. Once Inko had called in sick for him, she had left for work with strict orders of bed rest and relaxation. Again, Izuku didn't argue, if anything he agreed. He had just beaten his first villain, well kind of, and it had been far more of an emotional and physical roller coaster than he ever thought it would be. How did All Might make it seem so easy? Then again, All Might didn't have a demon crawling through his body waiting to tear people apart at the slightest provocation. The next few days droned by, only broken by one quickly booked trip to the dentist who cleared Izuku of any harm, though both son and mother had avoided questions as to what had happened to cause his odd new growths. Even so, despite the days quickly settling back to a sense of normalcy, there was something different about the young man. Izuku was no longer drifting through each day, now he spent each and every hour thinking over what had happened, the events of his almost death being overanalyzed in his head to an obsessive degree. It was still difficult for him to keep focus, of course, the medication continued to grind his senses into the dirt, but now he had a reason to lift his head. Now he had a fire lit under him that no medication could suppress. By the time the weekend rolled around, Izuku had something he hadn't had in years. Drive. His tongue poked at his new fangs as the sea breeze rustled his hair, and Izuku listened to the peaceful sound of waves lapping on sand until it splashed against rusting metal. It used to be a beach, though these days it was more like an old junkyard. Old refrigerators, TVs, rotting wood cabinets, even some cars littered the shore. The smell was terrible, though Izuku had long since learned to simply get used to it. There wasn't much he could do to stop it after all. He had heard people complain about it before. An eyesore that really the local government or some hero agency should do something about, and what were they paying their taxes for if they couldn't even clean it all up? To Izuku it was a haven. Katsuki never came here. No one ever came here. It was broken and ruined, and Izuku, despite the eye-rolling nature of it, somewhat felt a kinship with it all. Why not? It was here, amongst the discarded and fallen, that he found peace. He was just another broken thing amongst all the other broken things. He was sat in his favorite spot, part of an old truck cab that had somehow found its way on the top of a small mountain of trash. It never got wet enough to become soggy, and the seat was still comfortable enough. He could sit for hours and listen to podcasts or simply watch life crawl by. Sometimes he even saw demons and monsters moving through the ocean waves, vast and incredible. Oddly, they never did seem to bother him here. His tired eyes looked to his open palm, and for a moment they traced the lines of burn scars that wove their way over his skin. Monday had taught him a lesson. He had to learn how to use the thing. Not push it down, not ignore it, actually learn to use it. Right? Use it. No problem. Had he ever willingly activated it? The very realization was such a shock that he almost slipped out of the cab. Did he even know how to switch the damn thing on? Another long moment of looking to his scarred hands, and he came to the heavy decision that he would never know until he tried. How did the old saying go? Curiosity killed the cat. He gulped and forced his anxiety down, or at least shoved it inside some inner bottle where it could sit until it bubbled over and flooded into his head once more. Izuku took a moment to take out his phone and text his mother, telling her he was fine and would be home in a while. She had been far more cautious about him lately, far more watchful. Izuku almost felt like she thought he was doing drugs or something. It was even becoming a little oppressive, though he knew she was just looking out for him after such a volatile start to the week. After shoving his phone into his pocket, Izuku crawled over a number of old appliances and ruined pieces of furniture before finally arriving in a small opening that afforded him just enough space to move while making sure no one could easily spot him. Once he was absolutely sure no one was around, he removed his hoodie and gave a quick stretch. He was wearing sweatpants, trainers and an old t-shirt, figuring that for practice he needed to keep his clothes simple and loose. He had spent the last 9, almost 10 years suppressing the thing without even considering the thought of ever using it properly, simply acting on some vague assumption that UA would solve all those problems for him. Now, however, he knew he had a lot of catching up to do if he was even going to make it into UA, and, as All Might had mentioned, time waited for no one. Alright, let's do this. Izuku breathed to himself as he shook his hands and hopped up and down in the center of the opening in some mild, amateurish attempt to warm himself up. His stomach was flipping, and his whole body seemed shaky and weak, and voice in his head kept telling him to go back, give up, do it tomorrow. He silenced it with a deepening frown and gathered his courage. He could do this, he knew he could, one step at a time. Okay, nice and easy, I'll just summon it to my arms and yeah. Izuku took a slow deep breath, gulped, then threw his hand out and shouted, activate. There was, of course, nothing. Hell, it didn't even stir within him. If anything, Izuku was sure he could hear a distant laughter, though that might have just been his schizophrenia acting up. Frowning to himself, he gathered his already shaky confidence and tried again, this time whitening his stance and trying to will the thing to emerge. Activate. A breeze blew through the open car windows, somewhere a seagull cackled, an insect buzzed by him. Are you kidding me? Izuku threw the insult out like an angry child and kicked a piece of trash out of his path as he ranted. All my life, all my fucking life, you've tormented me, and now the one time I actually try to use you and you don't fucking work. What kind of stupid ass thing are you? The thing didn't reply. Ugh. Izuku sat down on the bonnet of a ruined car and sulked. He had never been this disappointed to not feel the hot rush of burning power along his scars. What was he doing wrong? His tongue once again poked at his fangs as he thought on just why this wasn't working. The answer, of course, was obvious. He wasn't in any actual danger. Every other time the thing had sprung into action he had felt like he was about to be hurt or worse. However, right now he wasn't willing to go wandering into some crime-ridden drug den just to ask nicely if one of the meth heads could come at him with a knife. You know, just to see if he could get his horrifying, hell-born curse to activate. Oh, and it might just slaughter everyone there, no big deal though. He had to think of something solid, something he could use here and now and, supposedly, in any future situation. Izuku breathed deep and focused as much as he could on the issue, willing his foggy brain to do some actual work for once. His mind wandered to the events of Monday, the feeling of the slime around his mouth, the burning of his lungs, the death that had been tugging at his heart. Anxiety shot through him and his scars heated up. He quickly looked to his arms. Was that it? Was that the key to using it? Every time he wanted to activate the thing he would just have to picture himself almost dying? Oh god, would that even make it worth it? For a moment he looked to the burned, jagged lines of skin on his arms with his eyes wide before wrapping them around himself. Well, if this is what it takes to be a hero. He stood up, this time with renewed determination on his face, which manifested as an incredibly unsure smile. Walking back to the center of the opening, he stood silently, arms at his sides and his eyes closed. Taking one last deep breath, he let his mind drift back to the sludge monster, to the threat of imminent death, to all the horror and fear that had come with it. The power rippled through his body, and air around him grew hotter, supercharged with the raw infernal power of the boy's quirk. He could feel it, like furious lava flowing along his scars. Desperately, Izuku reached out to grab more of it, anything that he could, almost demanding the thing to rush through his system. This time, however, he was prepared, or rather as prepared as his razor-thin nerves would allow him to be. He felt the boiling shadow of the thing's power flood into his arms, and the second it did so he threw his palms forward, summoning everything he had to focus on forcing the thing outward. Incredibly, it obeyed. For a split second, he could feel it. The thing reshaping his muscle, skin, and bone with white-hot fury as it rushed through his arms. Just for a split second. Then the world around him exploded as blue fire erupted from what was now his palms with an ear-splitting boom. The force was so sudden and so great that it threw him backward, and within half a heartbeat his back collided with the side of an old refrigerator. Izuku bounced off it with a yelp of pain and landed onto the floor in a collapsed heap. The world span and he could feel his entire body burning with the force of the thing's activation, though it was a creeping, stinging heat, not the boiling, oppressive fire that he was so used to. One eye opened slowly and before him he could see the black stain that blanketed his arm up to his elbow. A leathery hand now ending in talon-like claws that remolded and reshaped back into the hand he knew was his own, the shadow that had coated him simply flaking away like ash in the wind. He fought off the urge to throw up and slowly pulled himself into a sitting position, falling back against a refrigerator and panting heavily. He should have brought some water, he should have laid out some mattresses, he should have. Izuku's eyes widened. What had once been a small hill of discarded trash was now nothing more than a smoking hole. Pockets of blue flame licked away at whatever was flammable, gradually dying in the strong breeze which now rushed through the opening. He had done that. All of that. With one blast. Izuku looked at his shaking hands, his entire body sore as he took gulping breaths, knowing that he'd probably bruised all his back and would ache for weeks. But even so, I did it. His voice was barely a whisper above the sound of licking flame and roaring wave, but even so, a big, wobbling, toothy grin broke out on his face, and tears began flowing down his cheeks. I did it. It took several minutes of relieved sobbing before the teenager finally came to his senses, the warmth that had flooded across his scars slowly fading away as he did so. He patted himself down gingerly, looking for any new sudden growths on his person, and, thankfully, finding none. Cautiously, with a lot of wincing and hissing through clenched teeth, he picked himself up and began moving towards the exit. This was enough for one day, but he knew the moment he stopped feeling like deep-fried garbage he would be back to try again. And again, and again. As he walked, his step weaving just a little as his mind sluggishly considered what he'd just done. His body wasn't strong enough, he knew that at the very least. He couldn't go into the exam being able to fire once and be done, that would certainly result in a fail. He would have to train himself, make his body stronger, so that he could handle the thing better. As for the thing, he looked again to one hand which had for a second had released blue fire with the force of a missile, and, just for a moment, he could almost see the monstrous black leather skin and side-like claws that it had become. He closed his hand and sighed. Maybe he could just contain it to his hands for now, everything else could come afterward. One step at a time. User. He's learning things. Also hope you guys enjoyed or at least tolerate the little tooth development. That, like many things, will eventually be explained. Will there be more future additions to Izuku's anatomy? Perhaps. Hope you all enjoyed. Tell me your thoughts and I'll see ya in 2 weeks for the UA entrance exams. Chapter 4. Battle. It's update time, dear readers. Update time, I say. Y'all know what's comin', so I won't delay. Go forth and read. You've been working so hard lately, I'm so proud of you, Inko announced as she fiddled around with the collar of his uniform. You're going to do great, I know it. Thanks mom. Izuku mumbled as he let her fidget. He knew she was nervous, and she was simply doing all of this to calm her own sense of anxiety, but it wasn't helping him, and right now he needed to hang on to all the confidence he could muster. Look, I've got to go. Okay, I know, but just let me make sure you're all set before you leave, okay? Mom, do you have your pens and pencils? What about your lunch? You took your medicine this morning, right? Let me just double. Mom. Izuku pulled away from her suddenly and with more force than he intended. A sudden coldness came between them as Inko stared wide-eyed at her son, but Izuku quickly closed the gap and put a hand on his mother's anxious shoulder. A grin, small and shaking, but somehow still laced with a shadow of confidence, appeared on his lips as he simply said, I'm fine, don't worry about me, okay? For a split second, Inko could see him. The smile of his father. Each day Izuku was growing up and turning into a man before her eyes, which meant each day he was becoming just a little more like him. And it was starting with that fanged smile. With all her heart she hoped, though she didn't believe, that was where it would end. Sighing softly, she pushed her anxiety into the pit of her stomach and pulled her son into a swift embrace. Good luck today, Izuku. You can do this. I love you, son. Izuku returned her hug for just that moment. Love you too, mom. He pulled away again, though this time it was at least amicable, and opened the door. But I've really got to go, so I'll call you when it's done, okay? Text me when you get on and off the train and when you get there. I will, see ya later. Izuku was already out the door and into the frosty autumn air by the time he even agreed. Inko watched him go, standing on her doorstep with her hands pulled up to her chest. Her son, her poor Izuku, she was so proud of how far he had come. And she knew he still had great things ahead of him. The train ride was tedious to say the least. From the moment he sat down it started. Whispers filtering in from around him, vague insults that mostly meant nothing as his eyes flicked around the carriage. He did his best to ignore them, turning up the volume of his phone as loud as he felt he could get away with. At one point he was even sure he had seen something slither under the seat of a man sitting across from him. Izuku, however, shook it off and focused his gaze on his phone. It had been getting more and more obvious over the past few months, and it was starting to trouble him. The more he used the thing, the less effective his medication was getting. It was something he hadn't mentioned to his mother. He didn't see the need to. All she would do was worry further and send him back to the psychologists who would either double his dosage or switch it to something else. He couldn't afford to go through that, not when he was about to step foot onto the hallowed grounds of UA in his one big shot at shaping his entire future. Of course, all thoughts of whispers and demons halted when he actually got there. He was too in awe before the vast imposing building of glimmering reflected sunlight that was UA. For a second he simply stood, mouth agape and hands on the straps of his backpack, as he marveled at his dream come true. He was here, right at UA itself. He marveled as he passed the busts of famous heroes etched into marble, his mouth widening into a toothy, enthralled grin. He was walking amongst heroes, where All Might himself had trained, where, without paying a lick of attention he collided right into someone's side. The moment he did so he staggered back, panic rushing through his system and his scars warming up in response. He bowed several times in a rushed apology and stammered out, I'm so sorry. His hands shot up in whatever passed as a pathetic defense as he looked up. He was tall, the person he'd walked into, and probably rather strong, since they seemed to have barely nudged at all. Familiar? That was the first thing that crossed Izuku's mind as he looked up at the man he'd stupidly walked into. The next was that he looked like a business manager, especially with his flowing charcoal black coat, fog gray suit and a plain black tie with a single emblazoned sign that was half hidden by his waistcoat. His hair was also black, combed up and back away from his face with just enough loose hairs to hint at its untamable nature. His face seemed almost plain, with a narrow chin and nose, and with a very light morning stubble to it. But it was his eyes, windowed by a pair of no-rimmed spectacles, which immediately stopped Izuku's stammering. Black. All black. Except for a pair of simmering dark yet light blue pupils. Izuku was struck with the thought of All Might's powerful, righteous gaze, but it wasn't quite the same. There was nothing righteous about that gaze, there was power yes, but nothing righteous. The businessman had been holding his phone in a leather gloved palm when Izuku had walked into him, and his finger hovered over it as he turned to the young man. For a second time seemed to freeze, and Izuku was sure he was about to be chewed out by a busy CEO, and internally he braced himself. The man simply chuckled. "No harm caused, son, just watch where you're going in the future, yes?" His voice was smooth and charming, almost devilishly so. A kind of voice suited to boardrooms and corporate lawyers. Izuku, oddly, felt his anxiety calm at the man's tone. "Why yes, sir, thank you." He darted past him, however, he had barely gone 2 steps before the man spoke again. "Did I say we were finished?" Izuku froze and turned slowly back to the man. His voice had suddenly been laced with such authority that he couldn't help but stop dead in his tracks. Again, Izuku felt his scars flare with heat, and yet, the thing whispered no curses into his head. In fact, it remained oddly silent. The man walked to the shaking boy and stood before him. Again, Izuku felt as though it was only the thin layer of glass from the man's spectacled gaze that allowed him to look up to those eyes, which seemed so pitiless and cold, and yet full of pride and fire. "Young man, are you here to take the entrance exam?" "Why yes, sir." "Then stand taller. Have some confidence, why don't you?" He raised a fist up suddenly and a smile grew on his lips. Pride in yourself is the first step on the road to victory. The teenager didn't know how to respond, he simply stood and blinked up at the strange man. Come on now, shoulders straight, chest out, chin up." He flicked a hand at the boy, and the smile continued to dance on his lips. "Let's see it." Izuku wondered if he should just outright run. Strange people giving him instructions on the day of his exam wasn't exactly the best indication of how the day would go. But even so, all the man was doing was being friendly, and he supposed the advice wasn't exactly terrible. The teenager did as he was told, taking a shuddering breath before straightening up and gripping his fists at his side. Weirdly, he actually did feel better. Maybe he could do this. Maybe he could get into UA. Ha! See? Now you look ready for anything, young man. He strode past Izuku, slapping a strong hand onto his shoulder as he passed him. "Pass the exam, son, and perhaps we'll see one another again in the future." Izuku turned and watched as the man walked away from him, wondering just what he meant by that. He looked like no hero he had ever seen, though it was possible he was simply out of uniform, or that UA hired teachers who weren't heroes. Still, the more he thought about it he was so sure he'd seen the man somewhere before. It was right on the edge of his tongue. The exam. Whoa. Right. Izuku jumped suddenly back into action, rushing off towards the main entrance, all thoughts of anything but exams and his future banished from his mind. Izuku felt sick. He had prepared for a physical exam. He had prepared enough that he was sure he could pass if he could focus hard enough when the time came. He had even prepared his clothes, making sure he wore loose jogging pants and an old t-shirt. He hadn't prepared for a mass competition. There had to be about 20, maybe 30 people around him as they stood outside the huge vast doors that seemed to open up to what looked to be a slice of a city. And he had to perform in front of all of them. He had to use the thing in front of 30 people while cameras watched and recorded him. The thought had crossed his mind that this had the very slight potential of becoming an absolute massacre. No, he wouldn't let that happen. He had to keep focused, that was the key here. Discipline and focus. If he couldn't keep his head he could blow all of this before it had even begun. He was half sure he had passed a written exam, at least he seriously hoped he had, but this was different. This was where it all truly mattered. His objectives were simple: fight the robots, gain the points, win a spot in UA. Something moved through the crowd, instantly shattering Izuku's focus and drawing his eye. Something the size of a dog made entirely of withered arms, rotten meat and teeth, was scraping itself along the floor, snaking unnaturally between people who seemed blissfully ignorant of its presence. Izuku's stomach went cold as he forced a gulp and tried to keep his feet from turning and running. It was just a small episode, nothing big, nothing to break his focus over. It wasn't real, it wasn't real, it wasn't. He hadn't realized he was moving backward slowly until he was stopped by a firm hand on his shoulder. He turned and instantly his heart sank into his stomach. The teenager, who kind of resembled a grown man, was a giant to Izuku. Thin glasses framed his square face, and the jumpsuit he wore made no secret of his toned physique. However, Izuku already knew of him because he'd been reprimanded by him during their original prep talk in the main hall. It hadn't been his fault though, he'd spotted a fist-sized spider-like creature with the face of a screaming man moving up towards his desk and had yelped at the sight. Everyone had laughed, the giant had told him off, and he had almost died right there of embarrassment. "Are you paying attention to where you're going?" His tone was so smart, so stern, Izuku felt like he was being lectured by a teacher. "You almost walked into me while I was stretching. You need to watch yourself, unless of course, you're not taking these exams seriously." "Oh." Izuku almost jumped at the accusation. "No, that's not it at all, I just." Obsessive, prideful fool. This is a very serious school with a very serious reputation. The taller boy's arms moved in an almost robotic fashion as he lectured Izuku, who did his best to ignore the whisper that sounded like a guttural primal growl crawling at the insides of his brain. "If you are not prepared to focus in these exams, then you should simply quit now before." "Alright, go." The tone was so loud that Izuku felt the ground rumble under him. He spun in shock and looked up where the tiny figure of Present Mick was standing, all hair and black leather and tinted sunglasses. Izuku blinked up at him for a moment before looking around, wondering if he was addressing someone else. Except there was no one else, it was just him, while the rest of the entire group sped off into the now open doors of the city. "Run." "Shit." Izuku immediately turned and sprinted after the others as fast as his legs would carry him. Already heat was ghosting across his scars, pushing the boy onwards with greater urgency. For all his training and attempts to conquer the thing he knew at best, he had about 2, maybe 3 shots within him before he would be too weak to continue. His plan, therefore, was to focus on high-level targets or groups of robots together and hope that he could simply turn them into giant, smoking piles of scrap metal in time. Of course, first he had to actually find a robot to fight, and already he was behind everyone else. All right, think." Izuku muttered to himself as he approached a wide crossroads in the center of the city. "If I was a robot, where would I?" There was a rumble ahead of him, and as he skidded to a halt, a huge green, metal machine rolled out in front of him. Izuku felt the strength almost completely leave his limbs as he looked up in terror at the robotic monster. His scars, however, suddenly heated up in response, and as the bite of fire hit him, his brain kicked back into gear. He threw out his arm. All he needed was to focus and the robot exploded, and it wasn't his doing. He blinked in shock, the sharp bite of the dissipating heat not nearly enough to overwhelm his senses as he looked around to spot a young, thin, effeminate-looking man standing with his hands behind his head and a dissipating beam of sparkling light fading from his stomach. "Ah, thank you for the distraction, Mon Amai. We make a great team. Shame we'll never meet again." And with that he was off, running down the opposite street. Izuku blinked. Was I just saved by a Frenchman? Pompous, self-centered coward. Shush. Izuku hissed to himself as he took off running again. He had found himself talking back more lately, though it didn't do any good. The thing would hiss in his ear regardless if he responded or not. At least he wasn't seeing any more hallucinations. That really would be the worst thing right now, firing blasts off at things that weren't even there. 5 minutes. Present Mick's voice rang out over the arena, and Izuku felt the sharp stab of panic once more. He was losing time and losing focus. Every corner he turned he saw more smoking slabs of metal, more ruined robots, and not a single one he could defeat himself. He had been so worried about not having the energy to gain enough points, but at this rate, he wouldn't even have any points no matter what he did. What the hell? The panic was gripping him now, crawling up his arms and digging its claws deep into his brain. Heat was moving like waves along his scars, responding to his growing fear. Why can't I find any robots? Surely there's got to be something around here too. The explosion rocked the faux city like an earthquake, and Izuku, along with the 2 other people he currently shared the street with, were almost thrown off their feet. He turned his eyes to the source of the sound, and all color, if there was any color to begin with, drained from Izuku's face. A 0-pointer. The screen back in the main hall had made it seem no bigger than 2 stories, max. The robot was so large it almost blotted out the sun. Its upper shoulders grazed the tops of buildings at least 20 stories high, its monstrous wheels, which ground the earth so loudly Izuku could hear it crushing concrete and asphalt even from a distance, swallowed up an entire 4-lane street including the pavements. It raised a clawed hand and instantly demolished a building that could have housed an entire shopping mall. People were already running. Some were even screaming. Somewhere above the din of the machine, Present Mick's voice rang out, 2 minutes. Flee. Izuku's legs moved stiffly to set him on course with everyone else. There was no beating something like that, surely, and even so it was 0 points. So, help. The voice cut through everything else. Through the sound of steel crushing stone, through the crashing of rooftop onto pavement, through the haze of static that surrounded Izuku's mind like a light fog. The sound of a girl screaming in pain, in panic, in fear. Izuku's eyes spotted her, a brown bob visible through the growing cloud of dust in the street before him. She had been trapped under a vast slab of stone, and all the while the vast monstrous tracks of the four-pointer moved towards her. His legs began to move. Fuck. His voice bounced in his mind as he sped towards her, his legs feeling like they were being filled with battery acid and his heart almost exploding in his chest. Boiling heat raced across his scars, fueling his actions, pain and fire biting at his every limb. His senses sharpened into overdrive, colors brightening and edges contrasting, the sound of the machine roaring in his ears, and the feel of his own blood pounding in his brain. But he didn't stop, he didn't slow down. Every instinct he had was telling him one thing over and over: save that girl. He didn't notice the taller boy in blue pass him, nor did he notice the look of shock he was given before he carried on. Before he knew it, he was by her side and instantly he tried to grab her, to pull her arm, to get her out. She screamed at him as he did so. He was too rough, too panicked and the slab too heavy. Words reached his ears: save yourself. Go. White-green eyes stared at her, then they looked to the unstoppable force of metal grinding ever on towards them. We can stop the construct. 10,000 hissing voices forged into one screamed into his ears, and only his ears. We are shadow and flame. Unleash our fury. He knew what he had to do. Close your eyes. He called out to her as he let go of her and walked into the center of the street. Don't look, whatever you do, don't look. Izuku felt it. The flood of power, dark and terrible, rushing through his limbs, overflowing from his furnace-hot scars. What are you? Izuku's eyes turned to her and the color drained from her face. What's wrong with? Close your eyes. His voice echoed with more than his own, and the girl did as she was told, terror beyond being crushed now gripping her. The familiar feeling of drowning was overtaking him, and he could feel his hands, his feet, his body reshaping from the fire inside him. Every thought, every piece of focus he had, however, was not on control, not on sticking out his arms and hoping for the best. It was on a single objective, a thought he hoped against all hope that the thing would obey. Kill that machine. The thing grinned with Izuku's lips. Uraraka's eyes were screwed tight, but she could still feel, still hear. The fire heat that washed over her face was something she hadn't expected, neither was the sudden sound of wings beating once and only once. There was a second where she heard only the sound of the vast zero-pointer moving closer, ever closer, then. There was a scream that sent claws of fear digging into her very soul. A scream that was so terrible to hear that every part of her mind suddenly felt like it was drenched in black mourning and fathomless dread. Then the world shattered. A bomb-like explosion went off above her and everything lifted into the air, throwing her, the slab that had trapped her and the window of every building in the street flying backward. It was a cacophony of noise, of shattering glass and screaming metal. Fire washed over her skin, and she could feel 1,000 new bruises form as rubble pelted her body. Her back collided with something solid, and she realized, with a sharp pain, that she had hit the side of a building. Uraraka landed onto the pavement in a heap of dust and shattered glass, the cuts already biting through her clothes and skin. But the boy. She looked up and for a moment all she saw was a cloud of blue fire, ash, metal and absolute devastation. What had once been the monster machine's face was now nothing but open air filled with flaming, falling debris. What had once been its entire body was a cavernous hole of wire and oil and fire and smoke. Then she saw something new. At first she wasn't sure what she saw. It seemed to be nothing but a shadow against a sky, something sharp and dark, wrapped by what she swore were leathery wings. But then, as it fell, all of that was revealed to just be a blanket of crumbling black ash. It was the boy. And he was falling. He was falling fast. She moved. Her back felt broken, her limbs felt shattered, and everything in her body was screaming, "Sit down, Uraraka, you stupid bitch." But she moved. Her timing had to be perfect, her aim had to be perfect, or the falling boy, bleeding ash and smoke, would be dead the moment he hit the pavement. She ran, one foot landing on a fallen piece of machinery, and she leapt at the last possible moment, swinging her hand just in time to slap the boy across the face. He stopped falling. Uraraka hit the ground in a crumpled scream and rolled, knowing now for certain something inside her was broken. But he stopped falling. She curled into a ball for just a moment, fighting the urge to scream, to cry, to throw up. Finally, however, her eyes opened and there he was. The boy. The boy with the unkempt hair and pale skin and the bags under his eyes. The boy with the scars that she dared not ask about. He floated lightly in midair like a feather caught in a breeze. His t-shirt was ruined, torn and burned beyond repair, His shoes were missing too, having at some point simply been torn or perhaps disintegrated from his feet as his sweatpants seemed burned up to his shins. His eyes opened slowly and, against everything that had just happened, he smiled. No, he grinned at her, and for the first time she noticed his teeth. Izuku grinned at her. He didn't know quite why, maybe it was because he'd been knocked stupid by his own power, maybe it was because his body felt like it was about to crumble apart, or maybe it was because somewhere inside him he knew that's what a hero did when they looked utterly broken. "Are you okay?" It was the first thing he could think to ask. His mouth tasted like ash, and his throat burned, but he had to ask, he had to know. His body was howling at him, not just from the pain of his scars, though that was indeed part of it, but from the sheer force of energy he had spent to do all of that. He had trained to fire 3 shots, maximum. He had just demolished something that could have torn through downtown in a minute. Even the thing seemed exhausted, the usual bubbling, churning growls of black hate nothing but a whimper inside him. The girl nodded at him, then she said something unexpected. "Sorry." He blinked slowly at her. "Sorry? For this?" Her fingertips came together and gravity gripped him with a jealous hand. He dropped like a sack of old potatoes and landed with a concentrated scream of pain onto the floor. His fingers and toes felt numb, but the scars across them pulsed with a residual burning heat that reminded him that, yes, he was still alive, and, yes, he was an idiot. But the girl was safe. She was throwing up on the floor, but that was fine, it was all fine. She was safe. Ache and pain tore through him as he raised an arm and slammed it down on the ground, and by sheer force of will he began dragging himself forward. His teeth gritting together as he refocused whatever strength was left within him on getting back to the task at hand. His voice was weak and breaking, but even so he hissed out, "I just need 1 point, just one and time. Thanks for playing, callers." He thought he didn't have the energy to feel upset, and yet somehow tears still formed at his eyes. It was there, in the back of his mind, selfishly nagging at him despite everything he had done. It was over, all of it. His one chance at becoming something, someone, was over. Exhausted, ruined and devastated, Izuku wept. So quick question my dudes, firstly did you all enjoy that chapter? More hints at Izuku's thing form and of course that rather critical interaction with his mother. Yes, his mother was important there. PSST, I'm not kidding, it actually was. Second, would you like the chapters to be longer, shorter, or is this length fine? I'm finding that in order to keep the plot moving quickly enough for my own liking, I'm doing a ton of editing of scenes that I absolutely loved writing, and it's I dunno. Making me wonder if longer chapters might be called for. Then again, I don't want to burn you all out or have you reading like 8,000 words an update, because that would just be silly. Or maybe you would. I dunno, fan fiction has changed a lot since I first started out like 17 years ago. Please do tell me what you all think, and until next time my dear readers. Chapter 5. Destiny, beep boop, it's update time. A little late I know, but I'm an adult and I can do what I want. You're not my real dad. Anyway, this chapter covers quite a bit of time, so prepare. Enjoy everyone. It had been a difficult week for Izuku. Coming home and explaining to his mother that he had burned his dreams to a crisp because he had thrown himself at a giant robot to save a girl had been hard, far harder than he'd imagined it'd be. It had been especially tough to hear his mother curse UA's name for just wanting violent thugs and not heroes. She had assured him, over and over, that his actions would count for something. They had to, they had been heroic after all. At one point Izuku had literally been forced to place himself between her and her phone to make sure she didn't call them and scream them out on his behalf. Izuku knew that results were results. 0 points were 0 points, no matter how one looked at it. It didn't help that as the week went on he had to suffer through Katsuki's constant bragging. Somehow word had gotten out about his 0 points, and the ridicule had reached epic proportions. More than once Izuku had been forced to stop the rage of the thing from melting the skin from Katsuki's grinning, mocking face. Those times, of course, meant that his scars had erupted with fire-burning pain, causing even more mockery. Yeah, it had been a week to say the least. We can kill him. The thing tempted, snake-like along his skull for the 100th time that week. Our blood is, we can shut up. Izuku grumbled as he approached the steps to his home. He was getting increasingly sick of the thing's attitude lately. It was concerning him that it seemed to no longer just be content with a handful of words, it was forming full sentences now. He knew it was a consequence of his training and couldn't be helped, but it did make ignoring it a hell of a lot harder. He opened his front door with a sigh, wondering just how he would tell his mother that he needed to up his medication again. However, He didn't even get the chance to mention it. The second the door was open, Inko was upon him. Izuku! The teenager jumped in shock as his mother shoved something at his chest, her eyes filled with anxious tears. It's here. Destiny calls us. The boy hid a wince as the hiss within his skull, instead focusing his eyes down to the object his mother had practically assaulted him with. It was a letter, with the seal of UA stamped to the back. He took it from her with a shaking hand, his eyes growing wide. Open it. Inko quickly insisted. Come on, I want to see your face when you get accepted. Izuku stammered for a moment before gripping the letter tightly. I'm going to my room. Inko's face fell. But please, Mom. Let me just do this alone, okay? And without looking at her, he pushed past his mother, storming towards his room before his heart could be caught in his throat. He didn't want her to see him cry when his dreams finally fell apart. The murky darkness of his room was welcoming. Odd how he always felt better in dark places. The voices came in clearer and louder in dark, and the thing was always more willing to make itself known at night, but Izuku couldn't help but feel like the shadow offered some kind of comfort to him. It was harder to see how damaged he was when he could barely see his own hands. Besides, lights didn't seem to like him anyway, any strong emotion caused them to flicker and fail. Making his way to his computer desk, he sat down and laid the envelope flat out before him. For a long moment he wondered if he should even bother opening it. He knew he had failed, he should just throw it in the trash now, right? Katsuki's laughing, mocking face drifted into his thoughts, and he found himself scowling. His self-loathing suddenly turned to irritation, and then quickly to anger. His scars flared, and as if snapping into action, he reached forward and tore the letter open with a grunt of deep-seated frustration. Out popped an odd silver ashtray-like disc that clattered onto his desktop, and then a second later lit up with activation. I am here as a projection. The sudden bright light and loud shouting almost blinded the boy, and he scrambled backward, nearly falling out of his desk chair. The huge face of All Might grinned down at him from the projection and suddenly pulled back. The scene was a colorful one, all flashing stripes, bright gold and red drapes, framing the huge form of the man who seemed to be dressed in what Izuku first thought was a banana suit, but quickly realized it was his vintage interview suit from countless TV appearances. Almost instantly there was a growling, blood and bone-soaked whisper that scraped through his brain. The fading king. Izuku, however, ignored it, the very shock of seeing his hero pushing all other thoughts aside. You're probably wondering why I am presenting this video. Well, let me announce to you that I, All Might, will be teaching at UA this year as part of the hero course. Izuku winced as just how loud he announced his own name, yet even so he couldn't hide how incredibly giddy it was making him to have All Might talk right to him. He wasn't technically talking to him, of course, but it's still pretty cool. It was also interesting to learn that he would be teaching. How lucky for the students who would get onto the course. Not that he would ever be there to see him person. Now, let me see here. He held up a piece of paper, and Izuku could almost see the cogs in his mind working. You are Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's heart lit up as his hero spoke his name, and even more so when the giant of a man clearly seemed to recognize him. Wait, that rings a bell, didn't I? What? He looked to one side. What do you mean wrap it up? I right, but alright, fine. He sighed loudly. Anyway, congratulations on passing the written exam, good on you. However, in the practical you scored 0 points. Sorry about that. Izuku felt like gravity was gripping him tighter than it ever had done. He could almost feel his body sink down into his chair and begin the process of collapsing onto the floor. His heart tore as he heard the words spoken by his hero. 0 points. There it was, in banana yellow, clear as day. That is, of course, a fail if that's all we were counting on. Gravity stopped working. Izuku shot up in his chair, and his hands gripped his pants tightly. Ha! All Might put his giant fists onto his hips. Bet that woke you up. Now, check out this video. Ta-da! From within his suit he whipped out a remote, and the camera panned to one side, showing a giant TV screen. With a click it came to life, and there she was. The girl with the brown bob hair, the girl he had saved from the zero-pointer, dressed in her school uniform approaching President Mick, unmistakable in his black leather and pointing hair. Hey, Mr. President Mick? Sir? Do you remember a boy? He had curly green hair and, scars, and she made a cross across her face with a finger, causing Izuku to wince and feel suddenly very self-conscious. Well, in the exam, I heard him say he didn't have any points, but he saved me from that big zero-pointer. Izuku felt something inside him. Something he wasn't sure if he'd ever felt before. Something warm and good. Something that made him straighten up just a little more and raise his chin just slightly. Something that sent a tingle of heat along his scars that didn't seem to hurt. Pride. He felt pride. Well, I think he should have some of my points. If he didn't stop to save me he could have. I mean, it's unfair that he should do that and still get nothing, you know? She bowed suddenly to the DJ and, in a shaking voice, loudly asked, "Please, let me give him some of my points, please." Present Mick chuckled and patted the girl on the head. "I'm sorry, female caller, but you can't pass your points to anyone else. Don't worry about that kid though, we saw it all and trust me, he's fine." Izuku's jaw hung open. No one other than his mother had ever been that kind to him. No one had ever stuck their neck out like that, no one had ever shown him such sympathy. He was shaking and tears were forming at his eyes as he watched the camera pan back to refocus on All Might, who had apparently been standing and watching the entire time. "The other teachers told me that it's been a long time since anyone has done that after an entrance exam. It's a sign that you not only used your quirk in sacrifice of yourself, but you spurred another to do something kind in return." All Might turned back to the camera, his ever-present grin no longer humorous and friendly, but something different, something determined and strong and powerful. And believe me, they took notice. You see, it's not simply raw, destructive power that gains you points in the exam. Being a hero isn't all about beating up bad guys, you know. It's about saving lives while risking your own, doing whatever it takes to make sure others are safe. That's why we have, and he paused for dramatic effect, rescue points. He thrust a finger into the air where the camera panned up to reveal a giant scoreboard. Right there in neon green read his name and then villain points, 0, rescue points 60. Tears fell from Izuku's eyes, though this time they were no longer of fear, terror and self-hatred. They were hot and heavy and joyful. His body was almost bursting from the emotions he felt now, like a typhoon inside his heart. Unfamiliar burning pride, alien joy and the brightest, hottest and most pleasantly painful of all, hope. His fingers gripped the desk so tightly they went white, and his scars tingled sharply with the heat of roiling power. But Izuku didn't care. All he could think about was the screen before him and the iron grin of imposing purpose on All Might's face as he reached out towards the camera. "Izuku Midoriya. You passed the exam." Izuku was on his feet, though he couldn't remember when it had happened. The emotion in his chest was almost overwhelming, every color around him seemed sharper, every noise seemed louder, but he didn't care. He didn't care because it didn't matter. All that mattered was this moment, right here, right now. All that mattered was that his dream wasn't dead. "So I welcome you, young Midoriya. From this moment forward, you are officially a student at UA High." His scream was so loud that Inko burst into the room from her pacing outside, expecting the worst, but pausing when she saw her son. In the dim light it was clear, his scars glowing softly with that terrible inner furnace he was cursed with, and yet when he turned to her she felt no horror, despite his clenched fists and bared teeth. Because she had never seen him stand so tall, and on his face was a smile she thought he'd forgotten he had. "I did it, Mom, I got in." Within a second she was embracing him, arms wrapping around his warm body as his arms wrapped around her. "I knew it, I knew it, I knew it." Tears fell from both their eyes as they sobbed from their shared joy. "This is proof. You're destined for great things, Izuku. You bastard." The explosion went off right by Izuku's ear, causing a sharp pain to rip through his head and a ringing sound to knock him dizzy. "How the fuck did you get in? You fucking cheating fuck." It was just the two of them. Called in especially to be thanked by their old homeroom teacher for making the class proud, though he seemed prouder of Katsuki than Izuku. It didn't matter. Izuku had his own pride now. Dusty and rusting, sure, but it was his and no one could take it from him. Not anymore. Though Katsuki was doing a damn good job of trying. "KK Kachan. PP please shut the fuck up." There was a sudden hand on his shirt, throwing him against the old brick wall of the school, and Izuku's senses felt overwhelmed by the smell of burning smoke and nitroglycerin. This was my destiny. My future. And now you're trying to get your stupid shitty hands on it. I was supposed to be the only one to get into UA from this bullshit school. His grip tightened and Izuku almost choked as the air was cut from his throat. "You ruined it for me." For a moment Izuku almost apologized, anything to stop Katsuki from beating him for daring to step forwards out of the misery of his own life. But then the voice of his personalized hell hissed into his mind with the fury of 1,000 swinging swords. "We are shadow and fire. We are not weak. Fight back. Coward, fight back." Heat exploded across Izuku's scars, swift and angry. A week ago he may have cried and panicked and attempted to do all he could to stop the thing from seizing control, resulting no doubt in his scars lighting on fire and bringing him to his knees screaming in pain. But that was a week ago. Things had changed. Kachin. His voice went low as inside he grabbed tight onto the pride he had rediscovered. The pride that he was on his own path, that he could be a hero, he had proven it to himself. He could do it. Suddenly his fingers were curling around Katsuki's wrist. "Gee, get your fucking hand off me." Katsuki's heart skipped a beat. The air was raising around them, his mouth suddenly felt dry, and his fury was marred by something he was unfamiliar with. Something that stabbed hard into his gut and twisted like barbed wire. Izuku looked up and their eyes met. Katsuki could swear that something was wrong with Izuku's gaze, it seemed darker somehow, as if all the light had been snuffed out of him. All except for his striking greener eyes which he swore were glowing with something that made his soul shudder. Izuku's mouth curled from a fearful apprehension to a wolf's growl, and a quick thought shot through Katsuki's confused, spinning mind. Since when did Deku have fangs? I got in on my own merits, no cheating, no scheming. I got in on my own blood and sweat and tears. He shoved Katsuki back suddenly and, to his silent surprise, the taller boy let go, stumbling backward. Izuku's guts were twisting in fear, panic was pulping his heart, and his head was dizzy with the dread that any second Katsuki would swing that terrible right hook at his face. But Izuku could feel the pride of his spirit and the pulsing of vicious, infectious power from the thing. He let it carry him. Izuku whirled on Katsuki, his hand curling into a fist as he stood before him, his hair moving just slightly in the rising heat. "I'm going to UA and nothing you do can stop me. Do the doors really need to be this big?" Izuku asked himself as he stood outside his new classroom. Everything in UA was vast and imposing. At first, he thought it was an accessibility thing, but now he was starting to wonder if it was just for show. Having a few statues of famous heroes around was one thing, but this was getting a little silly. Still, he was here. He was wearing the uniform he had kept pressed and clean for a full 2 weeks before he even set off for UA. His backpack rested on his shoulders, filled with school equipment that he had checked and rechecked 100 times, and his mother had checked at least 1,000. This is a temple to vainglory. The thing hissed from within his brain, its voice 1,000 burning fires, 1,000 drowning screams. We belong in shadow. We belong here. Izuku found himself mumbling, his hands gripping tighter onto his shoulder straps. I earned this. The thing didn't reply, yet somehow, he could almost feel its smirk from within his heart. He really needed to talk to his mother about upping his medication. It was irritating how easy he was becoming with answering it back, and it troubled him that more than once he had been caught into its little game of answering with we and not I. It was also irritating how he was getting used to seeing monsters, no longer just small shadows or scuttling imps but actual people-sized monsters. He had even spotted something flying through the sky the size of a car late one night. His episodes were becoming more oppressive, more sinister. Fear and gut-aching anxiety gripped him every time he spotted something that he knew wasn't real, even if he was sadly getting used to the feeling of horror every time he turned his head to see something with far too many eyes and legs and arms creeping towards him. And yet they would never touch him, never grab him or hurt him. They simply vanished once they got too close, being things invented in his own mind. They weren't actually real. It didn't make it any less terrifying, of course, but it was the one small comfort he could take. Medication would solve it all though. To drown his head in fog until he couldn't focus anymore. He could go back to being a walking zombie, free of terror, but free of pretty much any other emotion too. And yet he knew to be a hero he had to use the thing. Even if he upped the medication, there was a decent chance within a year he'd be back to this point again. Not to mention it would certainly affect his class performance. He sighed, now wasn't the time to think about this. He could push it off until he couldn't push it off any longer, which was clearly a great plan with no downside. Besides, this was his first day in class. This was his golden opportunity to reinvent himself. Not as the ash-brained, creepy and useless Izuku Midoriya of Oradera Middle, but as the friendly and confident and absolutely not creepy Izuku Midoriya of UA High. As his shaky confidence gathered in his chest, he stepped forward and opened the door. And immediately his heart sank into the floor. Get your feet off the desk. The tall teacher-like teenager that Izuku had been so helpfully glared at in the exam stood, arms in an almost perfect 90-degree angle, as he shouted at Katsuki Bakugo. God hates me. That is probably true. Katsuki smirked at the taller boy. Huh. Shut the hell up, Four Eyes. That is incredibly disrespectful. The taller teenager almost reeled in shock. How can you be so rude to your fellow classmates on your first day? Because you're a fucking side character. Katsuki smirked as he folded his other foot over the desk. So get lost. Look, maybe we got off on the wrong foot. The taller teenager put a hand to his chest. My name is Tenyuya Iida and I'm already bored of you. Jesus fucking Christ, I hope the whole fucking class isn't like Amber Red Eyes landed on Izuku and the boy froze in place. Izuku expected the blonde to rise from his seat, march over, and immediately begin pummeling him for the rebellion he had shown him weeks before. But there was nothing. Just a look that caused Izuku's stomach to twist and a snarl as Katsuki turned his head away. Well, that was different. Izuku almost shuffled into the room, deciding to take full advantage of Katsuki's apparent kindness and, "You! Stop!" Tenyu's voice called out to him, and suddenly every eye in the class was on him. Izuku felt a rush of warmth across his scars as he froze utterly in place, his heart hammering in his chest as anxiety kicked him in the lungs. Before he could even reply, the teenager was marching over to him like some kind of uniformed robot. I am Tenyuya Iida from Same Private Academy and the McKinnison takes such pride in his pathetic lineage. It's almost embarrassing. Hi. Izuku's voice squeaked out, desperate to drown out the voice of his curse. I heard. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's a pleasure to meet you. Midoriya. I must apologize. Now that threw Izuku off and for a second he simply stared blankly at his new classmate. You figured out there was something more to the exam. I underestimated you based on your appearance. He looked to one side as if in deep shame. Clearly you are better than me. Yes, we are. No, I'm not. I really had no idea, I just did what it's curly hair. The familiar voice caused him to turn suddenly, and there she was, like an actual beam of sunshine, the girl from the exam. The useless bitch is here too? This is a waste of our time. Izuku almost growled at that. Instead, however, he forced a smile to his face as he announced. Oh. Yeah, it's me. Hi there. A sudden thought hit him. She had been close when he had used the thing, close enough to see him if she had opened her eyes. A horror crept into his heart as he realized that there was a good chance that she knew what the thing looked like. Oh man, you know I never thanked you for saving my butt in the exam, ha. She reached forward suddenly and lightly punched him on the arm. You were amazing though. The creeping horror stopped. Amazing? Amazing? Yeah. Like, bam, she swung her fist down suddenly, and it was all, like, 1 pi inch and everything. I don't know how you did it, but damn it was cool. She laughed suddenly and smiled at Izuku. My name is Uraraka Achako, nice to meet you, again. Izuku, at some point, had gone a bright beat-tread. Never in his life had anyone used the words cool and amazing when referring to him, and, quite honestly, he had no idea how to deal with it. Did people just accept compliments like that? Should he say something back? Was there some social ritual to being called cool? Would he be uncool if he even acknowledged he was called cool? This was somehow just as terrifying as the thought of Uraraka possibly knowing what the thing looked like. Well, I didn't really. Finally, you're all here. The new voice was not one of a student, that was immediately apparent. Izuku looked over Uraraka's shoulder only to see what looked like a giant yellow caterpillar. One with a human face. Fear crept up his spine and he gritted his teeth. Now was not the time to be having an episode. He almost turned away and marched to his seat from sheer desperation when Uraraka turned too, and it hit him like a bucket of ice-cold water to the face. This wasn't an episode, that thing was real. The caterpillar stood up and looked out over the classroom from its position in the doorway. His voice was low, almost droning, yet laced with a subtle authority that demanded attention. It took you all 8 seconds to shut up. This won't do. You kids aren't logical enough. He sighed heavily, and the caterpillar began unzipping itself, revealing its skin to be nothing more than a sleeping bag. Out stepped what Izuku first thought was some kind of hobo, and he wondered if he should call campus security. However, there was something in the way the man held himself, the way his exhausted, bloodshot eyes scanned the classroom that told him he was judging the book by its cover. The son of David? Izuku caught himself before he could react to the comment. What the hell was it talking about now? It didn't matter, half of what it said was just nonsense to upset him anyway. This is the hero course, I expect you all to be better than this. He stepped forwards and again scanned the class with tired eyes, causing, as Izuku noticed, more than a few of his classmates to shrink from his gaze. I am your homeroom teacher, Shota Izawa. A collective gasp rose from the classroom as Izuku stared at the strange man. His gaze grew even wider as the disheveled teacher reached into his sleeping bag and drew out a blue, red and white looking outfit. "These are your gym clothes. Put them on and meet me on field day in 10 minutes. No slacking." But, we're supposed to be attending our opening ceremony." Uraraka's whining voice rang out suddenly, and it was joined by a few murmuring agreements. Shota frowned. "It's a waste of time. All you need to know is that you're on the hero course and that we only expect the best. That's why you're going out into the field. I need to test you all on your physical and quirk-related abilities. Now you have 9 minutes, I suggest you get moving." "Yeah. Did y'all enjoy? I hope so. BTW, remember last week when I talked about removing things to keep within word limits? That whole beginning bit that was covered in a paragraph, Inko complaining about UA, that was an entire scene that was written out in full before I decided to remove it. I really hated doing so because I love it when people write Inko as a woman with strength rather than some bystander. Inko would move mountains for her son. The manga show shows us this in spades, so why do people insist on making her some wilting flower? Still, we're finally in the classes, which means finally I can start really going places with the AU aspect of the fic. Oh yes, from this point forward expect some decent-sized swerves. Hope you all enjoyed reading. Till next time, my dear peeps. P.S. Who can guess what Son of David means? There's an imaginary cookie in it for you if you do. Chapter 6. Obstacle. TTT, time for an update. And it's like 20 minutes late. Sorry about that. Anyway, update TEM. Also, you all made me very proud with your guesses on Son of David. So much so that some of your guesses have made me reconsider parts of the story to better fit the thematic ideas you guys suggested. You're all amazing readers and I'm thankful for all of you. Enjoy a chapter where Izuku screws himself up once again. The entire time he got changed into his gym clothes, Izuku was gripped with the thought of having to use the thing openly in front of other people. Sure, he'd done that in the exam, but that had been an emergency. Now he was simply expected to just use it. Like anyone else. In front of people he'd be spending the next 3 years with. What would they even think of him when it became quickly apparent he had only the barest grasps on the reins of a monster that lived inside his blood? However, once he got onto the field, what he saw swept away the anxiety of using the thing, at least for a few moments. Rope swings over sand pits, walls with footholds, crawling spaces, tires and hanging ladders, leading both up and down huge ramps, each with their own swirling, spinning, chaotic-looking devices, all designed to test a person to their absolute limit. There were 2 rows of these courses, each a perfect mirror of the other. "Welcome to the UA Student Obstacle Course," Aizawa announced in a bored tone. "I'll be sending you out in sets of 2 to complete the course as fast as you can. Now I'm sure you've done something like this before." There were a few murmurs from the class, though Izuku kept his mouth shut. He'd always been left out of these kinds of things and usually by choice. If he had an episode while climbing a rope he could fall and break his neck. Now he supposed he had no choice. However, before I'm sure you were told not to use your quirks to keep it fair. That is illogical. During the test I will be watching to see not just how physically fit you are, but also to see how well you handle your quirks to complete the course. Aizawa continued, bloodshot eyes scanning the class disdainfully. Each of you got onto this course because you passed a written and physical exam. However, such things like speed or destructive power don't matter when looking for raw potential. Izuku felt himself stiffen at the statement as a rod of cold iron ran down his spine. What was his raw potential? Did he even have any? The thing was powerful, he would easily admit that, but the way Aizawa talked indicated he was looking for something more than just power. He was looking for ability, usefulness, practicality and perhaps the drive within each individual student. Izuku had to admit, for as scary as his new homeroom teacher was, it was kind of a smart move to make. You'll race against your opponent as well as for your own personal best. Whoever comes in last overall will, of course, be expelled. If you have no potential, you have no place in my classroom. And that was a horrible move to make. Anxiety flared through him like a suddenly lit match, heat washing over his scars and biting softly across his limbs. Oh god, I'm going to fail. We will succeed. How? We are shadow and fire. We will succeed. Izuku bit his lip though, weirdly enough, he couldn't help but feel a sliver of confidence run through him. Could he win this? The thing was powerful, and he'd been working out all summer long. He was sure physically he was strong enough to at least land an okay time without his quirk usage. But he knew he still had at best 3 shots within him, since simply letting go was absolutely out of the question. All he had to do was try his best and pick his moments carefully. Maybe then he could squeak through with a decent enough time not to get expelled. All right. He mumbled to himself as his eyes scanned the course, examining each part in turn. I can probably get past that point and that point fine, that might be an issue, but I think I can jump. You. The voice of his teacher snapped Izuku out of his thoughts, and he almost literally jumped. Aizawa's eyes narrowed on him, and a scowl appeared, barely hidden by the odd gray scarf he kept around his neck. Stop mumbling. There were a few snickers from the class, and Izuku went bright red. Sorry sir. Aizawa seemed to study him for just a moment more, looking away. Izuku, however, caught something in that gaze that wasn't just a teacher silencing a student. There was almost a hint of judgment to it, as if he was being filed and logged away for future reference. It made Izuku all the more nervous. Now his teacher thought he was weird. First two up, Denki Kaminari and Hantashiro. This went on for some time while students, each called in pairs, were set onto the what almost immediately became obvious was not actually an obstacle course, but some kind of villainous torture machine designed to beat students up in the most humiliating fashion possible. Some students, of course, managed to fly through it. Katsuki being one of them, another boy named Shoto Todoroki being another. Some, however, such as the blonde French boy, who apparently wasn't French at all and was actually called Yuga Aoyama, ended up coming out of it looking like they'd gone a few rounds with all might. Even so, Izuku watched everything with rapt attention, mentally noting down how certain people mastered certain obstacles or even avoided them altogether. The displays of amazing quirk usage made him nervous for his own usage of the thing, but even so, he had begun to narrow down 3 points, which he was sure would be the best moments to use it. One point was a gigantic wall which he would need to possibly jump right over to save the time he needed to not be expelled. The second was an odd part of the range where one had to throw a ball at a target, hitting it to open the next and ending part of the course. The harder one threw, the better score one got. Using the thing there would surely gain him much needed points. The third was a huge, almost vertical ramp which one had to climb up to pass the finish line. Its placement was devious, obviously designed to draw out whatever lasting strength one had left at the end of a punishing set of challenges. Yet, even with a basic plan of action in mind, his stomach still turned to jelly when he heard his name called out. Izuku Midoriya and Ejiro Kirishima. The teenager stepped forwards, practically shaking in his shoes as he approached the suddenly all too imposing obstacle course. If he could pale, he would have done. Instead, heat crept across his scars, and his limbs felt the tug of shadowy power as the thing grinned wolfishly from within his heart. It hungered for this challenge. Izuku did not. Hey man, a voice, friendly and boisterous, came from his left, and Izuku turned his head. Just a few paces from him stood a boy, apparently named Ejiro Kirishima, with the brightest and spikiest red hair Izuku had ever seen. He warmed up slightly as light red eyes matched the sudden grin that flashed across shark-like teeth. Honestly, Izuku had never seen anyone who looked like him before, though the hair rang a bell. Good luck, yeah? I know we could be expelled if we do bad, but still, he held up a fist which suddenly took on a solid, stone-like texture. Let's rock this thing. Izuku suddenly found himself smiling back, though his was made more of out paper than rock. Sure, good luck. Hey. Kirishima's grin grew wider and his eyes lit up. You've got sharp teeth too. Hell yeah. He took a few paces towards Izuku suddenly and held out his fist. Tooth bros? Oh okay, why not? Izuku held out a shaking fist and bumped it lightly against Kirishima's. Tooth bros, awesome. The Redeed grinned, though quickly hopped back into place when Aizawa scolded him for moving from the starting line. Izuku breathed deep. The warmth of infernal fire was licking along his scars, and the hints of terrible power teased the corners of his mind, but he found his focus narrowing on what was just before him. His legs felt like jelly, and his heart was starting to pound, but his head remained clear enough at least to know it was now or never. He had passed the entrance exam, he had started to master his curse, he had proven his own doubts wrong over and over again for the past 11 months. His fingers pressed hard against the rubber flooring of the obstacle course, and sharp teeth gritted in his mouth. We can do this. The thing whispered like cold ice on old gravel, we are shadow and fire. For some reason, in that small moment, Izuku believed it. Their homeroom teacher came to stand at the edge of the course as his gaze moved from one boy to the other, each kneeling down in preparation. With all the passion of a DMV worker, he loudly announced, "All right, get set go." Izuku burst into life. The first ramp was scaled easily, as was the drop immediately afterward, which Izuku turned into a roll. He leapt up, grabbing the swinging rope over the sand pit, and made it across without worry. All the while his heart pounded, his limbs burned with heat, and the wide, wolfish nightmare grin of the thing within him widened. But he was doing it. His entire focus was on the course, rushing and pushing as he could through each second. A swinging padded arm missed him by a hair as he dodged, then jumped, then ducked and rolled and ran as he navigated the course. He was onto the rope cling next, swinging and jumping and grabbing as he did so. He glanced a look left and, to a mix of hot anger and shock, he saw Jiro almost neck and neck. An emotion gripped Izuku suddenly across his chest. An emotion he was utterly unfamiliar with, but one he embraced with white arms. The burning desire to win. Sharp teeth flashed in a demon's grimace as he forced his body to go faster, to work harder. His lungs were starting to burn and his limbs aching with swift and strong usage, but he knew he could do this, he knew he could make it. Then first true obstacle approached. The huge straight wall with only a few minor handholds. He had seen several of his classmates struggle here, though even as he approached the image of Katsuki, simply blasting his way up the wall flashed through his mind. Despite a lifetime of being beaten down, being shoved into the dirt and told he was useless, he suddenly decided something like it was simple, irrefutable fact. I can beat Kachin up this thing. The moment he got to it he stopped and closed his eyes, just as he had practiced before. One deep, shuddering breath as his focus turned from the course to his shaking legs, to the teasing darkness of black power, to the call of the thing within his blood. It responded. He felt it flood through him suddenly, boosted by his pounding heart and acidic lungs, and his burning wish for victory. Izuku forced it into his legs where his scars lit up like hot coals. He could feel it, the muscles and bones shifting and tearing and moving within his skin. The ground burned and blackened under his feet, but he hardly noticed as he gritted his teeth through the knife-like pain of the flesh change. Then he bent his knees, leaning onto toes which seemed too sharp and too long for his own shoes, and jumped. From somewhere he heard gasps, perhaps even a shout, but it was all drowned by the sudden rushing whine through his ears as he shot upwards like a blue and white rocket. He cleared the wall. For a moment his heart leapt within his chest as the absolute joy of actually doing something amazing gripped him. He had jumped the wall. The entire wall. Then suddenly he realized why that was a bad thing. He had jumped the wall. Walls had two sides. The other side to this wall was a direct drop back down. Izuku began falling like a brick tossed from a skyscraper, and he knew he had barely a second to think of a way to not break both his ankles the moment he landed. The wall. Izuku turned, threw out his hand and forced every remaining ember of the thing through his palm. For a microsecond time seemed to slow to a crawl, and he saw it, the black shadow coating his fingers and palm at an impossible speed, his scars lighting up with the infernal blue flame like the window of a furnace, and then, boom. The force of the explosion threw him away from the wall like a bullet from a gun. There was no time to think, no time to prepare as he hit the top of the monkey bars with a painful sounding crack. He bounced along them spinning and hitting them again, and then rolling to a fall from the other end, hitting the padded floor with a painful cry. He gripped his chest tightly in a tender hug as he curled up, the smell of smoke, fire and burning cloth filling his senses. His chest felt numb and the raw, powerful pain of using the thing pounded through every inch of his being, especially his chest and legs. He wanted to cry out in agony, to curl into a ball and sob bitter, stinging tears. We must move. But there was an obstacle course to beat. His teeth ground in his mouth. Get up, Izuku. Get up, get the fuck up, Izuku. On our feet. We must win. Izuku forced his screaming limbs to work. He knew there was only the ball and target test, then the huge ending ramp. His chest was radiating pain, and he guessed he'd fractured, maybe even broke one of his ribs. Still, he could do this, he could use the thing one more time and force his body up the ramp to victory. We are shadow and flame, yeah I know. Though somehow the mantra brought him some measure of confidence. It at least forced his limbs back into motion, and at least they were both on board to finish the course. He began moving again. Somewhere in the distance he could hear someone screaming, but he didn't care. Schizophrenia or cheering classmates, he had no idea, but he couldn't focus on that right now. His body cried out in protest as he hobbled over to the throwing range, picked up the simple ball and looked to the target. Just this last one and he could do it. Just this last obstacle, then the other last obstacle, and he'd win. He couldn't aim straight, his arm was shaking from the pain throbbing from his ribs, and the energy sapped from his body from using the thing was making him feel like lead. He forced his arm back up, all he needed to do was fire it at the target, which was basically a giant mattress with a bullseye on it. Focus, our aim is true. Izuku frowned, held up his arm and breathed. Once again his eyes closed, once again he opened the floodgates and allowed his curse to consume his arm. At the last possible second he moved back and threw the ball, again for another microsecond he felt the thing reshaping his bone, muscle and skin. He felt the claws burst from his fingertips, the burning force of raw power rushing through his arm. Boom. The force of the blast threw him backward, and his body screamed from the pain that tore through every limb. Blue fire and black smoke swarmed him like a hurricane before dissipating just a second later. Izuku coughed the smoke from his burning lungs. He was struggling to get back onto his feet, the world around him was dizzy and sharp and moving and turning. He could see the mattress though. He could see the vast black bruise that his throw and punched into it, and the dancing blue fires that had caught along the net of the throwing range. That had to be enough, right? Surely. He looked up to where a scoreboard blinked out a number. It was a pretty high number, 832. What that meant he wasn't sure, but he knew it was good, certainly within the high ranges of the others who had taken part so far. He grinned a wobbling, weak grin to himself. He didn't know he had it in him. We must move. The thing had a point. Except he was finding it hard to move. He turned, and the world swam in a mixture of flooding colors and sharpened edges before it mushed back together again. He had to keep going, he had to win. He wanted to throw up everything in his stomach, but he had to win. The previously closed area, blocked off by a simple plastic wall, had now opened to reveal the final daunting challenge. A huge warped wall ramp. It was much like the beginning one, except a far sharper curve. And he had to get up it. Briefly he thought about using the thing on his legs once more, but he knew he wouldn't have the control. He would slip and either collapse on the burning scars of his legs, or the thing would simply take control. That wouldn't be good. No, all he had for this last challenge was raw, unadulterated willpower. He could do this, he could do this, he could do this. With an almighty scream of determined rage, Izuku threw himself at the ramp and managed 3 steps before tripping forward and landing flat on his face. Another strangled yelp of pain, but at this point he was being driven on pure adrenaline. The throbbing ache of his body being pushed to the edge was forcing him forward, demanding results. He got up again, the earth still spinning from under him as he backed up, wobbling, then charged, pushing himself forwards before leaping upward and hoping against all hope he would grab the edge of the ramp. Fingers connected, digging into the cold metal of the warped wall's edge. But there was no strength in his arms, and already they burned and screamed and ached from the effort of simply reaching forwards. He would lose. He would lose because he had done too much and demanded too much. For just a fleeting moment, tears welled in his eyes as the thought of another crushing loss entered his heart. We will win. He could feel it. The oil-thick flood of power moving through his body, threatening to down his limbs, his heart, his head in shadow and flame. No. Izuku knew that feeling. He had felt it only rarely, but every time someone had been hurt, someone had suffered because the thing had slipped through his shaking grasp. He had less than a second to do this in, less than a second to think of some way to stop the living nightmare of his blood from consuming his body and wreaking havoc on everything around him. I won't let you hurt anyone. Izuku screamed as he pushed everything of the thing into his arm, holding it down and forcing the venomous power through his fingertips. The ground under him exploded with the force of a bomb, throwing him upwards like a tossed ball. His body screamed with pain, his chest feeling like someone was driving a rusty sword through his lungs, before he fell sharply and landed with an uncomfortable and wince-worthy crunch onto the top of the ramp, which was of course followed by more screaming from the boy. His body was on fire, he was sure of it, and through his swimming skull, he could hear the nightmare voice of the thing howling 1,000 foul curses at him, blaming him for their imminent loss and his lack of strength. Izuku ignored it, he was in too much pain to even hear half of what it was saying. He had used too much, he knew that, he was on the verge of blacking out from complete exhaustion, but he had to win, all that was needed was one last tiny burst of energy, and he could do it. He summoned everything that he had left, everything that he at least dared to gather into his screaming muscles, and in one heroic jolt of movement he threw himself up, smashing the buzzer with his hand, before collapsing back down into a piled heap. Above him, he heard a little jingle and green lights lit up. He'd done it. He'd won. And that's when Izuku finally blacked out. He awoke with a spasm-like jolt a few minutes later, and for a moment his vision was filled purely with a pair of large red eyes gazing down on him. Dude, are you okay? We are foolish. The thing almost immediately scolded him like an angry housewife, causing Izuku to wince and grind his teeth. Though oddly he could hear the exhaustion within its nightmare voice, almost as if it too had been drained by his reckless actions. A Pyrrhic victory is no victory at all. Izuku immediately began to mumble a reply before being suddenly cut off by the excitable redhead. "Oh, good. You're awake." The world was a spinning circus of colors, lights, sounds and sensations that were all melding and fixing back into place. His chest ached so bad he thought he would faint again, and he felt as though each of his limbs had been violently pulled off and stitched back on again. "Give him some air." Another voice joined in suddenly from his side. It was Uraraka. "He doesn't look too good." To be honest, he didn't look that good to start with. Kirishima replied with a shrug. "I'm fine." Izuku mumbled out, though it was mostly lost on the people who seemed to be fussing over him. "Are you alright? You hit those monkey bars pretty hard, and I think I heard something crack when you landed on the top." Uraraka was hovering over him. "And now we have these filthy sinners fussing over us. This is pathetic. We are better than this." "Shut up." Izuku mumbled as he began to pick himself back up. "They're not sinners." "Who's not a sinner?" Uraraka suddenly asked as her wide kind eyes frowned in confusion. Izuku immediately panicked as he realized he'd been talking out loud again. "Wha? Oh. Nothing? Just, mumbling things, probably got a concussion or something, you know." He attempted a very fake laugh, but the moment he did so his chest blossomed with pain, and he winced while instinctively raising a hand up to cradle it. "You are hurt." "I knew it." Uraraka frowned as she stood up and took a step back. Izuku looked around only to realize that Kirishima had dragged him back over to the bleachers, though he had been laid out on the nice warm grass. Oddly enough he could see Katsuki standing on the very far end of the seats, glaring nothing short of pure, concentrated hate at him. Izuku only blinked dumbly at this as he suddenly realized that this was, actually, the first time Katsuki had ever seen him use the thing in any context that wasn't causing himself intense pain. Though technically it still was within that realm since he had beat himself into utter exhaustion and possibly broke a rib. Still, it had been better to knock himself out than let it take his body and slaughter half the class. The thing grinned within his blood. Let him throw his little tantrum. The brat will soon learn what we are truly capable of. Izuku Midoriya. The boy's attention was immediately pulled forward. It was Izawa. At some point he had come to stand in front of the small group surrounding Izuku, his arms folded sternly across his chest. He didn't sound pleased. He didn't look pleased. In fact, pleased was pretty damn far from anything which Izawa represented at that exact moment. Pushing yourself into unconsciousness was not part of the test. "I'm sorry," Izuku mumbled out as his senses continued to fix back into place. I really wanted to win. Hurting yourself isn't conducive to being a hero." Izawa sliced in with ice-cold authority. "Your use of your quirk is unwieldy and uncontrolled. Unless you learn to use it better, you won't make it in this course." Izuku sat in silent despair as the man reached into his pocket and drew out a small slip. "Take this pass and go see the old lady, get fixed up. I'll send word if you've passed or not." "The Hebrew speaks lies," the thing practically spat into his ear. "We are power and blood and fire, we are not unwieldy." The teenager gritted his teeth together as he fought back a sharp, snappy reply. Now he suddenly understood what it meant by son of David. Where the thing had gotten such an idea Izuku didn't know, but it was insulting and rude, and he hated it. He hated the thing for saying it. He hated himself for knowing that it had come from inside him, from the curse in his own blood. He hated the fact that his teacher, on his first day, had already pinned him as the problem kid who had no idea what he was doing. With a shaking hand he reached out and took the note from Izawa, and with the help of Uraraka and Kirishima, he was lifted to his feet. He hadn't asked for their help of course, and had already moved to do it himself, and yet, their arms had scooped up under him and helped him up anyway. What was it with people being nice to him around here? Didn't they see what the thing was like? Didn't they see the horror that he saw? They certainly would think twice about him if they knew the things it said about them. But that was his curse. A normal plain-looking boy was the cover for something made of bile and horror and hate. As he began to leave he turned to see Tenya take his place on the course next to a boy he didn't know, one who had the head of a crow, beak, feathers and all. For a second their eyes met and Izuku almost tripped as the thing suddenly seemed to jump within the walls of his mind. A seventh son. "Oh, will you please, shut the hell up." Izuku openly mumbled to himself as he rubbed his head and made his way towards the main campus building. He had fractured his ribcage, which wasn't as bad as what he had thought, actually. Recovery girl fussed at him for being hurt on his first day, and the forehead smooch of healing, had almost made him to go sleep, but he was otherwise set to go, albeit with a warning to not exert himself too much over the next few days. Just before he left, recovery girl had informed him that Izawa had sent a message along telling him he had passed and that the expulsion threat had been nothing more than a logical ruse. Izuku's relief was almost palpable. He'd done it, he'd made it through his first day in one piece. As Izuku made his way back to class, he looked once more to his scarred hands. A vision flashed before his eyes. The void black ink that consumed his skin like leather, the vicious talon-like claws that had grown from the tips of his fingers. His hands curled into fists and dropped to his sides. His teacher was right. He had almost no real control over the thing, and what little control he had was unwieldy. He blatantly couldn't use his power without exhausting himself, and using it to excess ruined him to uselessness. But how else could he possibly use it? It did what it wished, when it wished, and without gripping onto it tightly with two hands at all times, he would utterly lose control and then. Whumph. I'm so sorry. Izuku immediately stammered as he stumbled back away from whoever it was he had just walked into. He looked up, his eyes wide and his hands up in shock, but the moment he locked eyes he froze. Well. You know, I believe I told you once before to look where you're going. Black, pitiless eyes smiled back at him, the shining dark freezing hot blue flashing with humor. The businessman. It's good to see you pass the exam, son, well done. You know I was rooting for you. He chuckled in a genial manner as he brushed his fog gray suit down. Again, he was dressed immaculately, sharp and cool like a middle-aged CEO. When I had time, of course, most of my day had been taken up with meetings. It's a new school year, after all, lots of things to iron out before the chaos starts. Thank you? Izuku really had no idea what to say to the man and began trying to edge around him. I should really get going though, so what's your name, young man? The man again looked to him, gazing at him through his spectacles. If you're going to keep walking into me, I might as well know your name. For a moment Izuku found himself unable to form words. Why did this man make him feel so nervous? So on edge? And why did he seem so familiar? He knew he'd only ever met him once before, and yet there was just something about him, something right on the tip of his tongue. So you're going to make me go first, huh? A wise move, son, names have power after all. He put a hand up to his heart suddenly and gave a slightly theatrical bow. My name is Hisashi Hikari. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku slipped his own name out before he had even considered it. It was the polite thing to do after all, right? It was so subtle, so fleeting that he almost missed it. A single microcosm of something that passed over Hisashi's face. Izuku was only half sure he saw it, but he was certain it had been there. Pride. Izuku Midoriya. Hisashi nodded to the boy as a sign of respect, the same warm smile still sitting on his lips. A good name. Well then, Izuku, I shall let you get back to class. Which class are you in, by the way? Oh, class 1 of the hero course. The young man replied swiftly, though again he felt as though he should be holding his tongue. Why though? This man was doing nothing wrong, nothing out of the ordinary other than being polite. Perhaps it was simply because he was so unused to people being so nice to him. And yet there was just something off about him. Hiding just under the surface. Like a worm crawling through the center of an apple. Izawa's class. Yes. Hisashi scratched his chin thoughtfully. You better hurry then, he's not the nicest of people at the best of times, though he has a good soul, deep down. Pay attention and do your best and you'll have no problems. Alright, thank you sir. Izuku gave him another quick nod and turned to leave, finding his step was just a little more hurried than before. And yet even as he was leaving he heard the man call out one last time. And remember, Izuku Midoriya, the teenager turned his head just in time to see the man throw him a wink. I'm still rooting for you. Woo. Test episode done with. And I will immediately apologize for those looking for the moment when Izawa used his quirk on Izuku. The original draft indeed included the scene, but it came out in a manner which just screamed save for later. But trust me, it's not so far off, especially since you'll know what the next chapter is. Filler. And then combat lessons. I'm just writing it all up now and trust me, it's gonna be a doozy. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed and till next time. Chapter 7. Observation. So are you all ready for some exciting pulse-pounding filler action? Hex yeah you are. Also, notes at the end concerning future updates for those interested. It was past sundown, past the time when most sane people would have yawned loudly, kicked their chair back and headed home to their families. But this wasn't a place for sane people. This was the teacher's lounge. Toshinori's hands, thin and long and frail, were linked together as he leaned forward, his mouth hidden, but his dark, sunken eyes and bone-sharp cheekbones were cast in the artificial light of his computer screen. Behind him shadowed the figure of a man broken, hanging on only by skin and bone. Limp, dirty blonde hair hung around his face, shoulders rested broad but somehow fragile, as if the weight of the world would crush them any second now. But his eyes? Deep within the eternally dark, sunken pits of his eyes glowed a blue inner fire which no man could match. They were the eyes of a man who had seen the very worst of humanity, the very depths of hell, and had come out still believing in the essential virtue of the soul of mankind. And right at that moment they were focused ahead of him on the video he had played and replayed almost 50 times now. It was grainy footage despite the high-tech quality, mostly because of the constant shaking and shuddering of the camera itself. He could see it clear as day though, the vast green metal of the zero-point robot rolling through the UA urban training ground. His eyes narrowed as something suddenly jumped up, a sharp black blur against the green. His hand moved down to the keyboard where he tapped a key, causing the video to freeze. He then began tapping the key successively, each tap moving the video just a single frame forwards until the black blur formed a shape. It was still blurry of course, still highly pixelated and out of focus, but it was unmistakable. Wings. Black and great coming out of the back of someone. Izuku Midoriya. Except he wasn't sure if that even was Izuku Midoriya because he remembered the boy. The skinny bag of jittering nerves who he'd found that day outside the underpass tunnel. The boy who looked like a stiff breeze would undo him. Who had dismantled a villain before All Might had even got there. He began clicking the video forward again, trying to spot something, anything new, even if it was just a hint of the boy's face or body. He knew of course that there was not, he'd done this several times by now, but each time he just hoped something new would emerge. Click. The boy seemed to hover in the air for just a second. Click. The wings spread out. Click. The camera burst into static like a bomb had gone off beside it. Click. Through the static he could make out fire. Lots of fire. Blue and dark and bright all at once. Click. Smoke and ash and metal. Click. Devastation everywhere, the robot disintegrating. Click. Something dropping out of the sky bleeding smoke and ash. Click. It's the boy, Midoriya, now wingless and visible. And the rest, as they say, was history. With a heavy sigh, Toshinori reached for the mouse and reeled the footage back before clicking on it again, this time turning up the sound from the speakers. The sound of the machine practically smothered all others as the black shape shot up suddenly amidst the sound of grinding metal on stone. Then, for a single split second, Toshinori listened to the sound of the universe screaming in pain before the camera half died and everything became hissing static until the sound of a robot the size of a tower crane dying finally won out. There was no other footage, at least not clear enough or focused on the scene in question. The cameras that had been closer to the robot, including the robot's own internal camera, had been either utterly demolished or had short-circuited the moment that soul-wrenching scream had torn through the air. Another deep sigh as he leaned back into his chair. "What are you doing?" The low, commanding voice of Aizawa shot out from the shadows like a thrown dagger, causing Toshinori to leap up suddenly in his chair and cough out a fistful of blood. "Ah. Aizawa. Don't creep up on me like that." The rail-thin man panted as he wiped the blood from his lips. "You almost gave me a heart attack." The great and powerful All Might killed by being spooked in the dark. Aizawa sardonically sniped as he walked up to the man, a folder of stuffed papers held in one hand. "If only your enemies knew it'd be that easy. If only." Toshinori mumbled back as he shot a glance to the black-clad teacher before looking back to the screen. "I was just going over my notes for tomorrow and I realized something." "What?" "This boy, young Midoriya." Toshinori's fingers linked together again as he slumped back in the chair. "His quirk doesn't have a name." The air went still for a moment before Aizawa put his notes to one side. "Show me the file." Toshinori leaned back over for a moment, hunting through a slightly disorganized mess of papers before pulling out a single sheet. On it was a mugshot picture of a very nervous, somewhat sickly-looking boy, along with a list of information. He held it out to his friend. "See what I mean?" Aizawa took the paper and held it up in the dim light, tired eyes scanning the information quickly. "Name, Izuku Midoriya," he mumbled under his breath. "Age, 15. He went quiet for a second as he finally spotted the information he'd been hunting. Quirk, fire-related. This caused him to pause and his lip curled. Fire-related? That's all they wrote? It's not been updated in some time, but clearly they got it wrong. I mean, Toshinori waved a hand at the screen. We saw what happened in the exam. That, and he pointed at the winged form of the boy, is not fire. Though clearly he has some fire-related abilities. He practically burned half the course down during his tests on today. Aizawa commented dryly. Though he hurt himself while doing so. His quirk seems to demand a lot of him. He frowned slowly and his voice drifted for a moment. And that blue fire. What about it? Toshinori turned slightly in the chair to better see his old friend. For a moment, Aizawa's gaze became shadowed and Toshinori felt the air chill around him. Nothing. It doesn't matter. Something subtle in the teacher's tone told Toshinori to drop it and drop it now. The blonde didn't push it any further and instead turned his eyes back to the pixelated image of the boy in question. Did you see this? Aizawa commented suddenly, holding the paper out so Toshinori could see it and pointing to a small section towards the bottom. Oh, yeah. Toshinori sighed almost sadly. He suffers from schizophrenia, poor kid. He's on medication though, his mother signed all the appropriate forms, and so have his doctors. As long as he keeps it under control I don't see how it'll affect his training. The black-clad teacher remained silent, looking back to the profile again before speaking. He has potential, all might. His use of his quirk is years behind the others, it's like he's starting from scratch, and he's using it recklessly. I suspect this is, at least in some part, due to his mental illness. There was another pause, this one shorter, but he has drive, maybe more drive than anyone else in the entire class. He lightly tossed the form back down onto Toshinori's keyboard. When are you teaching them their first hero basic training lesson? Tomorrow, that's why I was here, Toshinori replied with a concerned tone. But I'm a bit worried about training him if I don't know what his quirk is capable of. We never know, Aizawa replied with a shrug, picked up his own stack of files. That's the point. That's why we're here. Still, that boy will be trouble. Toshinori almost laughed at that. Aizawa never made jokes, though sometimes he could be very sharp in his own way. Why, because of his quirk. Aizawa turned and began vanishing back into the dim gloom of the teacher's lounge. No, because he reminds me of you. Izuku still wasn't used to the idea that he was attending UA. In many ways he felt like an intruder, sneaking in through the back door. The little demon child hanging out with the angels and hoping no one would notice the wonky halo and the taped-on wings. He even had a lingering fear that he'd walk into class one day and be told there was a mistake, that he wasn't supposed to be there, and he'd be sent home in shame. He still couldn't believe that Achako and Tenya had walked with him to the station. They all took separate trains, but even so, he'd never had anyone walk home with him before. Well, it wasn't actually walking home, but it was still a walk. With people. People who he dared, deep inside, to possibly call his new friends. It all seemed wrong somehow. Not bad, but unreal. Like it was all the wind up to some gigantic cosmic joke that he'd be the butt of. As he walked up the steps to his home, he couldn't help but allow a tiny smile to snake its way across his lips. For a first day it had been hectic to say the least, and yet, he'd talked to more people than the last 5 years of his old school life. Maybe, as long as he could keep the thing contained and controlled, maybe he could actually get through UA. Maybe he could even have fun, though such a thing was so wild an idea he barely even considered it a possibility. He unlocked the door and immediately the sound of his mother hit his ears. She was shouting. No. I told you no. Izuku froze. He had never heard that tone come from his mother before. He had heard her angry, sure, annoyed, irritated, pissed off even. This was something else, this was fury. Venom. This was hate. He moved into the home, closing the door as quietly as he could behind him. I don't give a shit. You're not to talk to him. Ever. He moved slowly down the corridor, his footsteps as quiet as he could possibly make them while wishing desperately that the old wooden flooring didn't give him away. I don't care. Leave him the hell alone. There was a sudden clattering followed instantly by loud sobbing. Izuku moved. No longer caring about stealth or secrecy, his entire world was suddenly filled only by the sound of his mother's distress. A sound that no child would ever wish to hear, that no son would ever wish to ignore. He was at his mother's side before she even realized he was there, his arms wrapping around her tightly, his bag forgotten somewhere on the floor, along with Inko's thrown phone. Izuku. Inko briefly tried to fight him off, purely out of shock, but the teenager's arms were too strong, and instead he simply gripped her tighter. She stopped fighting and for a moment she sat, embraced by her son before her arms raised and took him suddenly around the neck. Angry, hurt tears fell onto her son's shoulders as she continued to sob. It was some time before she stopped and sniffled loudly as she sat back. She took a second to reach over to the coffee table, picking up a box of ever-needed tissues and wiping the tears from her eyes. Izuku's eyes were wide, almost teary himself, as he searched his mother's face for any reason why this had even happened. Before he could ask, she began speaking, her voice hoarse. "I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry you had to hear that. What happened?" His hand moved to her shoulder. The thought of his mother so upset, so angry like he had never heard her before was tearing at his heart, and he swore he could even feel the dark power of the thing react in subtle fury at the idea of someone hurting Inko. She went to answer, then paused. Her eyes moved to her hands as she fidgeted with her tissue. "It's nothing, really, you shouldn't." "Mom, come on, I'm really worried about you." Izuku pushed, giving her shoulder a squeeze. "What happened? Can I help you with it? Do you need me to do anything? Was it you, eh? Did I do something wrong?" Inko shook her head suddenly. "It's nothing you did, really, Izuku." She looked to him and flashed him a broken smile. "You're perfect." "No, I'm not." The teenager's reply was practically instant. "I'm the literal worst and no, you're perfect." His mother's hands were suddenly on his face, holding him lightly and looking deep into his eyes. "No matter what, you're my amazing, wonderful, perfect superhero son, okay? You're an angel." Izuku had to admit he felt a little weirded out by his mother's sudden determination in this matter. Did she really have to insist all of that, even when she knew how utterly broken he was? It was hard to believe, as such things always were when coming from the mouths of parents. Who was on the phone? Mom. Izuku decided to switch gears back to what was important. His mother wasn't getting out of this so easily. Her hands dropped from his face and her eyes trailed away. For a few moments she seemed to be weighing her heavy answer before she finally shook her head. "No. No, I can't. It's all right, Izuku, I'll sort it out." "But Mom, Izuku." She snapped at the boy suddenly, her eyes turning to him. For a moment her gaze was ice, but it melted at the look of shock on her son's face. "Just trust me, please. You'd be better off not knowing. It's for your own good. So was the medicine we took to blind ourselves." The thing hissed snake-like through his mind. "And now we play catch-up to those who should be beneath us." He smiled and nodded to her. "All right, Mom. I trust you." He got up, allowing himself to move from her as he turned to walk into the kitchen. "I'll make you some tea, okay?" Inko nodded, though he didn't see it. The moment he was out of her sight, the smile dropped away and his hands shook. He gripped the kitchen countertop hard, and he struggled to stop a harsh breath from exiting his lungs. He had never lied to his mother before. He had never faked a smile in her presence. He had never questioned her word. But he had also never felt as though she was hiding something from him. Something big and important. Something about why he was himself. The thing moved across his scars, though not harshly. It was almost as though it was settling through him, keeping him on his feet, giving him the small support he needed to simply not burst into tears. Damn it, it was almost being helpful. The kettle boiled as Izuku pushed his anxiety down, smothering it under everything else he kept bottled up inside him. He'd deal with it later. As always. Basic hero training. It was the cornerstone of UA's entire hero course, once called the most sought-after class in heroic education by SHIELD magazine, to which Izuku had a subscription, of course. And he was here. Finally. He'd survived the physical tests and sat through the surprisingly normal and almost tedious basic education classes taught by heroes he greatly admired to finally step foot into the class that would make him the hero he knew he could be deep inside. Once more, he knew he wasn't the only one who shared that energy. The entire class seemed to buzz with the knowledge that any moment now they were about to take their first true step on their journey to becoming licensed heroes. Even the thing seemed tense about the lesson they were about to take. "We are ready for this. No fear, no hesitation." Izuku laid his head onto one hand, trying to ignore the venomous snake hiss as best he could. "We are power. We are unstoppable. You sound nervous." Izuku whispered under his breath, one hand toying with a pencil. "We are not nervous. We are shadow and fire. Fire does not get nervous." Izuku's foot tapped impatiently on the floor as he saw the clock tick-tocking ever closer to the time class officially started. The entire room seemed to grow silent as the clock moved closer, ever closer until the final second ticked into place. "I am," the mighty cry of the hero's voice exploded out through the entire classroom like a spark finally put to match, coming through the door like a normal person. There he was, justice manifest. The mountain of a man who had saved 100 people in a day, who had redefined society itself. The greatest living force for good the world had ever seen. The symbol of peace. The number one hero. All Might. The fading king. Izuku didn't even frown at the odd name, he was too busy being utterly overwhelmed by how amazing the man was in person. He had met him before and yet even now his overall presence seemed to still wash all worries, all anxieties away. There could be no fear while he was there, because to look at him was to know that strength, nobility and pure good existed in the world. That was what it was like to be in the same room as All Might. Odd murmuring instantly sprang up from around Izuku as the man marched up to his teacher's desk, his cape flowing behind him. Even Katsuki seemed to momentarily forget he was supposed to be the grumpiest asshole in the room and grinned excitedly at the man. As he came to stand at the teacher's desk, he put his massive fists onto his hips and grinned at the class, his blue eyes flashing with approval at the sea of fresh faces before him. I teach hero basic training. In this class you will be trained and taught all the basics of becoming a hero. The thing snorted. That was a little redundant. Izuku hissed back through clenched teeth. Shut up. Under my watchful gaze, you will all learn what it means to be a hero. It will not be easy, it will not be pleasant, you will be pushed to your absolute limits and beyond, but when you finish this chapter of your lives you will emerge not as students, but as heroes. He held up an encouraging fist, and his grin grew wider. I expect each and every one of you to give more than 110%. I want you all to go beyond, plus ultra. The class erupted into cheers and even Izuku joined in, clapping and grinning like a happy child. Now, let's get right to it. Today we will cover, and he posed suddenly with one finger in the air, combat training. Instantly more murmuring erupted throughout the classroom, some excited, others concerned. Though none felt the sudden pit of absolute dread that bloomed within Izuku's stomach. See combat training? His scars suddenly flared as the thing practically danced within his blood. Combat training. He barely had time to think, however, before All Might continued on. And to go with that are these. Ha. He pointed his huge finger over to the wall which suddenly opened up to reveal numbered lockers. Hero costumes. Get suited and booted, ladies and gentlemen, then meet me out by Urban Ground Beta. Despite his aching fear at the thought of having to go through combat training, even though he had known all week that this was what the hero course truly was, he couldn't help but feel excited. Maybe it was because the thing seemed so eager, almost borderline cooperative on the matter. Or maybe it was because he felt as though this was going to be another big step on his path to realizing his dream. Combat training. As long as the thing behaved he was sure he could learn to master it, use it, make something good out of it. Besides, he at least got to wear his cool costume for the first time in public. That was always a plus. And surely on their first day of hero basic training, nothing too bad could happen. No doubt All Might was just going to run them through what they would be studying over the coming weeks and maybe even show them some beginner basic moves to work on. It'd be nothing serious. A gentle warm-up at best. All Might was nervous. He was no stranger to the feeling, of course, he was still human under all the power and might of his muscles, but this was a different kind of nervous. Within his collective hands were the futures of 20 young men and women, barely out of their childhood years. Saving a life from a burning building was one thing, saving a future was an entirely different task altogether. How the hell did the other teachers not worry themselves into early graves? What if he slipped up? What if they weren't ready for this? What if, no? His grin tightened. He was All Might, damn it, he could do this. Besides, with the way things were going he had little other choice. He was down to 5 hours a day now. 5 hours to save as many lives as he could while also teaching a new generation of hopefuls to grasp the brass rings he'd set so high above them. In an odd way he almost felt guilty. He had raised the bar almost so impossibly high that they would have to work incredibly hard to even begin approaching his legend. But they could do it. He knew they could. The looks in their eyes as he had addressed them told him so. He wasn't looking at a class with one potential successor, he was looking at a sea of potential successors. Which of course, posed all new problems. His thoughts were pushed aside as he saw the first of his class emerging from the gloom of the entrance tunnel, and his grin widened as pride swelled in his chest. He had known these kids for all of 10 collective minutes, and yet he'd gladly throw himself in front of a truck for any of them. One by one they emerged, Tenyu Ida in his knightly armor, Katsuki Bakugo looking like a living explosion, Masahiro Ajiro dressed curiously only in a martial arts guy and so on. Each student standing out and apart and looking for all the world like young heroes about to step onto the stage of history. Looking sharp, ladies and gentlemen. They say the costume makes the hero, and you're all looking great. He looked across the class of nervous young students before he frowned. "We're missing one, aren't we? Where's young me? I'm here. Sorry." There was a tapping of boots on ground as from the gloom a final figure emerged. As Izuku ran into the light, All Might took a moment to note the boy's choice of costume. He had a deep green top, lined with black geometrical square patterned sides, and with arms that reached to his elbows, which were covered in thick black elbow pads. He wore no hood though. Across his mouth he wore a black fabric mouth cover which hid the lower half of his face. His pants came down to his knees, which were covered in similar thick black knee pads. On his feet he wore a pair of boots made from a material that All Might didn't quite recognize but looked oddly flexible. Around his middle was a belt, holding a few pouches for whatever the young hero may need. He panted as he came to a stop, black padded, fingerless gloved hands resting on his knees. I'm sorry, please." "No apologies needed, young Midoriya," and All Might waved a mighty hand in dismissal. "As I'm sure some of you are now aware, getting on the costume can take slightly longer than you may have thought. Don't worry though, eventually as time goes on and you make adjustments it'll become second nature to you all." The boy seemed to have a look flash through his eyes that spoke of another reason, but he didn't object, and All Might pushed on. Now, he turned to the rest of the class and began walking slowly in front of them, like some kind of colorful drill sergeant. Usually you would run through some basic maneuvers and start off slow, fighting robots in an open setting and so on. But I believe that experience in the field against living opponents is the fastest way to learn. He held up a finger as he quietly enjoyed the look of shocked faces on his pupils. While most fights you see in the news happen outdoors, statistically speaking most real fights happen indoors, usually home invasions or rarer, secret villain hideouts. Small-time crooks and petty criminals will rob purses out in the open, but their bosses often stay hidden in the shadows. As he talked his finger began curling around and forming a quick energetic fist. "Therefore, I'll be splitting you into teams of 2, bad guys versus good guys, while you fight 2-on-2 indoor battles." Hands instantly shot up as murmurs erupted amongst the students, and before he could even begin to answer they quickly began calling out, "Sir, will you be judging our performance? How much can we hurt our opponents? Do we need to worry about the losers being expelled? Will we be placed in teams by chance or by skill? Isn't my cloak just so très chic?" And no. The last one caught All Might off guard and for a moment his brow furrowed in confusion. He turned his shining eyes across the class only to spot Midoriya, his own eyes almost impossibly wide. For a moment he thought the boy was simply nervous, and already All Might was preparing a grin and a thumbs up of encouragement. But then he caught his stare. The boy wasn't nervous, he was terrified. Tears were already filling his eyes, threatening to leak down his pale, scarred cheeks as he continued to stammer out loud to himself, "And no, I can't, I." All Might had seen that look of terror before, that drowning expression as fear took the young man. He'd seen it just over a year ago as he had cowered at the face of that now distant underpass. It took less than a heartbeat for All Might to be there, appearing behind Izuku like a guardian angel. "Young Midoriya, are you alright?" The boy almost staggered forward, his wide tearful eyes turning to look up at him like a deer in headlights before they glanced around. All Might followed his gaze for just a moment, noting how several of the class were now looking at them. Young Bakugo especially seemed to be grinning wickedly at Izuku. His brow furrowed for just a second as he took a careful mental note. All Might reached out and placed a solid, powerful hand on Izuku's shoulder. Odd how the boy felt warm. No, not just warm but almost hot. Like he had been standing right beside a radiator. He had felt something similar last time they had met, though he had simply put it down to the effort of using his quirk. He spoke in a low, calm tone to the boy as he asked, "Come with me for a moment," then he looked back to the rest of the class. "I'm sure you all know how to warm up, so get to it. We'll start in 5 minutes." There was an excitable chatter from the young teenagers as he began guiding the shaking boy away from his classmates. With careful, determined steps took Izuku around the corner of the entrance tunnel they had arrived through. It would provide adequate cover for a private conversation, at least for now. The boy came to halt under the shadow of the wall beside him, while All Might remained in the sunlight. Izuku continued to shake, even as All Might moved around him and crouched down, looking as best he could into the faded expression in the boy's eyes. It was almost as if he was only half there. He remembered the boy's profile, and the word schizophrenia filtered into his thoughts. He almost frowned at himself. He was determined not to judge the young man on such context. "Izuku, my boy, are you okay?" Izuku's head snapped up, focus flooding back into his eyes like a puzzle piece sliding into place. He seemed to blink at All Might for a moment before a nervous tongue snaked across dry lips. "Hey All Might, I can't do this, I can't hurt anyone." His hands moved up through his wild hair for just a moment as he squeezed his eyes shut, tears still quietly dripping down freckled, scarred cheeks. "I don't want to hurt anyone, Pete, please don't make me." All Might frowned, though not in irritation. His heart went out to the Spore Boy whom he knew already thought of his own quirk as something evil and wrong. No one with an ability like his, with a heart like one he had clearly shown, should be thinking like that. "Young Midoriya, calm yourself." His hand reached out one more and took him by the shoulder, giving him a firm squeeze. "You're going to be fine." He paused for a moment before leaning forward just a little. "Do you remember what I told you all that time ago?" The boy's head came up once more, his eyes wide and glassy, though the tears no longer flowed. "I told you that there are no good or evil quirks, only good or evil hearts. You've proven to me twice now that you have a good heart, once when you helped stop that villain in the underpass, and again when you saved young Uraraka from that robot in the exam. You won't bring any serious harm to anyone." He squeezed again. "And if I think you are going to, I'll stop you. I'll be watching you the entire time after all." He chuckled and raised an eyebrow at the boy. "Or do you doubt my ability to save lives now that I'm your teacher?" "No." Izuku's hands were up in a second as he attempted to defend himself from the accusation. "Not at all." And yet there was still a pause. But his hands curled into shaking fists. "I can't use it properly yet. If I lose C control, someone could get really hurt. Then learn how to use it, young Midoriya, learn how to control it." All Might stood up, towering over the pallid teenager. "Is that not why you're here? Trust me to guide you, and I'll trust you to learn, alright?" Izuku seemed to look upon All Might once more like he was some kind of savior, sent from above to deliver him from whatever torment existed within his young mind. He nodded slowly and swallowed. "Hey, alright. I'll do my best." All Might's grin grew wide, and a note of pride swelled in his massive chest. Seeing the light within the boy shine through his still anxious, but now steady and determined eyes, made him feel, well, like an actual teacher, and not just a broken man playing at teacher. As Izuku gingerly returned to the class, All Might took a moment to watch him walk, now with at least a measure of confidence to his step, though still not at the level that All Might would prefer. But at least now he wasn't about to go into a full-blown panic attack. Still, his gaze narrowed just a little as he saw Achako begin to fuss over him. He would have to keep an eye on that one, at least for now. All Might should really listen to his students more. "Anyways, I said I would mention something about future updates, and this is it. When I first started this fic, the every 2 weeks update schedule was completely possible. I was chapters ahead and work-life whatever balanced out to make sure I could keep on top of things nicely. However, the last few weeks have proven that I cannot keep up with the schedule like I wished because life, work, etc. changed up. I'm going to try and aim to complete the USJ arc, but soonish I'm going to be taking a month off to basically chill my boots, catch up on my chapter catalog, and make sure my overall writing quality remains at my own standards. The last thing I want to do is let everyone down by producing crappy chapters, so don't worry, the next chapter and the one after it are basically already in the bag, and I'll make sure to announce when I'm taking my break via a chapter update. As for the next chapter, to make up for this bad news, it's gonna be a double-size super special chapter. It's currently clocking in at 8,600 words. Wow. Till next time, my peeps. Chapter 8. Hate. What up, it's your dude, Sideos, coming in hot with a new chapter update. I won't pander too much, but keep reading after the chapter is done for updates on my month-long break. Now without further ado, let's all enjoy a little bit of hate, shall we? Izuku's stomach was trying to murder him. His heart was trying to escape from his chest, and his legs were secretly plotting to run from under him the moment the exercise started. The thing, of course, was practically overjoyed and was possibly the only reason Izuku was still on his feet. It wanted this, it begged for the incoming violence it knew was at hand. Izuku could almost feel the curling licks of flame dance across his fingers and up along his scars. It wasn't just a thought of combat, however, it was who he'd be fighting. His eyes looked up as he walked, trailing a little behind the others. Their group of 5 led by the walking avatar of virtue that was All Might. In front of him he could see the angry strides of Katsuki, his vision fixed ahead of him while he ignored Uraraka, who was trying to get her partner to pay some attention to her and at least give her a proper introduction. The moment the names had been read out, Izuku had almost had a full-blown panic attack, while the thing had sung praises to fate itself that finally, they would be fighting their hated enemy one-on-one. Its bloody, violent curses to Katsuki had shaken him and reminded him harshly that there could be no room for error. He could not, under any circumstance, let the thing take over. But that all depended, really, on his partner, his fellow hero in the exercise. His eyes drifted to the tall, purple-haired boy in front of him. Hitachi Shinsu. Izuku knew nothing about him other than his name, which they had exchanged the moment they'd properly met after being paired up, and the fact he looked utterly exhausted all the time. At least they had that in common. Hitachi had a mess of wild purple hair that rose from a thin yet square-jawed face. His frame was a thin runner's form, unlike the short but slightly stocky Izuku. His outfit consisted of mostly black, though he had deep purple gloves that went up to his elbows and purple leg wraps that went down from his knees to his trainers. He wore a belt, kitted with a few pouches, and an odd purple guard around his neck that would have clearly gone over and hit his mouth. He remembered him briefly from the obstacle course exercise, though at no point had he ever used his quirk. It was odd, now that he thought of it, and for a moment he wondered just what the teenager had hidden up his sleeve. Alright, All Might stopped outside a rather generic-looking 5-story building. He turned to look at the students, hands planed on hips. Now I want you all to do your best but play fair. You're all still learning the limits of your quirks, and as it's your first time using them in combat, let's not go overboard. His sharp blue eyes glanced across all of them, and Izuku in particular felt them land on himself. Team D, head on inside. Team E, wait here and prepare yourselves. Hitachi moved aside without even looking at him, and Izuku felt his heart sink just a little. He supposed he'd seen him practically have a full-blown meltdown before, and no doubt had already written him off. Great, another person who thought he was a cowardly freak pretending at being a hero. He went to follow him, but he was stopped suddenly by a heavy hand on his shoulder, and he looked up to see All Might's burning blue gaze. Remember, young Midoriya, I'll be watching you the whole time. Izuku couldn't help it. Like a lance through the shield wall of darkness in his heart, All Might's words speared into him and he felt it. Bravery, the warmth of confidence and, perhaps most importantly, a sliver of hope. He nodded at the enormous hero, and All Might gave him one last nod in return before leaving them alone. Izuku looked once more to his randomly chosen partner before edging over to him. Hey. Hey, Hitachi turned to him, his face a fixed scowl of boredom. His eyes were a royal purple and quite striking. His skin was the color of old Arabic sand. The thing had already nicknamed him Child of Pharaohs and the Slave Maker. More names which made Izuku internally hate himself. There was an awkward silence. So? You're like a coward or something, right? Izuku felt his scars strike hot. Wano. No, I'm not a coward. The words came out sharper than he thought, and he immediately looked away, his voice softening. I can't use the thing I do very well, that's all. The thing you do? Hitachi's sharp voice again seemed to blindside Izuku. You mean your quirk? Yeah, that? Izuku looked back to him again. Last time I used it on someone else they got hurt. Badly. They were almost torn apart, tortured and burned into individual pieces. Oh, and there was the time when he was 4 when he blatantly murdered a man by turning him into a fine red paste. But he'd not bring that up, it'd probably just make things awkward. His voice dropped again. In fact, every time I use my quirk, someone seems to get hurt. Hitachi seemed to focus intently on Izuku for a moment with a gaze that reminded Izuku horribly of Izawa's stone-cold stare. For a second, he wondered if they were related somehow. What do you do? I saw you in the physical, you throw out blue flames and jump high, right? We are more than that. We are shadow and fire. We are power. Izuku bit his lip for a second, pushing down the thing for a moment. That's kind of it. I guess. It's more complex than that, but right now that's about all I can do. And even then I can't do it more than 3 times, after that I'll pass out or we come forth. The thing whispered snake-like along his skull, and we become who we are meant to be. Free and open and fearless. Again, anxiety played with his heart, and goosebumps crawled along his arms and neck. Desperately he tried to change the topic. What's your quirk? Hitachi seemed surprised at the question, then his eyes turned away from Izuku. An expression overtook him which Izuku quickly recognized, he'd seen it in the mirror 1,000 times. It was sorrow, it was helpless regret, it was self-hate. I ask someone a question, then they reply, and then I brainwash them. His answer was so blunt that Izuku wondered for a moment if it was true, but the heavy weight of his voice told of its honesty. I make people my slaves. He shrugged and looked away, his voice was suddenly empty and stone-like. They do whatever I tell them to as long as they don't get knocked out of it. Hitachi, that's he trailed off, his eyes wide as he looked down. That's perfect. Izuku practically jumped up and turned on his partner, who gave him a look like he just put a pair of underpants on his head, stuck 2 pencils up his nose, and shouted "Wibble" at the top of his lungs. You're amazing. You're better than amazing, you're perfect. He grabbed the teenager by either arm and began lightly shaking him, his grin so wide it threatened to tear right off his face. Don't you get it? We're going to cakewalk this thing. Hitachi didn't seem to know what to do, he simply stood there, mouth gaping as he looked at the smaller boy. Finally, however, his eyes squinted. What are you talking about? Think about it, Hitachi. Izuku let him go and began pacing back and forth. If we think of this like a real operation, we're 2 heroes, right? Well, think of Kachinair Katsuki Bakugo as my personal arch-nemesis, like, seriously. He paused and looked to the purple-headed boy for a moment. He really hates me. So he's going to be gunning for you, so what? Hitachi shrugged, though it was obvious he still had no idea what had happened to this formerly terrified young man. Suo, there's a damn good chance he's going to abandon Uraraka to look after the bomb. The moment this thing starts, he'll be coming to find me to kick my ass, except this time, he grinned almost wickedly, I'll have you with me. Hitachi clearly wasn't following him, or maybe he was just too shocked at this sudden mood change to do so. Izuku rolled his eyes and walked back up to him again, still grinning. Think about it. Your quirk is practically custom-made for this. The rival comes after me, we draw him away, then confront him together, and you can just stop him in his tracks. We can tie him up and leave him because he'll stupidly be on his own while Uraraka guards the bomb. Then we can just take her out together and we'll win. The purple-headed teen frowned at Izuku for a moment. That's great and all, but there's one big flaw in this flawless plan of yours. His eyes moved over to the building. Katsuki was in my entrance exam. The wind was momentarily taken out of Izuku's sails, and he hesitated, however, his sudden determination was too strong, and he quickly pressed forward once more. Did he see you at any point? I don't know. Hitachi shrugged. I kept a low profile and just about scraped through. Thank God for rescue points, right? Izuku almost chuckled at that. Right, He put a hand up to his chin for a moment. Knowing Kachin, he probably spent the whole time thinking about himself. There's a decent chance he doesn't even remember who you are. Still, either way it's a risk we'll have to take. He looked back up to Hitachi and again gave him a shaking, propped-up smile. Hitachi, seriously, your quirk is amazing. I mean, you could talk suicidal people down from buildings or instantly defuse hostage situations or get people out of disasters without any panic. Not to mention, think of how many villains you could clean up by just talking to them. Hitachi had a look on his face that told Izuku everything in a moment's notice. He wasn't used to this. He wasn't used to being told his quirk was helpful or astonishing or maybe even good. You really think that, don't you? Hitachi finally replied, his eyes focused on the boy before him, both disbelieving and yet alight with hope. You think my quirk is good or something? You don't think it's cruel or evil? The word hit home harder than Izuku thought it would. And yet, to see him here, to know he had a fellow sufferer, if that was truly the right term, right here at UA with him. For a moment Izuku stepped away, his smile fading just for a moment as he gathered his thoughts once more. All Might told me there are no good or evil quirks, just good or evil hearts. He held out a hand slowly. I spent most of my life thinking what I could do was evil too, but lately I've been trying to change that. I'm going to make it something good. I'm going to prove to everyone I can be a hero, even if the thing inside me is a curse. Hitachi's eyes widened at this, then slowly a smile grew across his face. He stood taller and suddenly grasped Izuku by the hand, just as Izuku grasped his. All right, let's do it. Let's win this thing. His chin lowered just a little as he growled out. Let's prove to them we're not evil. Izuku felt his heart soar, and yet he had to hold on to his smile as the thing hissed serpent-like into his ear. He does not know what true evil is. We do. A minute later, after they had quickly ironed out some more details of their plan, going over the small map that All Might had given them and Izuku filling Hitachi in on what he knew of Katsuki and Uraraka's quirks. Soon enough All Might's tone rang out over the building through loudspeakers. All right, let's get this show on the road. Team E, Team D, your time starts now. And just like that, they were off. The front door was unlocked and the pair moved swiftly. The interior was a mix of tight corridors mapped on a square patterned grid, though the area holding the device would be open and dotted only with support columns. Izuku could feel his stomach twisting in knots as he moved quietly through the corridors, setting his back to walls and peeking around corners with the cautious nature of a thief in the dark. He was nervous, he was excited, he confident and afraid and anxious and driven. He was all these things, melded and mixed together in the crashing ocean of his heart. And of course, as always, through the dark waters swam the thing, moving shark-like along his scars drawn by the promise of blood in the water and tempting him with the lure of dark power. He had caged his nerves and fortified his mind. The thing would not control him, not anymore, not ever again. Whatever Katsuki threw at him he would be prepared, he had Hitachi with him. As long as he could rely on his new ally he could get through this without incident. No one would have to know how close Uraraka and Katsuki came to facing down a living nightmare. They had made it to the second floor and were moving quickly towards their object when Izuku raised a hand, stopping the two of them suddenly. "Wait," he hissed to Hitachi, "do you hear something?" He never got the answer to that question. Deku. The battle roar of Katsuki came like the swing of a mighty sword, and a second later the air burst with the sound of an explosive fire that split concrete and filled their senses with choking black smoke. Hitachi had saved Izuku. At the last second the young man had grabbed him and thrown him back, tossing Izuku down onto the floor as their opponent had cast the opening blow of their battle. Izuku scrambled to his feet, his ally rising with him as the smoke-filled corridor slowly parted to reveal the form of Katsuki, who stood like he owned the world, his gaze venom and fury, and focused entirely on Izuku. "You bastard." His voice was gravel crushed under boot. "You absolute fucking bastard, Deku. I knew you'd do this." Izuku gripped his shaking, jittery confidence with two hands as he got to his feet, Hitachi climbing up beside him. "I knew you'd abandon the objective to face me. How long?" Katsuki raised a hand slowly as sparks flew from it. "How long could you use your quirk like that? Wouldn't you like to know?" Izuku spat back. Yes, spat back. His fists clenched tightly as the fire of his blasphemous power moved through him, the thing growling through the flesh of his brain. Beside him Hitachi noticed, for the first time, the heat that seemed to radiate from the young man and move just slightly from him. "So you're Katsuki Bakugo, right?" The purple-haired teen mused through his mouthguard. He made an obvious, though not too obvious, show of eyeing the young man up before shrugging. "Hey, I've seen better." Izuku had told him to taunt Katsuki, to play on his pride. He hadn't quite expected that, however. The look Katsuki gave the man was nothing short of murderous. If looks could kill, Hitachi wouldn't just be dead, he'd be hung, drawn and quartered to a degree that even the thing might find a little excessive. And yet Hitachi didn't even flinch. "So, did you buy that outfit from a thrift store, or did you just put on whatever trash you found walking to school today?" The air was so thick with tension that it was an almost physical presence, its hands wrapping tight around Izuku's throat and forcing him to breathe only shards of air. The world ground to a halt as the very weight of the moment brought it to its knees. And then, like a rubber band pulled too tight, it snapped. Katsuki's hand moved like a spear, straight and fast and sharp, with his fingertips burning from the explosive power he wielded. The air lit up and for a split second everything was fire and light and burning heat. Izuku was thrown backward, barely shielding his own face in time as fire raked across his arms. But Katsuki's weapon was not just force and fire, it was noise. The very sound of the explosion was akin to standing next to a stage speaker turned up to max, and it knocked every sense in Izuku's head sideways, causing the world to spin and shudder around him. He hit the ground hard and rolled, but his pitiful training helped, and he was quickly back up onto his feet, his forearm burning from the fire heat of Katsuki's attack. He barely moved in time. Another ball of roaring dragon hot flame tore past him as he dived behind a corner to save his own skin. He could smell burning, stinking fabric and singed hair, and the sickly sweet stench of nitroglycerin. For a second, through the fire and smoke, he saw Hitachi. He had dived to the other side and part of his forearm was bleeding, and across his face was written a warrior's grimace. He knew. Their plan had failed. Their eyes met, but rather than the shock of failure and shame, he saw something else in Hitachi's eyes. Determination. There was no backing down, no retreat. Izuku's scars flared into life as he was sharply reminded he wasn't alone in this fight. Hitachi was with him, and together they could still win. Katsuki was there suddenly, standing between them as his arms stretched out to either side of him, a look of pure animalistic rage written across gritted teeth and blazing eyes. But Izuku saw his chance. The boy moved like water to Katsuki's fire. Sliding to him in one swift motion, helped by the sudden strength delivered to his limbs by his blood-borne curse. He grabbed Katsuki's arm and hooked his body under him, then with a mighty scream, he hurled the blonde over his shoulder and threw him with a burst of pickling scar heat to the floor. He landed with a mighty crack as flesh hit concrete and, perhaps for the first time since Izuku had ever known him, Katsuki cried out in pain. For a second Izuku reveled in the sound. Something about it gave him a rush of something dark and wicked and awful, but something that made him feel powerful. He was given no time to gloat, however, as a hand grabbed his collar and tore him away from his opponent. He was running, his feet pounding as he raced alongside Hitachi, as fast as his aching lungs would allow. They turned a corner, then another before finally coming to a stop, both the boys panting heavily and Izuku desperately trying to control the rush of energy and fire that pumped madly across his limbs. God damn it. Hitachi panted out as he finally stood straight once more, leaning against the cold concrete behind him. He fucking knew. God damn it. It was always a possibility, Izuku breathed out beside him, and now we know. I mean, no battle plan survives contact with the enemy, right? Helmuth von Moltke. What? Never mind. Hitachi eyed him. So what's the new plan, genius? Izuku was quiet for a moment before looking back to Hitachi. You go on ahead, find the bomb, I'll draw Kachin off. The taller boy's eyes widened. Are you sure? I mean, he looks like he's gonna fucking kill you. He won't. I'll use my quirk to avoid him. Besides. He raised a finger to point at Hitachi. You can still brainwash Uraraka and end this quickly. By the time he catches up, we'll have won by default. Hitachi seemed to pause to consider his words, but a nearby explosion drew his attention, as it did Izuku's. Katsuki was getting closer and was obviously destroying things just to find them. God damn it, fine. He hissed through clenched teeth, though he hesitated a moment before suddenly reaching out and slapping a hand on Izuku's shoulder, a move which surprised the smaller boy. Good luck. Thanks. Izuku blinked back before putting a hand onto Hitachi's outstretched forearm and giving him a nod. You too. Hitachi returned the nod, gave one last glance up the corridor, then sprinted off, away from the encroaching explosions. Izuku had so far managed to stave off his fear because Hitachi had been there, looking at him, relying on him to keep it together. Now, however, it hit him like a 2x4 to the back of his skull. He had to face Katsuki. He had to fight back against a boy who had made each day of his life a living torment since he was 4. So, it comes to this. The thing whispered like a demonic temptress through his mind. We faced the brat in single combat. How long have we begged for this day? Shut up. Izuku spoke out loud, no longer concerned with who heard him. He moved noisily, making sure to try and draw Katsuki's attention towards him. I'm not facing him. We can beat him. You know we can. It continued, unheeded by his protests. Let us fight. Let us taste his blood on our claws. No. Izuku gritted his teeth so much he could hear the enamel grinding within his own mouth. He approached a corner, peeked around it and then moved swiftly across the corridor. I'm not hurting anyone. So just stop, alright? If we will not fight, we will make a rather pathetic hero. The strange answer caused Izuku to pause, throwing his back up against a wall and frowning at nothing but himself. Its voice was a scalpel blade to the beating vein of his jugular. Are we so eager to throw off the fading king's confidence? Are we not here to learn the art of battle? To eventually fight against greater enemies than he? The prickling heat crawled along his scars like a million spiders. But he was listening. Despite it all, he was listening. He has tormented us for too long. Now is the time to stand on our own feet, to face his terror without fear. The heat was rising within him. He could hear the angry, stomping footsteps echoing around him as his rival came closer, ever closer. His fist was curling. We are not Deku. We are shadow and fire. Power and righteous fury. He was almost upon him, but Izuku's inner fire was burning through his scars like a furnace. Energy, strength and a barely tempered anger was boiling inside him. His teeth gritted in a wolfish smile as the hell-spoken words crawled through his mind and reached into his soul. We are not the same scared child we were before. We will become a hero, the greatest of all heroes, and we will be eclipsed by bullies no longer. Let us teach him this lesson. If Izuku was going to reply, the chance was robbed from him. Suddenly his entire world was consumed with fire and the deafening sound of concrete bursting and exploding beside his ear. Instantly he was thrown to one side, hitting the wall with enough force to send pain shooting through his sight as a yelp rushed from his mouth. He had no time to recover, no time to even breathe as a hand reached through the smoke and grabbed his shirt, pulling him forwards and into the waiting fist of Katsuki Bakugo. The punch connected with Izuku's jaw, sending sparks flickering across his vision. He tried to fall back as new pain, hot and pulsing, stabbed into his senses, but Katsuki's grip was strong. Another fist connected with his stomach, even as white-hot fire began flooding his scars and boosting every sense he had. Izuku doubled over as his breath left him. Then he was kicked hard in the side, and he practically rolled across the floor as the pain momentarily disabled him. Yu Katsuki's voice was trembling with rage. Izuku had never heard him that angry in all his life. Pain was gripping him, but fear was his master. He looked up though a slightly spinning vision as Katsuki stormed towards him. He looked murderous and, for the first time since knowing him, Izuku actually feared for his life. What had Hitachi said? He looked like he would kill him? Suddenly the young man could believe it. You thought you could fucking brainwash me? You thought I was so stupid, so weak that I would actually fall for that? You and that fucking villainous bastard? Katsuki's lips were bleeding, Izuku could see that now, and it clicked how he'd managed to stop himself from answering Hitachi's insults. He'd bit through his own lip. That was some anger. As Izuku climbed back to his feet slowly, Katsuki broke into another sudden run, his hand raising up once more as he screamed his battle cry, "I'll fucking show you, deku." The world seemed to slow before Izuku as he knew, at that moment, he had to decide. Use his power or fail Hitachi, fail All Might and fail himself. The explosion before him was fire and fury, noise and nitroglycerin. It was a spear thrust designed to shatter the enemy armor and smash through to their heart. An attack pure in focus and strength. Against any other opponent, such a strike would have ripped their defenses apart in a split second of furious, wrathful flame. But not this opponent. Blue flame tore through his own bright orange fire and hit him square in the chest with the force of a sledgehammer. Before his heart even beat once, he slammed against a concrete wall with a sudden yelp of pain and collapsed downwards onto the floor with a wince-inducing smack. He could hardly breathe, and a mixture of bile, blood and spit spilled from his mouth. Not once in his entire life had Katsuki ever come close to being hit that hard. The blonde lifted his head, a growl already on his face when he paused, his eyes growing wide. Izuku stood, feet apart, his arm raised as he shook like a leaf. But on his face was not a look of fear, but a wolf's growl of vicious determination. His arm was held out straight, his palm held up like a gun by the tight grip of his other hand. But where there had once been pale, sickly skin covering his arm was now nothing but a horrific shadow black, patterned with serrated spines. Where there had once been fingers was now a hand ending in long, rending talons, with the final licks of blue flame dancing across them. His scars were flickering and glowing a fire-lit blue, as if some inner furnace had been ignited within the boy, even and perhaps especially along the sudden black leathery skin that seemed to cover his arm. But it was his eyes that struck Katsuki the most. His eyes were the same as they were all those weeks ago. Eyes that seemed darker somehow, dimmer, as if the light from within him was being drained away, despite the almost ghostly glow of his greener eyes. Katsuki's voice was barely a hiss, and yet it somehow permeated every atom of the moment. What the fuck? Izuku's heart was pounding within his chest. This was his fear, this was his nightmare made real. Katsuki was seeing the monster he kept locked under the thin veneer of his pale skin. The shadow, the flame, the beast that stalked his blood and haunted his mind. Look at how he cowers. The thing hissed joyfully within his mind. Look at what we can do to him. Izuku felt his talons curl as his eyes took in the form of Katsuki on the ground, thrown there by the fire of his quirk. He felt powerful. He felt weak from his attack, dizzy from the use of his blasphemous fire, but he felt powerful. Was this how Katsuki had felt every time he had beaten Izuku to the floor? We can see it in his eyes. He fears us. It was true. Izuku could see it too. Behind the fury, the confusion, the insult of being thrown to the ground by a weakling, he could see it spreading like a virus through Katsuki's system. Fear. His shadow was fading now, turning to ash and blowing to a wind neither of them felt. His fingers once again became malleable and sharp knife-stabbing pain hit his arm as the muscles and bone and skin stretched and cracked back into place. Izuku gritted his teeth and bore it, even as Katsuki rose back to his feet. So that's what you're really like. On the inside. Katsuki's words sounded odd to Izuku's ears, washed with the slightly dizzying sensation of using his quirk. A fucking freak. I always knew it. I'm not afraid of you, Kachan. Izuku cried out and held his hand up once again like a cocked gun. Katsuki hesitated and curled his fist slowly at his sides. Strike him again. Let our fire kiss his skin, let us burn our vengeance through his heart. You're fucking terrified. Katsuki's observation wasn't a lie. Izuku was almost always in some state of constant anxiety, but right now he knew he was walking a true knife edge. The thing hissed through his mind, tempting him with violence while Katsuki stood before him, strong and wrathful. If he slipped just a little he knew he would fall. But he could do this. He could manage his curse, use it like a carefully forged weapon, he could use it for good. He just needed to keep focused. Of course it was during this lapse of thought that Katsuki struck. Katsuki attacked like a detonating bomb, his face twisted in a berserker's snarl. Izuku barely reacted, moving to one side as the explosion was unleashed beside him, throwing him instantly off balance. Katsuki took the advantage and smashed his gauntleted arm against Izuku's side, eliciting a cry of pain from the young man, but he wasn't finished. He grabbed Izuku's arm and began using his quirk to throw himself around his target, all the while screaming, "Don't ever forget you're nothing." The words tore through Izuku's mind and burned him from the inside. Anger mixed with boiling determination. His heart was pounding, he could taste blood in his mouth, and every blow he had taken throbbed with the ache of dull pain. But pain was something Izuku was used to. It was a focusing tool and he used it now, narrowing his mind through the sharp ache of his wounds. He activated his curse. Katsuki's attack was almost complete before Izuku felt his arms once again remolding themselves both into horrific talons, the black shadow skin rushing up his arms as one reached out and planted itself into the concrete floor, the other suddenly twisting, throwing Katsuki's wrist off before grabbing him in return. He roared with a voice that was his, and yet laced with 1,000 more screaming, crying, moaning and begging. He roared with all the indignity he had suffered at Katsuki's hands. He roared with the battle cry of hell itself. Katsuki barely took a breath as Izuku turned his attack on him, pulling him suddenly with a strength he shouldn't possess, using talons that didn't just grab the teenager, but knifed into the muscles in his arms as he hurled the blonde against the concrete wall with enough force to crack it. Power. Power dark and terrible and lightning strike hot was pulsing through Izuku's every vein, every blood vessel, every atom in his body. His brain was alight with fire and hate in the pounding madness of their battle. The thing was grinning with Izuku's own lips. But Izuku was in control. He was still lucid, still focused, still using the burning pain of his arms and bleeding cuts and scorched skin to narrow his mind. He roared again as he curled a shadow-clad fist and threw it at Katsuki's face. He missed, the blonde dodging at the last second, and as he fell into a dive his hands darted out, hitting Izuku sharply in the side with a blast of explosive flame. Izuku screamed as he was thrown back, and only through sheer luck did he grab onto the nearest wall, raking stone in long, violent tears before coming to a halt. Katsuki was already on him, crying out again as his fist swinging down on his opponent, where it smashed into Izuku's nose and broke it instantly. Izuku's head exploded into a dizzying spell of blinding white pain that threatened to undo every defense he had built against the ravaging hunger of the thing. He could feel it, even in that moment which stretched and stretched, the terrible corrupt fire, tempting and begging and whispering. "We need more power, we must dig deeper or he will win." Images flashed through his mind. Katsuki's laughter, his cruel smile as he was beaten down again and again and again. Hate drowned and burned and devoured his other emotions. Hate gave him strength. No more. Izuku let the lava flow of his curse burst through him like a dam unleashed, corrupt blue fire, rushing along his scars and flooding his body. Katsuki's vicious grin fell in slow motion as he watched the boy turn back to him. His face coated in blood pouring from his bust lip and broken nose. His eyes. They were no longer drained of light, not merely dark, not merely black, but a crushing, burning, arctic cold nightmare void, with the only exception being the blazing green of his irises. The next thing he saw was the blue fire burning at the back of Izuku's throat as the young man bellowed his bottomless hate at him, and the next thing after that was a burning black-clad fist colliding with his face. Izuku could see where his furnace-lit scars had burned Katsuki's peeling skin and the blood that now flowed almost freely from his wounds. The power that flooded his system was almost intoxicating, but Izuku was still there, still barely holding on, and some echoing voice in the back of his mind assured him he was still in command, still him. It took a truly enormous amount of self-control to stop himself from reaching forward with his demonic claws and simply tearing at Katsuki's face until ribbons of his skin hung like bandages from his talons. The thing cursed him for his cowardice as Katsuki took the hesitation to attack again. He could feel it. With every blow he landed and every blow he took causing him to push ever deeper, draw ever more from that bottomless well of corrupt, hateful hellfire. Something was pushing their way through his forehead like spear tips emerging from his own skin. Something was growing out from the base of his spine and lashing at his opponent like a fire-lit whip. But these were merely distractions from the burning focus of his single-minded will to beat Kachin. Like fingernails digging into his mind and heart and soul, each second was a second closer to piercing the thin skin of willpower that kept the demon from taking him. The fury of the monster that existed in his blood. The purity of its hate. The power of its blasphemous flame. More. It was getting harder and harder to keep himself from falling. Because he was winning. Katsuki was strong, unbelievably so. His attacks tore at Izuku's body like gunshots, each one burning his skin and drawing blood. Each fist smashing into him like a hammer, each kick threatening to break his bones. Each explosion throwing Izuku's heightened senses into a spinning madness that only chance and battle focus could correct. But Katsuki was slowing. He was tiring and making mistakes and missing his shots, and the horror of what Izuku was becoming was being reflected in his increasingly panicked strikes. Izuku, however, was boiling and burning with terrible energy which pushed his injured body on and on and on. He barely felt any pain just as he barely felt any fear, any remorse, any pity. Only one emotion was truly washing through Izuku's heart. Hate. He knew he was bleeding because he could smell it, just as he could smell Katsuki's blood, rich and coppery and hot. He could almost taste it on his tongue, and that made his heart race in a manner which he knew wasn't right, but he didn't care. Another of his burning, almost iron-strong fists slammed into Katsuki's face, and something broke. His jaw perhaps. Izuku was barely aware at this point. All he knew was how much he hated Katsuki, how much the young man deserved this pain, this lesson he was being taught. How does it feel, Kachin? His voice was one of many, the first amongst thousands of screaming, burning souls. To be beaten? To be hurt? Katsuki tried to reply, but Izuku smashed him to the floor. He stood over him now, grabbing his shirt and pulling him up as he hit him again. And again. And again. How does it feel to be weak? His thousand-voiced scream came from between teeth too long in his mouth, from a throat that was burning, from a fire inside him that was so close to consuming him utterly. Katsuki wasn't moving. His hand was raising, blue fire flowing into life along his blood-soaked talons. Izuku? We are not deku. The thing's claws were tearing at his heart and mind and soul, and he was starting to fall, and he couldn't stop himself any longer. We are Izuku Midoriya, Izuku. And we are shadow and fire. His hand fell, fire streaking behind it in a glorious deadly wave. He was grabbed suddenly as an arm wrapped itself around his neck, and the teenager was hurled back. He slammed into the floor, the blazing whirlwind of blue fire erupting from his palm and scorching everything to his right, the heat so great that it burned the concrete walls a deathly black. Izuku practically howled at the indignity and pitiless, abyss dark eyes turned as his hand was thrown up once more erupting with corrupt blue flame. It was Hitachi. His eyes were wide and deep and horrified. The world slammed back into place, and Izuku took in a gulping breath, as though he had been drowning in a great ocean and was only now surfacing for air. His limbs felt like rocks, and his heart was pounding too fast in his chest, and why was he so weak, and where was all this blood coming from? The world was both too solid and too liquid and spinning too fast. He could feel his stomach rejecting everything within him, and he turned suddenly, retching to one side. Blood coated his vomit. The fire died on his palm, and the terrible accused power that had, only moments ago, made him feel like an ancient war god, now drained from him in a shower of ash that filled the open air. The blood didn't leave him though. He looked to his palms and he saw it. Coating his fingers, his knuckles. Blood that he knew wasn't his. His body was shaking and he couldn't stop it. He was fading as the sudden waves of now undenied pain tore through the pulsing, pounding wounds across his body. Izuku? Hitashi's echoing voice spoke again as more voices began flooding into his ears all at once in a cacophony of noise. One female, screaming and crying, one loud and focused and authoritative, some even robotic and accompanied by the whining of emergency sirens. Izuku fell to the floor as darkness rushed into his vision, his body and mind too overwhelmed, too overtaxed to continue keeping him awake. He was gone before his cheek even hit the concrete. Woo! What a ride. Or at least I hope it was a ride. So I think I'm going to take my month-long break now. This chapter went through 23 drafts, which included 3 entirely different versions of this chapter. Honestly, the only thing that was kept almost, but not entirely, unchanged is the bit with Izuku talking with Hitachi. This chapter was honestly so difficult to write because I just couldn't find myself being happy with it. Even now I'm not 100%, but if I worked any more on it I'd go insane. My constant work on this chapter set me way back for my other chapters, and so I'm taking my month now to build up a nice backlog once again. Besides, it's a cliffhanger, so who doesn't like cliffhangers? Anyways, hope you all enjoy and please tell me what you liked, didn't like, where you think things could have been better, all that good stuff. Saya in a month's time, kiddos. Chapter 9. Recovery. And we're back, folks. I've got up to 3 chapters ahead and woo, it feels good. As for now, I'm sure you're all chomping at the bit to read, so go ahead. Hope you all enjoy. Izuku woke as he always woke. A jolt of sudden, sharp consciousness that ran like a spasm through his body. It hurt to do so, though not a sharp biting pain as he was used to, but a far-off, aching pain that came from a body that wasn't all his just yet. But like an incoming tide, the inevitable feeling of his limbs crept back, linking together once more to form a picture of a body racked with pain and aches and burns. New burns, not just the old familiar railway scar burns. There were wounds all across his body, some felt like stinging, razor-thin slices, others like open, sore, pounding hammers. All of this was numbed by the presence of pain-killing opiates into his system, making him feel just a little nauseated and sluggish. Izuku groaned as his eyes squinted against a burning light pouring in from the outside. The stench of antiseptic and cleaning fluids filled his nose, and he could taste it in the back of his mouth, along with the old familiar copper of blood. All these sensations swam and melded together in a toxic mix of confusion as his senses slowly began to slot themselves back into their correct and proper places. He hated the fact that he was so used to this that he knew to simply lay there and let it happen. He didn't need to ask where he was. He knew where he was. He was already familiar with the slightly too starched feel of hospital beds to know he was in the medical ward. The beeping beside him also helped, as did the slightly intrusive feeling of a drip in his arm. Izuku didn't try to lift his head up, knowing he would see only his bandage-wrapped limbs and a slightly uncomfortable hospital gown. He simply lay there, allowing himself to feel every inch of the numbed pain that pulsed through his body. He felt cheated, however, they shouldn't have bothered with the painkillers. Someone like him deserved to feel every cut, every burn, every bruise, every broken limb. He deserved the pain, it was the only way he felt as though he was somehow repenting for the pain he had caused others. The pain he had caused Katsuki. The sudden flashing memory of Katsuki sent a new jolt of urgency through the boy, along with the heart-gripping panic that he might have killed him. Izuku began struggling as he forced his body into a sitting position despite the screaming that came from his limbs. The thing, however, remained silent, which was good. Perhaps its long, extended usage had exhausted whatever dark power it fueled itself with. That's when he spotted it, or rather, them. His eyes widened in increasing terror as he saw that each and every one of fingernails had turned a solid, void black. He barely held back his vomit of disgust as he slowly began poking at his fingernails with an aching hand. They were his, and felt like any normal fingernail, they were just black now. Immediately he began patting the rest of himself down, looking for anything else on his body that was new or strange. His hands hit his ears. Ears that were pointing out far more than they had done before. Silent horror crept over him as he realized that once again the curse of his blood had mutated his form, changing him and making him more like it. Tears welled in his eyes and he began curling into a ball. Every step he took towards his dream, the thing tore him 2 steps back. Every time he tried to push himself forward, he just ended up becoming more and more monstrous. He was a fool to think the thing could ever be controlled. He was a greater fool to think someone like himself could ever become a hero. He cried silently into his curled arms, his newly blackened fingernails digging into aching, sore limbs. He wanted to tear himself apart, to end all of this. To just drop forever into a peaceful oblivion and stay there until all memory of his spirit and soul were forgotten by everyone. Maybe that would be for the best after all. His heart almost stopped in his chest, and his head shot up to stare as the bathroom door opened suddenly, and a man walked out still rubbing hand sanitizer into his hands with a neutral expression on his face. He took 2 steps forwards towards Izuku before he looked up and stopped dead in his tracks. He was, simply put, the most sickly-looking man Izuku had ever seen. His face was gaunt to the point of panic with blonde hair that fell limp and lifeless around his face. But there were 2 things which almost immediately caught Izuku's attention more than that. Firstly, he was wearing a uniform which was far too large for his clearly emaciated frame. A uniform which was, stitch for stitch, the same uniform All Might had been wearing earlier that day. Secondly were the fire-lit blue eyes which burned deep from shadowed sclera. A full 3 seconds passed between them with neither moving before the man suddenly and sharply coughed in panic, raising a hand to his mouth as blood splattered across his fingers. Izuku immediately yelped at the sight and tried to further climb out of his bed, ignoring the sharp and stabbing painful protests from his body. Don't move. He wanted to shout, but his voice croaked from a throat that felt burned from the inside. I'll get you some help. Just wait here, I'll. No. The man replied sharply, still half coughing up fistfuls of bright red blood. It's all right, young Midoriya. Izuku once again froze, now almost completely out of the bed. Young Midoriya. His eyes looked back to the man once more and watched him as he grabbed some tissues from a dispenser on the wall and, unable to stop his own shock, he croaked out, All Might, I knew I shouldn't have drank that tea. All Might mumbled as he wiped the blood from his mouth and hands. He turned his sunken gaze back to the shocked boy and sighed. You caught me right at the wrong time, my boy. I'm sorry you had to see me like this. For a horrible moment Izuku's eyes widened as panic, wild and hot, began tearing through his mind. I do th. To his credit, the man was at Izuku's side in a second, large bony hands resting on the boy's shoulders as he quickly tried to soothe him down. Izuku, no, you had nothing to do with this. I'll explain it to you in good time if you wish, but for now please calm down. My current state is absolutely not your fault. It's all right. Izuku was shaking like a leaf in a blizzard, and he allowed the man to push him back onto the bed until he was laying down once more. He had been assured, but the very idea that the thing had turned All Might into half a man wasn't out of his head. It had the rage and the fury to do it. How are you feeling? The teacher asked calmly as he moved to sit onto the bed, a gentle smile moving across his drastically thin face. Izuku didn't answer immediately, instead his eyes refocused upwards at the blank white ceiling. Terrible. All Might nodded slowly. I understand. You've been through quite a lot in the last few hours. It's all right. The boy croaked back, feeling his throat burn and welcoming the sting of raw skin. I have to ask you, my boy. All Might continued, his voice low, almost sad. Do you remember what happened? Izuku felt ice run through his blood, and he quietly croaked out, yes. How much? Everything. All Might's eyes widened but not in horror. It was pity, it was sorrow. Oh, I'm so. I remember it better than I remember parts of my normal life. Izuku suddenly blurted out, his voice cracking and broken. A memory flashed through his mind. The smell of burning flesh, the screams of pain. His throat burned as he spoke, and his hands were raising and linking through his messy hair. He deserved it. He deserved the pain. Blood everywhere. So much hate. His aching fingers started to dig into his skull. I remember every second, every smell, every sound and touch, and it won't leave my head. Kachan's mauled face, his broken body, a rising fist wreathed in terrible blue fire preparing for a killing blow. He began curling up once more. His body screamed in pain, but he embraced it and held onto it with both hands. He deserved it, Izuku, stop. All Might's voice once more speared through the darkness, a hand wreathed in light, offering the boy reprise from the horror of his own, repeating memories. You're not back there anymore. You're here, with me. The boy looked up from where he had begun burying himself into his arms. All Might's bone-thin face should have offered him nothing, and yet the very aura of the man was enough to bring him back into the present, back into reality. I promise you, you're safe. All Might's voice was low, heavy, but laced with incredible strength. Strength enough to drag Izuku up from the dark. And so is young Bakugo, you're both. Kachan. The boy shot up again and again his teacher coughed in shock. Izuku turned on him and grabbed at the man's rail-thin arms, as despite panic again burned like wildfire across his heart, mind and flooded fire through his scars. I have to see him. I need to see if he's. Young Bakugo is fine. All Might once again soothed, though his expression went dark. He was badly hurt, but he'll be all right. He's in the next ward over recovering from surgery on his arm and face. Izuku couldn't stop shaking and his eyes filled with tears. Whatever was in his stomach suddenly came up violently from his stomach, and he turned, throwing up yellow bile laced with red from his raw throat onto the floor of the room. All Might moved aside just in time to avoid it and, with a surprising amount of calmness, rubbed Izuku's back. Once Izuku was finished throwing up, which happened another 2 times in succession, All Might moved aside for a moment to gather more tissues and handed them to Izuku, then after moving for a moment into the bathroom, he came out with a small plastic-lined bin and some towels and began cleaning up the mess left splattered on the floor. As he did so, Izuku sobbed open, loud tears, and his voice continued to break, barely now above a forced whisper. "I'm so sorry." He buried his head into his shaking hands as his body shook. "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, it's okay, young Midoriya." All Might made quick work of the mess, despite his exhausted-looking expression, and wrapped the vomit-soaked towels up into the plastic of the bin. "It's not your fault. Don't." Izuku snapped in a move that surprised All Might as his eyes, drowned in the deluge of his tears, bore at the hero. "Don't say that. This is my fault. It's all my fault. I lost control and now, Izuku Midoriya." All Might's hand again landed on his shoulder as he took a seat at the side of the bed, making sure that the young teenager's eyes were focused on him and nowhere else. "This is not your fault. It is mine. You warned me this could happen, and I foolishly didn't listen. I assumed you were simply untrained, scared of your own power, because you didn't know how to fully use it yet." He sighed heavily and looked down. "I misread and misunderstood your fear, despite the clear warnings. I should have pulled you from the exercise the moment you expressed your concern." He stood up suddenly and moved to the side of the bed, where, to Izuku's absolute amazement, he bowed deeply. "I'm so sorry, young Midoriya. Please, forgive me." All Might. Whatever answer Izuku would have given him didn't come. The entrance to the room suddenly opened. The sun became hidden by clouds and the temperature dropped. Toshinori straightened up as his eyes fell on the man, and Izuku watched with absolute jaw-dropping fascination as eyes which only moments ago had been so full of sorrow and regret became burning flames of bottomless strength. In that moment, muscles or not, he was All Might. "Hikori. Yagi." Hisashi Hikori shut the door behind him, though his eyes never left All Might. There they stood. One a shadow of a man, almost entirely skin and bones in the ill-fitting suit of a hero whom all believed was invincible. The other tall, handsome, square-jawed with smart black hair in a suit that probably cost more than most of the cars parked outside. But their gaze marked them as more than just men. One with eyes aflame with passion, righteous justice, and pure unstoppable good. The other seemed remorseless, prideful and almost serpent-like, shielded only by the thin layer of his spectacles. Hikori broke their stare down first, turning his eyes to the still sniffling, shaking boy on the bed, and his eyes ran over Izuku's new ears and fingernails. For a moment something new entered that utterly void-like gaze, something which again Izuku felt he caught as only the shadow of a ghost. Concern. His fire-cold eyes moved back to All Might. "Why are you here, Yagi? And why are you allowing a student to see you in?" He paused as his eyes quickly traveled his disheveled form, a dismissive look upon his face. "This way. It couldn't be helped." All Might spoke politely, though the snap in his tone was obvious. "And I was making sure he was all right. And convincing him to speak well on your behalf, I bet." Hikori's sword jab caught All Might off guard, and the man took a sharp breath through gritted teeth. "Absolutely not." He countered as he stepped back, allowing Hikori to pass him as the well-suited man walked to Izuku's side and pulled out a small plastic chair which sat against a nearby wall. "As his teacher, it's my job to be there for him. Especially at times like this. And it's my job to stop this academy from being sued into the ground because of your incompetence." Hikori turned his eyes once more to All Might, his void-like gaze bordering on furious behind his glasses. Furthermore, it wasn't his fault. Izuku finally spoke, his throat spiking with pain as he tried to raise his voice. His hands gripped the sheets of the bed as the two men suddenly turned to look at him, wearing the same surprised expression. It was an odd moment, and for a second Izuku felt as the combined weight of the two men's looks before he pressed on. It was mine. I lost control and, Izuku." Hikori cut him off with a raised hand. "You can tell me everything in a moment and I promise I will listen, but first," his eyes turned back to All Might. "You know you have to leave." All Might seemed to falter before finally giving Hikori a sharp nod and turning. Izuku watched with fascination as his form inflated like a balloon into the overpowering force that was the symbol of peace. Though even as he made his way to the door he paused, giving Izuku one last sad and longing look. "We'll talk again soon, young Midoriya. Stay in bed, heal up and please, don't worry." Izuku could only reply with a small, weak nod, and with that, All Might was gone. The door clicked into place louder than it had any right to, and Izuku now turned his eyes to Hikori. The man gave him a small smile devoid of humor or joy as he sat down into the plastic chair and smoothed the wrinkles from his pants. I apologize for the ugliness, son. It's the nature of lawyer-hero relationships, I'm afraid, though sometimes I think he gets a little personal about it. What are you going to do? Why couldn't All Might stay here? Izuku asked cautiously, feeling the odd coldness of the room seep into his skin. It had been so warm and pleasant only a moment ago, and now he could almost feel a chill up his spine. Which was odd enough on its own, as the nature of the thing made sure he never felt cold. Last time we met I don't believe I told you what I do here. Well, Hikori reached into his jacket pocket and brought out a large-looking phone, or perhaps it was a small tablet. Either way he clicked it open and got out an electronic pen. Hero training schools hold a lot of promise to young men and women hoping to become heroes, however in all the brochures and TV adverts they never tell you how dangerous the nature of the training is. People get hurt and injured, mostly by accident, sometimes on purpose. Despite your quirks, you're all still teenagers at the end of the day. His fingers linked together at the tips as he talked. When these events happen, accident or otherwise, parents obviously want answers. If they are especially harmful, Izuku winced at that moment, sometimes legal action is needed. That's where I step in. I'm essentially UA's entire legal division. I make sure the barbarian hordes of angry parents with lawsuits in hand don't breach UA's gates. Izuku allowed this information to sink it. It suddenly made sense why he'd seen Hikori at the entrance exam and why he'd mentioned the first few days being chaos in their second meeting. The teenager nodded slowly, and Hikori gave the same joyless, polite smile back. All Might wasn't allowed to stay due to school policy. He was involved in what happened, his recounting must be taken separate from yours and Katsuki Bakugo's to avoid conflict. He let a hand wave casually before him. It's just procedure, I'm afraid. Hikori's assurance seemed somehow hollow, but Izuku was in no position to argue. Now, before we continue I have to ask, do you believe you're well enough to give me clear and concise answers to my questions? Izuku felt his stomach knot, but he nodded. Are you willing to speak to me about the events that happened a few hours ago? Again, his stomach twisted but he nodded silently. The memories flashed across his eyes once more, but he remembered All Might, he remembered the comfort of the man's voice, and forced his thoughts into the present. Hikori noted both these down on his tablet before finally sighing and leaning further back into his chair. Alright, son, run me through everything that happened from the moment the class started. Izuku began, though the memory of the event was absolute torment to bring back up. He was shaking, stuttering, and barely holding back the gathering panic that swirled within his heart. He wanted to run to Katsuki, to apologize over and over again, and offer his heart on a platter if it would make him alright again. But he persisted, he ran through each moment, telling how All Might inspired him to push forward, how Hitachi had shaken his hand, how Katsuki had simply been following the exercise to attack and stop the heroes when he'd lost control of the thing, which Hikori had to clarify as his quirk, and assaulted Katsuki until Hitachi had pulled him away. After that, everything was a blank. More than once he stopped as the memories became too much, too bright and focused, and almost superimposed over his own reality. More than once Hikori simply sat back and allowed him to recover before continuing forward once more. Once he was done, Hikori nodded. Alright Izuku, we're almost done, I promise. Again the flash of that coldly professional, meaningless smile, just a quick question. Why are you lying to me? There was a spattering of rain against a window and goosebumps ran along Izuku's neck. What? No, I saw the video of the exercise, it was the first thing I did the moment I was summoned down here. Hikori's brow furrowed. I saw him taunting you, pushing you, attacking you with far too much malice, and using his quirk in intentionally harmful ways. He clearly wanted this to become a fight between the two of you, not a training exercise. The brat demanded a fight, we gave him a fight. The thing's sudden whisper shocked Izuku and he jumped a little, though it was odd. Usually its voice was the mutilation of many, the screams of dying thousands. This time it was distant, quiet, a blade in the dark, a snake through grass, we did only what we were asked. We fought back. Izuku's hand curled into a fist, and he barely stopped himself from simply punching one of his many wounds. Pain always tended to shut it up, though he was surprised that it was coming through, even though he knew he had painkillers running through his system. Izuku? Hikori leaned forward. Are you alright? Why yes, sorry. He gulped as he refocused his gaze on his own feet. He struggled to find the right words. He was rough, but that was part of the exercise. He was just doing what he. We have evidence of him pushing you over the edge, and you're still defending him? Hikori's voice took on an unbelieving tone. Izuku, please. Stop. Lying to me will only get you in trouble, lying for him will only earn you his scorn. Be honest with yourself and me, for both our sakes. He paused for a moment and quietly added. You want to be a hero, right? Izuku looked up at this, his stomach twisting, but his heart picking up an extra beat. Heroes always tell the truth in these matters, even if it could hurt their friends. Honesty is a virtue. Don't fall into the trap of believing that lying to defend someone is a good deed, especially not when that person would never do the same for you. Izuku's eyes hardened. Why you don't know that? Hikori seemed shocked at the answer, though if he did he quickly recovered and leaned back. So, you're sticking to what you've told me, then? That you were the aggressor in this? Izuku could almost feel it. The pull on his heart, the temptation before him to simply throw Katsuki under the bus and pin the full incident on his shoulders. The brat openly mocked us. He wanted to test himself on our fury. Why pretend otherwise? The thing again whispered through his mind. What do we care for the fool? He was taught his lesson. Let him fall into the pit of his own making. Kakachan was simply being himself. He's loud and brash, and, yes, he can be violent sometimes. But he didn't cause this. I caused this. Izuku locked eyes with Hikori, ignoring the feeling of gnawing fear in his gut and the subtle anger of the thing moving through his scars. I failed All Might, I failed myself. My mistakes are mine alone. Hikori simply looked to the boy for a long moment that seemed heavy with an emotion that Izuku couldn't quite identify before the man stood up, sighing as he did so. Then, Izuku Midoriya, you will reap the consequences of your actions. He turned and went to leave the room, putting the tablet back into his jacket pocket. Yet he paused at the door. He turned to look at Izuku. You know it takes a certain type of person to willingly take a blow meant for another. Yeah, I know. Izuku countered even as his heart pounded from the fear of the looming punishment of his actions. It's what a hero would do. The room was cold. Not just from the pounding rain outside, but from the looks of every teacher in the room. There were only 5 of them, the principal included, but there wasn't a smile to be seen. The reflection of the summer rain ran across all of them, seemingly immersing them all of them within its relentless downfall. It had started yesterday and refused to stop other than some spare moments throughout the night. Toshinori had sunk his head onto the large U-shaped desk, covering his messy, wild blonde hair with his arms. He was the first to break the silence, his words crawling from his lips like the remorseful confession of a sinner to a priest. I failed him. My first day teaching and I already failed a student. You couldn't have known. Namuri, otherwise known as the hero Midnight, spoke quietly beside him. No one could have. He did. Toshinori continued to speak from within his ball of sorrow. He begged me to take him out of the exercise. He begged me not to let him hurt anyone, and I didn't listen. Bone-thin hands curled through his hair, almost pulling it tight against his skull. I'm such an idiot. Beating yourself up won't help anyone, Toshinori. Nedzu scolded softly, what's important now is that we take action to make sure this never happens again. The voice of the petite animal was calm and smooth, yet his flat ears betrayed his tense nature. It was almost laid out before them, the fork in the road they were being forced to take, but it was Present Mick, otherwise known as Hisashi Yamada, who first put it into words, the blonde leaning back with a slight squeak in his chair as he folded his arms. There's no point beating around the bush. Izuku Midoriya attacked a student in a combat exercise. He paused as the words became hard to speak. He claims to have lost control of his own quirk, and as a result he almost killed Katsuki Bakugo. Aizawa stepped in where Hisashi clearly didn't want to tread. If it hadn't been for the actions of Hitachi Shinsu, Midoriya would have used his quirk to murder his classmate. Even he couldn't stop himself from gulping for a second. So, our choices are twofold. We play this down, ignore this slip-up, keep him in the school, and hope to God Bakugo's mother doesn't sue us for child endangerment. Or we take formal action, expel him and let him become someone else's responsibility. From what I read of the interviews compiled by, Namuri's voice took on a sudden sourness as she read the name, Hisashi Hikori. It seemed as though Katsuki Bakugo was pushing Izuku into a fight he didn't want to take part in, though Izuku himself insists it was his fault. If what you say is true, Toshinori, then the boy clearly had an idea of what his quirk could do if he lost control. That doesn't sound like someone who would want to intentionally kill another. I agree. Nedzu added with a nod. However, I think we need to address the elephant in the room here. He was answered by the teachers giving him slightly confused looks. Even Toshinori raised his head up. The boy's file indicates he has a serious mental illness. Schizophrenia. He sighed heavily. I don't like doing this, but we can't ignore the possibility that it played a major part in what happened. I don't think that's fair. Toshinori was quick to jump in. You can't blame this on something he can't control. But he can control it. Aizawa frowned in thought. He takes medication. It's possible that he's not been telling us the full truth about how effective it is or even not taking it at all. But surely, a young man, desperate to become a hero despite clearly having a quirk that he finds difficult to use? Aizawa's eyes narrowed at Toshinori. Don't be naive. I saw what he did in the entrance exam and what he did on the obstacle course. Izuku Midoriya would break his own limbs if it meant pursuing his dream of becoming a hero. If he believed not taking his medication would help, he would not take his medication. If that's the case, then it would ultimately be his fault, and Namuri almost mumbled out. She didn't need to complete her sentence. They all knew what it meant. The room fell silent once again with only the claw-scratching sound of rain against the vast plate windows, breaking the weight of the air. Have any of us other than Hikori and myself talked to him since the incident? Toshinori asked quietly. No, they've both been sent home to recover. Namuri sighed, tired and worn. Midoriya will be back and tomorrow, Bakugo will be back next Monday. Then I would like to talk to Midoriya personally. Nedzu nodded solemnly. While you all may be my counsel, I ultimately make the final decision. He sighed, his own exhaustion, emotional and otherwise clear in his voice. I hope you're wrong, Aizawa. Aizawa shrugged and his eyes went dark. I won't be. It had been a strange 36 hours. Izuku hadn't felt like he'd been in this kind of a daze since his middle school days when his medication actually worked. It felt as though it had been forever ago, though in reality it had only been bare handful of months. How much the world could change in that time. Inko had heard everything, of course. One of the first things UA had done after he had gotten into the medical ward had been to call her. She'd lectured him for several hours, in between bouts of crying and hugging and worrying herself over his new ears and blackened fingernails. Eventually, he had managed to worm his way to bed without any dinner, his exhaustion and the overall low level of constant aching pain, forcing him into an early sleep. And yet the moment he woke the same thought greeted him, as when he had put his head to the pillow. I almost killed Kachin. It haunted him. A thought that almost drowned out the casual grumbles and utterances of the thing. He had fallen so far, so deep into the blasphemous pit of fire and shadow that claimed to be his quirk, that he had almost done the unthinkable. And it wasn't just his almost murder which haunted him. It was the gravity of a mantra he himself had been trying to adopt. No evil quirks, only evil people. If that was true, what did that say about him now? He had been so eager to do it. To end his life. To burn Katsuki's skin off his face and torch his skull black. He didn't immediately get up the next day, and his mother eventually had to drag her son out of his bed and practically force food into him. She had paced and worried and panicked, taking the entire day off work herself just to make sure Izuku was alright. By the time the next morning rolled around, things hadn't improved much. He got up on time, however, and ate his breakfast while he took his worthless medication and promised his mother he would be fine. He was still recovering from the wounds inflicted on him, of course, heavy wounds, many which would leave scars of their own in time, despite the miracle working of Recovery Girl. But he had changed out his bandages, and he felt well enough, and besides, it was nothing compared to what he had done to Katsuki. It was still wet outside. Not raining, that had finally quit sometime during the night, but the air was still damp, the world still a semi-hazy fog of rising morning condensation. The damp never bothered Izuku, his body heat never dropped below constantly warm at any given time. Even now, while he wore his raincoat over his uniform, he felt a little hot. Yet he wouldn't remove his jacket in class. His scars were embarrassing enough as it was. He almost thought to wear a hat of some kind to cover his new ears or gloves for his hands, but he didn't see the point. Eventually, he would have to remove them, and people would see. They might as well get a good idea of the monster he was slowly becoming now, so they'd be better prepared for when he finally became a villain. Izuku's train took just under an hour in total, time in which he dived headlong into his podcasts and pre-made playlists while blocking out all other sound and interaction. In between the small bouts of silence between songs, however, the thing, as usual, gave its running commentary of the people around him. Whores, adulterers, rapists, thieves, sinners, all. Everyone was guilty of something, at least according to the curse in his blood. It didn't help that peak travel time also seemed to mean peak monster time. Something resembling a snake with one gigantic eye and a body made of rotting, molted skin, slithered between the feet of his fellow passengers, while outside a barely humanoid beast made of bleached skin flew on wings stitched together from screaming faces. Izuku moved mostly in a daze as he made his way towards the UA gates. His mind was a swirling mix of anxieties and fears and, of course, the ever-cruel voice of his inner monster. His grip on the straps of his backpack grew tighter as he wondered just when they'd spring their trap and pull him aside to hand him his expulsion papers. Would be now, in the morning before class started, or later, at the end of the day. Maybe they would. Izuku? He broke out of his inner thoughts so swiftly that he almost fell over. Stumbling to a stop, he blinked and looked around, only for his eyes to land on Uraraka. She was dressed in a thick white coat which almost hid her entire lower face, though as she looked to Izuku, she zipped part of it down to reveal a smile that seemed drawn on by a young child. Hey. I was waiting for you. Izuku felt the world slow down around him. He had been fearing this. The talk. The "we can't be friends anymore, you monstrous freak" talk. Oh, how wonderful. His inner curse hissed through his ears, more irritations. Izuku, however, only licked dry lips and nodded to her. Oh, that's nice of you. Yeah, well, I figured we should talk. You know. About the exercise. Her smile became lopsided and she shrugged one shoulder. I didn't want it hanging over us. Izuku wasn't sure how to respond, so he simply gave her a curt nod. She began walking and he kept step with her, though it was a slow, dawdling walk towards their classroom. He refused to meet her eyes and instead he tormented his newly blackened fingernails by digging them into the straps of his backpack once more. For someone looking to talk, she's being very quiet. The thing mused with a wolfish grin throughout his mind. It's better than her opening her mouth though. Izuku refused to respond. The last time he'd listened to his monstrous curse, he had almost burned Katsuki alive. He wouldn't make that mistake again. Uraraka took a deep breath and Izuku felt himself brace for the impact. I'm sorry. That was not what he had been expecting. I'm sorry I didn't act. Uraraka continued and Izuku looked at her finally, only to be surprised when he saw she wasn't looking at him and, most likely, hadn't been since they started walking. When I saw you standing over Katsuki and how you looked so evil? He braved the word with a small voice. No. She turned to him, her brown eyes watery, though she had yet to shed any tears. Izuku, you're not evil. Never say that. The thing chuckled malevolently from within Izuku, but he bit his lip and ignored it as he replied, you saw. He paused in his walk, stopping just outside the doors to their class building. You saw what I was like. Yes. I did. And I'm sorry, I was too scared to do anything. I started screaming and crying and she took a deep breath, steadying herself. When I was in trouble, you rushed to save me. You didn't even stop. You jumped forward and blew up that robot, even when it would have cost you your place in UA. Izuku frowned. Where was she going with this? And when I saw you were in trouble I froze. And I cried like a stupid child because there was so much fire and blood and she drifted off again into a shaking breath. It was only now that Izuku finally noticed how exhausted she looked, as if she had barely slept properly in the last few days. I'm lucky Hitachi was there. He was so brave. She chuckled and wiped her eyes dry on the edge of her jacket. I just want you to know that I'm sorry. I'll never let it happen again, I promise. That's it? Izuku was almost shocked at his own tone, and Uraraka's eyes grew white in response. That's it? You're sorry? You don't, I mean. He ran a hand through his hair and looked around as if someone could be listening in. You saw me. You saw what I was like. What I'd become. How can you? I should be apologizing, not you. I almost he didn't want to speak it, but he forced the words from his mouth. I almost killed Kachin. A slow ripple of warmth moved across his scars. No, you didn't. Her response was so blunt that Izuku almost felt it as a blow. Her eyes were like steel. You didn't do anything, Izuku. Your quirk did. Izuku froze, his mouth stupidly gaping, even as he heard the blood-drenched echo of his curse. She should not speak of us like this. She implies we are a weakness. Mr. Hikori told me what had happened. With your quirk being out of control because of how Katsuki was acting. Her frown became deeper. This wasn't your fault. Yes, we were lucky that we got there in time, but it wasn't your fault, Izuku. Seeing you like that was. Now she paused, and he saw her bite her lip softly. Scary. I'm not going to lie and say that it wasn't. It was terrifying, actually. Good. That's the point. She took a sharp breath through her nose before continuing. But, Izuku, you're not evil, I know you're not. Her hands curled into tight fists. You're going to be a hero. And so am I. One bad day doesn't change that. Izuku didn't know what to say. His heart was lurching in his chest, and he felt jitters moving along his heat-warmed scars. Slowly, however, tears filled his vision, and without shame he began sobbing. Uraraka grabbed him into a damp hug, squeezing him with more strength than he thought she possessed. From now on, let's both do better, alright? Izuku nodded as he cried quietly into her shoulder. Soon enough she let him go, and her smile now was whiter, more genuine. Her eyes were red, though not nearly as red as Izuku's. No one had ever been so nice to him, and for a moment he wondered if maybe the rest of his day would go as well. That was until the thing slithered across his mind once more. She's pathetic. We need no one, we are shadow and flame. No, the thing was wrong. Uraraka wasn't pathetic, she was amazing, and Izuku was completely sure on that. Even if he still held his doubts about himself, he was comforted by the thought that at least the people around him were good-hearted and kind. They were heroes. He was trying to be a hero. But maybe he could get there with them, as long as he got to walk alongside them. They entered the building together and moved towards their shoe lockers, where they could pack their wet coats or rain boots away for the day. Thank you for being so nice to me, Uraraka, Izuku mumbled as they reached the lined benches. Uraraka was already pulling off the giant, white coat even as he spoke. It's nice to know at least one person still thinks good of me. She shot him a raised eyebrow, and Izuku replied with a twitch of a smile, his eyes still distant. Everyone saw what I did to Kacchan, accident or not. He looked down at the floor sadly. I'm pretty sure you're going to be the only person who'll talk to me. Uraraka pulled off her coat and shoved it into her locker as Izuku removed his own coat. However, the moment the coat was off his back, she placed a hand onto his shoulder and gave him a half smile. Well, if it makes you feel any better, no one actually saw you fight Katsuki. Izuku paused, then frowned in confusion, turning to face her fully. But everyone was in the control room, right? I mean, how can? Tenya told me as you two were really starting to get into it, you did some kind of weird scream, and everything cut out. She shrugged, again that half smile tugged at her lip. So only me, you, Katsuki and Hitachi, actually know what really happened. Oh, and I guess the teachers, I suppose. Something suddenly struck Izuku as odd. What had Hikori said to him? I saw the video of the exercise. If the cameras had gone then, so don't worry about it. Uraraka smiled. Besides, people know it wasn't on purpose. It was an accident. Izuku's nod seemed only half put together, but still. He trusted Uraraka. If she said it was okay, it'd be okay. And yet the statement from the lawyer still played at the back of his thoughts. With a shake of his head, he decided to push it away and deal with it later. Just like all his other problems. Oh, and just one other thing. Uraraka said suddenly, drawing Izuku's eyes back to her. She suddenly put her fingers up to her ears and pointed outwards. What's with the elf ears? Izuku's red-faced embarrassment didn't fade until they got to their homeroom door. Alright. So as reward for your patience you get 2 new Zuku upgrades, plus Hikori meeting All Might and even more mysteries. I really hope you enjoyed this chapter. It's designed as a nice cool down from the last, as we begin the road to USJ. But more answers are coming, as well as more mysteries. So yeah, till next time dear readers. Chapter 10. Understanding. Alrighty kiddos, it's Friday and it's 6 so it's update time. Not much else to say so let's just get into things, whoop. Hitachi frowned at his phone as his thumb flicked through his morning Twitter timeline. He was determined to keep his focus on tweets sent out by his favorite heroes and not on the inane chatter of his classmates. Around him his fellow students, very few of which had actually talked to him yet, chatted amongst themselves in the small friend groups which were already starting to pop up. Hitachi could have laughed. He had spent his entire childhood being on the outside of every clique in his class, and by the looks of things it was going to happen all over again. That was alright. He didn't need friends. He'd spent long enough without them anyway, and besides, no one wanted to hang around the guy who could brainwash them at any moment. Not that he needed to be chatting with any of them to know who they were talking about. Izuku Midoriya. They were talking about Izuku Midoriya. Or, to be more accurate, they were talking about what Izuku Midoriya had done to Katsuki Bakugo. It had started almost immediately after they'd gotten back to class that Tuesday. Uraraka had been swamped by the other girls and some of the other boys, demanding to know just what she had seen. Tenya had stepped in and immediately showed them off, while Hitachi had taken the far blunter approach of just flatly ignoring anyone who approached him. Of course, it hadn't mattered anyway. The next day rolled around, and Toru excitedly began telling everyone about what she had apparently heard from a pair of gossiping teachers about how Katsuki had been rushed to the medical ward to have facial surgery after Izuku almost beat him to death in an uncontrollable rage. The rumor mill had sped up after that. Apparently, Izuku was related to villains, or was a villain, or was actually possessed by an evil spirit, or that his quirk was too destructive to use, and he'd be expelled or arrested or taken to some secret government facility where they kept the worst of the worst. Hitachi had sat back and listened as they had all come spilling out of the mouths of his classmates, and as he listened, he had felt his gut twist within him. This was how it always started. This was how it started with him, after all. The rumors, the lies, the whispering lips and sideways glances. Izuku would return and find himself the subject of isolation and conspiracy. Just like Hitachi had done after his quirk had become public knowledge. Just like every kid out there who had a quirk that wasn't deemed cool or flashy or good. He grinded his teeth, though he did not bare them openly. Instead he simply clicked his phone off and hunched down onto his arms, even if it hurt to do so. He wouldn't give any of them the satisfaction of knowing he could hear them. Because he knew the truth of it. He had seen Izuku, up close, he had looked into his eyes. Eyes that had torn at something inside of Hitachi which even now still ached. They'd been without empathy, pity, or remorse. Within them he had seen only boundless, bottomless hatred. And yet in same microsecond he had also seen something else. Izuku's soul. Screaming through a blackened gaze. Screaming behind something else which had blanketed his thoughts and stolen his body from him. There was something inside of Izuku Midoriya, of that he was sure, though what it was he didn't know. All Hitachi knew was that he had thought his own quirk evil. He had learned, sharply, that for some it was far, far worse. He remembered talking with that lawyer, the man with the pitch black eyes. His statement had been clear, quick, to the point, and yet the entire time he felt as though the man was simply humoring him. At one point the lawyer, called Hikori if he recalled correctly, had told Hitachi it hadn't been Izuku's fault. That it was all down to his quirk going out of control. Hitachi had simply nodded and said nothing. He would rather ask Izuku himself. It wasn't in his nature to simply accept things at face value, not in events like this. Izuku was supposed to be back in today, and Hitachi knew at some point he needed to pull him aside and talk to him. They had to, after all, too much was hanging in the air, and Hitachi was not the kind of person who let questions go without answers. The door opened and the class hushed suddenly. In stepped Izuku and right at his side was Uraraka. For a split second he could see it, almost superimposed over his own reality. The curling horns, the blasphemous pit black eyes, the horrific rending claws, and the coiling tail ending in a sharpened spear tip. He could almost see the corrupt blue fire burning like a furnace along the teenager's scars, and the shadow-blackened skin that had coated his arms and reached up along his neck like an oil spill. But then it was gone. And only Izuku stood there, cowed and hunched and shockingly, sickly pale with his big jade green eyes. He noticed suddenly how Izuku's ears now seemed to point almost elf-like from the sides of his head, and did he paint his nails black? Izuku looked haunted, but he had always looked haunted. Hitachi supposed he now knew why. There were a few cursorily hellos from the rest of the class. Tenya, of course, stormed right over and greeted Izuku vigorously, which Hitachi couldn't help but smile at, though the smile itself was nothing but the tug at the corner of his lip. Tenya was one of the few in class who still defended Izuku, and perhaps one of the reasons why the rumors hadn't spilled out of their own classroom. Curiously, even as Tenya talked his ear off, Hitachi watched as Izuku's eyes scanned the classroom, and for a moment their gazes met. Hitachi prided himself on being good at treating people. He always had been, after all. It was almost a prerequisite for making his quirk work. Getting people to talk meant picking out the tiniest flaws and ticks and tells on their faces. Izuku was drowning in sorrow. It was written all over him like an open book, and his eyes screamed out one, very loud, message. "I'm sorry." Hitachi looked away, unable to keep his gaze with the teen. He knew he was sorry, but that didn't mean he was going to get up and go give the green-haired boy a giant hug and a big ol' kiss on the forehead. It didn't work like that, at least not for him it didn't. The door opened again, and Aizawa-sensei entered the room, ordering everyone back to their seats and to be silent. His usual entrance. Izuku took his place in front of him, and for a moment Hitachi stared at the back of his head, wondering just what could possibly be running through his mind. The teenager moved a hand over his left forearm, feeling the touch of bandages hidden under his shirt. Part of his arm had been burned when he had pulled Izuku back, and it still stung to the touch, though it was healing slowly. He'd have a scar there now, a bright spot against his usually tan skin. A permanent reminder of the very first day he'd ever met Izuku Midoriya. The class announcements went on as usual, though there was a single, slight deviation. Towards the end of the announcements, Izawa-sensei turned his bloodshot eyes to Izuku and calmly told him that he would not be attending basic hero training. Instead, he would be sent to the principal's office. This was coupled with a handful of gasps and a couple of oohs from the peanut gallery, but Hitachi kept silent. He wasn't going to join in with the crowd, not when half of them didn't even know the full truth of the matter. They hadn't seen what he had seen within Izuku's gaze. They hadn't heard the fury of his voice, the thousands of screaming souls that seemed even now to be echoing at the very back of Hitashi's mind. They hadn't seen the hell that existed inside Izuku Midoriya. The teenager seemed to shrink into his seat as Izawa commanded the class to be silent. For a split second, Hitachi almost reached out to give him a comforting pat on the shoulder. But he didn't. He didn't move because some part of him, inside, was still afraid of what he had seen within him. He was still scared of the monster he had seen wearing Izuku's skin. His new burn scar ached suddenly, and he put his hand back across it again. His talk with Izuku could wait, for now, maybe for when school was over. Until then he needed to gather his thoughts and get a grip on himself. Izuku wasn't evil, just like he was evil. There were no such things as evil quirks, only evil hearts. Wasn't that what Izuku told him All Might had said? Hitachi wanted more than anything to believe him. Even when the opposing evidence was now scarred into his arm. Nedzu's office was his pride and joy. Along his left wall were all the photos with famous heroes he had met over the years, as well as accolades and framed newspaper clippings of the times he had managed to get himself into the papers. Along his back wall were pictures and other favorite pieces of art that had all been made by students who had come to his school. But it was the space behind him which was truly eye-catching. A wall filled with degrees gathered from some of the most famous centers of teaching in the world. Harvard, Oxford, Zurich, Tsingtao, and Oasis. He had trophies from various competitions and letters from various governments thanking him for his assistance in their various issues. It was a monument to his intelligence, and he was proud of it. Nedzu knew he had very little else going for him, after all. He was an animal playing at being human, and yet, even amongst humans he was so often apart from them, simply because he was so smart. The fact he was barely 3'5" and covered in white fur was a secondary matter. But even so, for this meeting he would need to appear as human as he possibly could. It would be the only way to connect with the young Izuku Midoriya. And connection was indeed the key here. If no connection could be formed, then he feared for Izuku's future in the walls of his school. He had set up his little chit-chat area, as he called it, with utmost care to create a welcoming, comforting atmosphere. 2 opposing couches, each modernist in design of course, with a coffee table to separate them. An open plate of biscuits and a kettle filled with nice hot water. To one side were 2 nice clean cups and the other a selection of various teas. The only thing missing was a nice sunny sky. The far wall was nothing but several vast windows looking out over the world. The sky above was gray, heavy with the promise of rain, and yet through tiny gaps in the angry cloud the sun could be seen through beams of golden light. Nedzu tried not to delve too often into idle pensiveness, but he would allow himself a moment to consider it a good omen. There was a knocking at the door, and Nedzu snapped his thoughts back to reality. "Come in." The door creaked open and in poked a head made of wild, limp green hair and wide, exhausted-looking eyes. Nedzu quietly noted the ears pointing from the sides of his hair and the black fingernails curling around the edges of his door. These were new developments since Tuesday's events, something not even Chiyo could find an answer for. And yet it were his long, dark scars which drew his eye the most. Of course, he could hardly talk, and for a moment it seemed as though his own scar, the ugly mark across his eye, itched and pulled tight. His heart went out to the poor boy. A quirk he clearly had trouble controlling trapped in a body that it damaged upon use. But he wasn't the first child to come to them like this, and Nedzu was determined to not make the same mistakes he had before. The fact that Izuku was standing before him now, dressed in the proud uniform of a UA student, spoke volumes about his own drive, his own will to succeed. Nedzu had to count on that as one of honesty and virtue, not one hiding a darker motive. Hello sir. Izuku shuffled into the room, closing the door behind him. Ah, young Midoriya, a phrase he had decided to steal from Toshinori, hoping the familiarity would set him at ease. Please, come and sit down. As I'm sure you realize we have much to discuss. The boy nodded without a sound and moved on into the room, and, remarkably without making any eye contact, he came to sit on the couch across from the tiny principal. His gaze was practically glued to the floor, his hands stuck on his lap, and everything about his body was stiff and tense. Nezu frowned, that wouldn't do at all. How are you feeling today? As he talked he reached forward, picking up the kettle, and started to pour himself a cup of hot tea. Would you like a drink? A biscuit perhaps? No thank you, sir, and I feel fine, I guess. The boy chewed the inside of his lip. Sir, can I ask a question? Of course. This was a little surprising, but Nezu would let the teen lead for now if it set him at ease. Why did you wait until the middle of the day to expel me? Nezu almost spilt his tea. He recovered quickly enough before the boy noticed of course, but the question had hit him over the back of a head like a plank of wood. My boy. Do you always jump to such grim conclusions? He chuckled, though it ended in a sorrowful sigh. I won't lie to you, Izuku. Assaulting a fellow student is a serious issue, and we must find the reasons why. Expulsion is not entirely out of the question. He saw the boy tense up suddenly, which was remarkable considering how on edge he already appeared to be. But I would rather not, if possible. Mr. Hikori's report only compiled what happened. I wish to find out the reasoning as to why it happened, do you understand? Izuku didn't seem to relax any, though after a moment he nodded slowly. He sipped at his tea and let out a calm sigh before placing the cup into his lap, one furred finger still looped around the handle. Now, I won't make you relive the events of the exercise itself, but I do want to ask you about your quirk. The boy again nodded slowly, and Nezu was about to continue before he spotted something. It was tiny, a microsecond reaction, but it was there. Something had crossed through the teen's mind that he didn't like, and his hands had twitched in his lap. Nezu made no sign he'd seen it of course, but immediately he logged it within his extensive memory. How long have you been using your quirk? There was a tiny hesitation. Since I was 5, sir. No, that wasn't my question, Nezu countered quickly. I didn't ask how long you've had your quirk, I asked how long have you been using your quirk. Izuku seemed a little surprised at this, but he soon answered, maybe a year at this point. Probably a little less, I think. A year? Well, that explained an awful lot. I see. Well, for someone who has only been using their quirk for a year, you've displayed a remarkable amount of power. He saw the boy's lip twitch at a smile. But not a lot of control. The smile vanished. Don't be too worried. You've a lot of catching up to do, but that is what UA was built for. Izuku gulped again, and his eyes fixed back onto his lap. Yes sir. Thank you sir. However, after the events on Tuesday and after reviewing our own records about you, I'm afraid I have to admit that we've hit something of a roadblock. Nezu sighed softly and locked his gaze onto the boy. We failed you, Izuku, and for that, I apologize. To continue forwards we must understand more about your quirk and how it interacts with your mind and body. Do you understand? He wasn't sure how he did it, but amazingly the boy seemed to pale even more. Again, Nezu noticed that hair-trigger twitch of his fingers and the way that his lips seemed to crease for just a moment. He was biting it from the inside of his mouth. Pain. He was using pain to control something that he couldn't see. Please stop that. Nezu's command jolted the teenager out of whatever self-destructive tendencies he had and brought his gaze back into focus. Do not use self-harm to control your quirk. That is a destructive path, and I will not allow you to walk down it. Izuku's eyes grew white and watery before he suddenly blinked the tears away and nodded at the principal. I'm sorry sir. It's all right, Izuku. This is why we're talking. Nezu's voice lowered once more. Now, it's clear that our information on your quirk is horribly out of date, as I believe our information on other factors of your life also need updating. This was the hard part. He hated himself for having to approach this subject, but Izawa's point stood and it had to be addressed. They would be fools to ignore it. Izuku. I know you suffer from schizophrenia brought on by traumatic quirk usage. His eyes narrowed, though not in anger but only in curiosity. You said you've only been using your quirk for a year or less. Be honest and tell me, are you still taking your medication? The boy sniffled for a second, and it seemed to Nezu that he seemed to be listening to a conversation that only he could hear before he slowly, almost carefully, announced, yes, I'm still taking my medication. If you don't believe me you can ask my mom, she makes sure I take it every morning. Relief flooded through his heart and he leaned back into his seat. Good, that's good to hear, Izuku. I believe you, I don't think you would lie to me about this. The boy stayed silent and his hands cupped together tightly. But, sir. Even with my medication, when I use my power too much it's still he took a shuddering breath. If I push myself too far it starts to take control and I can't stop it," and tears began to flow softly from his eyes. "It just takes over and it's so hateful, and when it does all it wants to do is hurt people." Nedzu's hand shook and he disguised it by raising his cup of tea to his lips. A quirk that made the user actually want to hurt others? He didn't want to believe it possible, but he wasn't willing to simply shut down Izuku's thoughts on the matter. He wasn't like All Might, he didn't quite believe that evil was always a choice. He had seen evil, up close and personal. He knew it wasn't a choice, but a gnawing sickness that when unleashed, could enslave the human soul. Nedzu knew all too well that demons existed, and that good intentions were Lucifer's favorite tools. "I see. Well Izuku, but I'm trying." The boy's sudden spark caused the animal to blink in shock. Izuku's fingers were now digging deep into his legs, and tears were forming along the edges of his eyes. "I'm trying so hard to not let it win." Let it win? Such a strange choice of words. Nedzu placed his cup down slowly as Izuku cried out again. I know what I can do is evil, and I know that someone like me shouldn't even be here. I'm not supposed to be a hero, not with what's inside me, but I've never wanted to be anything else." He sobbed and wiped tears from his eyes, which were almost immediately replaced a second later. As he spoke his voice cracked and fell apart in his own mouth, his sorrow dragging his shoulders down from the sheer weight. "But I'm trying, sir. I'm trying my hardest. I know I let everyone down when I let it control me, and I know All Might is disappointed in me, but no one is disappointed in you, young Midoriya." Nedzu quickly cut him off. "No one. Not All Might, not myself, not Mr. Izawa. No one is disappointed in you. We were unprepared, uninformed and unequipped to deal with your quirk." Nedzu knew what his next sentence should be. He should tell the boy he was going to transfer him out of the school and away from the hero course to somewhere where his quirk could be properly contained and controlled. Where he could live a normal life, where his dreams would be crushed, but at least his soul could be saved. The same words he should have spoken years ago to another young man. But that young man hadn't been crying his eyes out. His voice hadn't broken, and his body hadn't been on the edge of breaking apart from the storm of self-hatred that roared inside him. They had both needed help, but they had needed different kinds of help. He had taken such a risk before, and the parallels even now were staggering. The burned scars, the troubled mind, the blue fire. But he had failed that student by ignoring the problem. Was he really so prepared to fail another? "I'm not going to expel you," Nedzu announced with a strong tone, his chin raising just slightly as he spoke. Izuku sobbed but finally looked up once more. Nedzu expected him to smile, to cheer maybe, but instead he continued to look nervous, on edge, as if any moment now the axe would come swinging down on his neck. "But I'm not going to ignore this either." He raised a hand to his chin for a moment. "We logically can't move forward until we have a better understanding of your quirk. Next Monday I will arrange for you to have a quirk assessment test. At least then we'll all have a much more solid understanding of your power. From there we'll figure out our next steps together." Izuku stiffened suddenly, and his eyes went wide. Are you sure, sir? Would you rather be suspended for 2 weeks?" Nedzu mused with a curled smile. No, not at all. Well, you have to go all out in those things, right? Well, what if he winced a little and shrugged, lose control again? Don't worry, I'll have Mr. Izawa there to erase your quirk the moment it starts getting out of hand. He fixed Izuku with a raised eyebrow. "And I'm sure you've noticed, but Mr. Izawa's limit on how far he'll allow things to go is much shorter than All Might's." Izuku again chewed his lip, though this time it seemed to be in thought rather than some twisted self-punishment, and Nedzu allowed it. The teenager nodded slowly to himself and took a deep breath through his nose before breathing back out one more, his shoulders finally relaxing and his body easing from his constant tension. "All right. I'll do my best, sir. And thank you for all of this. For giving me another chance. I know I don't deserve it, but of course you deserve it." Nedzu frowned at him and leaned forward once more. "You need to believe in yourself, young Midoriya. You're not evil, you're not a villain, and no matter how difficult your quirk is to control with time and training, I believe you will learn to use it to become a great hero. I suppose." "No. Don't suppose." He pointed a furred finger at him. "Do." He paused for a second before raising his paw upwards. "As a rule, men worry more about what they can't see than about what they can. Julius Caesar said that. Consider these words as you progress. Focus on what you can deal with for now, and that includes your own mental health." Izuku finally smiled. It was a sketched smile, earnest but frail. He still had doubts of himself, that was clear, but there was a hope there. A hope which the young boy was clinging to with both hands. Nezu trusted that it would be enough, at least for now. "I will, sir. I promise. And I swear, I won't let it hurt anyone ever again. I'll hold you to that promise." Nezu lightly warned as he wagged a warning pawed finger at Izuku. "Now, go back to your lessons. I'm sorry you've missed your second round of hero training, but I'm glad we had this talk. We can finally start you off on the right footing." Izuku nodded and stood up, already towering over the tiny animal, but the respect in his eyes was more than obvious. He bowed deeply to the principal and walked back towards the door, exiting with several more thank yous. Once he was gone, Nezu let out a long breath and fell back into the couch. He turned his head for a moment and noticed the weather hadn't changed. It was still spotty, still flickering with rays of golden sun and frowns of gray cloud. Yes, he decided internally, it was indeed a fitting omen. Izuku was exhausted. When the final bell rang, he felt as though he was fighting to keep his eyes open. As he'd walked the corridor towards the locker rooms, his classmates had chattered excitedly around him and discussed amongst themselves the cool and exciting new combat exercises that Izawa-sensei had ran them through. Bully for them. Izuku kept his bitterness locked up tight, however, he knew he would get his chance to get back into combat training again next week. But even so, the knowledge that he'd completely screwed up one lesson and been forced to miss his second wasn't resting easy with him. Principal Nezu had told him they could start on the right foot now. He only wished he had started off on the right foot the first time around. And even then, the knowledge that he'd technically lied to his face wasn't sitting easy with him. Yes, he was taking his prescribed medication, but taking medication and having it actually be effective were two very different things. He chewed his lip as he gathered the things out of his locker, and it was only when Uraraka tapped him on the shoulder did he snap out of his own thoughts. "Hey, Earth to Izuku. Are you there?" "She should shut up, we're trying to think." Izuku practically chomped the inside of his cheek and ignored the flourish of boiling irritation that flowed along his scars as he turned to his friend. "Sorry. It's been a long week, you know." "Yeah, I know." She sighed and flashed him a worn-out smile. There were still bags under her eyes, though they looked less heavy than before. "But hey, we can walk to the station together. Tenyu's waiting for us outside, we could even show you some of the moves we learned today." "Well, maybe, I mean within reason," she shrugged and rolled her eyes. "We can't throw you onto the pavement or something, but hey." The young woman's blabbering was cut silent. Hitachi practically emerged out of the shadow to walk over to the two, his exhausted gaze stern and almost cold. He looked between them both before fixing his eyes on Izuku. "We should talk." Oh. Yeah, Izuku had been wondering when this would happen. Hitachi had practically been avoiding him all day, despite Izuku's own attempts to try and grab his attention. Still, he had a busy day and a small part of him had hoped that maybe he could have the no doubt emotionally exhausting conversation with him tomorrow. Yeah, I guess we should. Talk about what? How he blocked our rightful vengeance. His curse hissed like a rusting blade along his mind. Coward. Izuku ignored the comment and turned his eyes to Uraraka, who understandably looked worried. "It's alright, go on ahead, I'll catch up." He even gave her a smile. It was one he didn't feel, of course, but it was a smile nonetheless. The girl hesitated for a moment longer before nodding. "Alright, I'll try and make Tenyu walk slow." She shot Hitachi one quick look, one of cautious concern, before turning and walking away. The locker room was empty now, other than the occasional student moving from one after-school activity to another. Hitachi towered over Izuku, and Izuku felt every inch of the height the teenager had on him. It was amazing how intimidating Hitachi was, even without his costume. He had an air of silent, dismissive command that bordered on cockiness. Though it wasn't the same as Katsuki's arrogant ego, it was more of a simple self-assuredness that he could stop anyone with a single question and no further effort. Yet if one looked closely, with careful eyes, one could see the heavy weight of his quirk behind his stance. It pulled the corners of his mouth into a stoic line, etched heavy bags under his eyes, and gave him an aura of mature responsibility that a person his age shouldn't possess. So. He scratched the back of his neck, and Izuku suddenly realized it was a nervous habit. Was Hitachi the one on guard here? About Tuesday? Yeah. Tuesday. Izuku's head bowed in shame. "I'm sorry. For everything. For what you saw. For what I did. For everything." He could already feel tears rising to his eyes, but he blinked them away. He had sobbed enough for one day, at this rate he'd become dehydrated. "We shouldn't apologize for what we are. What the fuck was that? Hitachi demanded suddenly, his voice causing Izuku to cower even more. Because what I saw in there, that wasn't you. Izuku's hands reached the straps of his bag and began squeezing them tightly. It was my power. You had horns. And claws. And a fucking tail. Hitachi's eyes narrowed at him. I thought you said all you did was throw out blue fire. How dare he? The thing hissed through Izuku's mind like a furious beast. We are far more than just appendages. Actually, the smaller teen chuckled nervously. I said it was more complex than that. Hitachi kept his narrowed gaze locked onto Izuku before finally, and almost sarcastically, saying, Right. So, what happened then? Because there's a lot of rumors going around that I'm trying hard to ignore. Oh, yeah, well. Izuku took in a breath and forced himself to relax. It was alright, he had seen the curse inside him, and all he wanted was an explanation. Izuku could just tell him what happened and then probably never talk to him ever again. When I push myself too hard one of two things tends to happen. Yeah, you said you pass out. Or, Izuku raised a finger suddenly as he looked to Hitachi properly, my power takes over and it does that to me. It turned you into whatever I saw? Hitachi cocked a head slightly. Because you looked like a demon. And you were acting like one too. Demon, the thing roared so loudly though Izuku's mind that he actually winced, drawing out a slightly confused look from the taller teenager. Demon, what kind of accusation is that? We are Izuku Midoriya. We are Shadow and, yeah, well, Izuku sighed and looked away. I'm going to get a quirk evaluation on Monday so they can officially confirm how evil I am, I guess. Hey. The tone brought Izuku's gaze up one again, and he was shocked to see just how pissed Hitachi suddenly appeared to be. We're not evil, remember? We're supposed to be showing these bastards we're heroes. Izuku almost stepped back in shock. The look across Hitachi's face was anger, fury almost, but it wasn't directed at Izuku. It was determination. It was indignation. It was irritation at his words, not at his actions. You slipped up, you lost control, fine. Hitachi raised a hand and pointed an accusing finger at the smaller boy. You should have told me the full truth before we went into that thing. I thought you just burned people by accident or something. We could have formed a better plan, and I sure as fuck wouldn't have left you alone with that psycho Katsuki. Izuku's mouth began to drop open, and even the thing seemed shocked, moving its oil-slick heat through Izuku's scars in an almost protective manner for lack of any other response. Hitachi growled, and his hand dropped to his side before he shoved them both into his pockets, and his eyes flicked to one side. When I grabbed you and pulled you off him, I looked into your eyes. Honestly, he let out a shuddering breath and met Izuku's gaze again. It was like looking into hell. You were barely there anymore, and I've not been able to sleep properly since. Well, he smirked, less properly than usual. His eyes narrowed again. You want to know why your Raka looked exhausted? Because I'm willing to bet she's not slept either. Izuku felt the weight of his guilt settle on his chest, and he leaned back against a locker, his legs suddenly feeling weak, despite the rippling strength of dark power moving through his body. Seeing you like that, he gulped and quickly licked his lips. It was fucking terrifying. There was a moment between them that stretched out, silent and heavy. But you know the worst of it all is that I could have prevented it. We could have swapped places, or we could have fought Katsuki together. He paused again, his voice dropped low. I know what it's like to think that you're a monster, Izuku, but trying to hide it from everyone isn't the solution. Please, don't do that to any of us again, alright? Izuku was crying. He wasn't sure when he'd started crying again, but he was crying. Hitachi suddenly looked awkward, and he turned his head from side to side. Dude, you need to quit doing that. I'm sorry. He choked as he pressed his arm against his eyes. I'm so sorry, I thought you hated me. I thought everyone hated me. No, I don't hate you. Hitachi almost smirked. I'm pissed off at you, and kind of scared if you get mad you'll turn into the actual devil, but no, I don't hate you. Izuku laughed. It was a sad, self-pitying, pathetic laugh, but it was a laugh. We like him. The thing's words were, for once, not harsh or grating or vicious but smooth. Like razor wire across the meat of his brain. There was respect there, thin as it may have been. He's a pathetic, filthy sinner, but we like him. The child of pharaohs will be a good ally. That was a surprise to say the least. It was easily the nicest thing it had ever said about anyone, with the exception of his mother, though he wasn't sure vowing to annihilate her enemies counted as being nice. For a moment, for a single brief moment, he considered telling Hitachi about the voice in his head. The evil, awful, cruel voice that insulted everyone around him and cursed all living things under the sun. But he held off. He promised himself he would, one day, but not today. Today had been exhausting enough. He sniffled and again tried to dry his eyes on an already wet sleeve. Thank you. And I'm sorry for not saying anything before. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Apology accepted, monster boy. Hitachi hesitated before turning suddenly. I'll say it tomorrow then, I guess. Hey, wait. Izuku stepped forward and almost grabbed onto Hitachi's sleeve, though he held his hand back at the last moment. A sketched smile appeared on his face as he shrugged. Do you get the train? Why don't you walk to the station with us? With us? Hitachi raised an eyebrow. Yeah, Tenyu and Uraraka and me. I'm sure they won't mind. Hitachi for a moment seemed to chew the answer over in his head before Izuku noticed the tiniest twitch of a smile at the corner of his lips. Alright. Maybe you can explain to me why you have Legola's ears and emo nails. Hitachi turned and began walking. Izuku quickly followed into step with him, though it was a little straining thanks to Hitachi's long strides. However, as he walked he knew that not every hurdle set in front him by Tuesday's events had been jumped. There was a large one coming up, one whom he had yet to even begin thinking of a true apology for. One named Katsuki Bakugo. But that was a tomorrow problem for tomorrow's Izuku. For now, he just allowed himself the simple joy of walking to a train station with people he could still call his friends. So how's about that, huh? Hitachi is a good friend, and I actually like his reaction way more than Uraraka's. I feel his is more I dunno, I just like how he doesn't hug Izuku, but kinda slaps him over the head a little. Uraraka is a comforting friend, but I feel Hitachi is shaping up to be the get your shit together friend. Also Nedzu. What is Nedzu hiding? What memories is he referring to? Why did he mention Lucifer and not the devil? Answers will come eventually. Until then, hope you enjoyed reading. Till next time my dudes. Chapter 11. Names. So this chapter is gonna be a doozy, just so you'll know. It's got a ton of stuff you guys have been asking for a while now. I won't bore you with details, so just hop right in. Enjoy. The next school day and the following weekend passed without event and, honestly, Izuku was eternally glad for it. 2 days without any further drama or people being hurt or demonic monstrosities emerging from his skin. It was pretty peaceful, all be told. Before they had departed for the weekend, Uraraka had insisted that they all share numbers and make a group chat. Izuku had been a little uncertain, but Tenyu's insistence that they could use it to keep each other updated on homework finally put the nail in the coffin of his protests. It was only when his phone had dinged on his train ride back that he realized it was the first time anyone, other than his mother, had ever texted him in his entire life. People looked at him strangely as he had wiped soft tears from his eyes, but he had ignored them. The Thing, of course, disapproved, claiming that allies only extended as far as their use and nothing more, but Izuku had just turned up the volume on his podcast in response. Throughout the weekend he had happily texted back and forth on his group chat, at times worrying if he was talking too much or saying too little, but always glad that he now had just someone to talk to. His mother hovered and worried in her usual manner at his sudden obsession with his phone, but once Izuku explained she seemed overjoyed that he was making friends. The Thing continued its usual grumbling, but that was nothing new, even if he came dangerously close to giving a sharp, snappy reply at some points. All the while, however, he knew that this happy reprieve was only the calm before the storm. The storm that would hit on Monday called Katsuki Bakugo. When he thought about it, the Thing tended to flush through his system and whisper promises of finishing the job. Izuku had to fight from digging his fingers into his arms and clawing at the still healing wounds to shut it up. Monday came too soon. The sky had long since cleared of the overhanging clouds, and oppressive rain and sunshine once again reigned supreme. Summer was approaching, and the soft rains of spring were moving on. Even the monstrous hallucinations around Izuku seemed to change, becoming more colorful in their nature, the pale corpse skin colors of the winter changing to bright, almost fungal greens and earthy rotting browns. He had never quite managed to figure out that particular quirk of his own, barely held back madness. It seemed, however, that he wasn't the only person concerned about the reaction of a certain blonde. When he stepped out of the train station that morning, he saw his new collection of friends waiting for him. Their chatter was, as always it seemed, led by Uraraka, who despite talking to them all weekend, still seemed to have new stories to tell them. She was the only one of them living alone, Her parents having rented out a small apartment for their daughter to live in while she attended UA, so her complaints about her neighbors or about single girl life, as she coined it, seemed never-ending. Izuku nodded along but otherwise kept quiet. It was all a distraction, of course, something he could cling to in order to ignore the growing, twisting feeling in his gut and the way his fingers nervously dug into the straps of his backpack. The feeling only worsened as they got into the classroom, which was slowly filling up as the morning continued. There was the usual amount of chatter fluttering about the classroom, and Izuku felt, though he didn't see, as though the occasional sideward glance was being shot his way. Everyone knew Katsuki was back today, and no doubt more than a few were eager to see just what that showdown would look like. Katsuki hadn't arrived yet, and Izuku felt the crushing weight of his anxiety build even higher. What was he going to do? Would he walk in and immediately attempt to attack him? Would he just ignore him like he had done that first morning? A small part of him even wanted to believe he would be scared, as the thing so hoped he would be. Hey! A hand landed on his shoulder and snapped the boy out of his thoughts. He turned his head to see Hitachi standing beside him and Tenya beside him still. Quit worrying, he's not going to do anything. We're right here. Tenya added with a confident smile. No matter the case. Izuku could only nod at their confidence, his scars flushing warm and cool again, with the anxious flow of his blasphemous flame. Really, Izuku? Uraraka's voice drew his eyes to her, and he realized, without even noticing, they had formed a sort of circle around him. Were they really going to be that protective of him? It'll be okay. He didn't believe them. Not in the slightest. Alright. The door opened with a slam. Izuku looked up. The chatter died. Katsuki stood at the doorway dressed in his usual uncouth, almost delinquent manner, his hair the same violent spikes as, his eyes the same burning amber, and his scowl fixed and almost printed upon his face. He had bandages still across his hands, one across his neck, and probably more hidden under his uniform. Izuku, however, felt his heart drop into his shoes as he saw the scars. Long, thin, surgical, but noticeable nonetheless. Lines of pink-and skin running from the edge of his right lip down to his jaw before curving away up towards his ear. Another ran from the bridge of his nose down and across his left cheek. Another, smaller than the others, ran across the top of his left eye and down, cutting through his eyebrow, which was now forever parted. And the thing laughed. It laughed uproariously from within his blood, echoing its cruel mirth through his ears and into every corner of his mind. His hand instinctively moved to his arm, nails already willing to stamp themselves through his skin. A single look from Katsuki stopped him, and for a moment it was simply the two of them in the room. Izuku's eyes were filled with nothing but horror, fear, sorrow, and self-hatred at the evidence of his grisly work. Katsuki's, however, held nothing but a deep, almost thing-like loathing for Izuku, the likes of which he had never seen before. There had always been anger, disgust, outright dislike, and dismissal. But this was deeper now, stronger, it bordered dangerously on the edge of flat-out hatred. The blonde began moving towards Izuku with his fists already curling, and before Izuku could even snap out of his own drowning sense of grief, his friends had moved. Tenya was there first, reaching Katsuki and grabbing him by the arm to haul him back as Hitachi smashed an open palm to Katsuki's chest. The blonde barely seemed to notice them as his face turned into a horrific animalistic snarl, and his screaming voice filled every space in the classroom. You monster. You demon. You fucking inhuman bastard, I'll fucking kill you. Shouting and screaming broke out as explosions rocketed from Katsuki's palms, and suddenly there were two more people on Katsuki. Masherao, the boy with the tail and short-cut blonde hair, had grabbed one of Katsuki's arms, trying to direct the dangerous explosions away, while one of the girls, Sayu, had wrapped her tongue around his other hand and was already pulling it back. Chairs clattered to the floor, and Izuku felt the thing explode through his body, every scar instantly jumping to a boiling, burning heat as his corrupt flame leapt to defend him. He could feel the dam of blasphemous power already filling to the brim, begging him to just let go and unleash his fury upon his enemy. Izuku knew what he should do. He should do what he had always done when the thing felt as though it was about to wrest control from his own body. He should drop to the floor, curl into a ball and scream bloody murder as he turned the corruption inwards and burned his own skin along his painful scars. And so his legs were barely a second away from giving when a hand landed on his shoulder. He was pulled backwards, and an arm curled around him, joined by another. The sweet scent of summer fruits hit him, and his eyes turned to see nothing but a bob of brown hair and the cold, determined eyes of Uraraka staring straight at Katsuki. Don't take another fucking step, asshole. Shinsu shouted at Katsuki's face. You wanna go, brainwashing boy? Katsuki screamed back at him. Fucking villain bastard, I'll make you pay too. Katsuki. Calm down. Tenya shouted, his voice heavy and thick with authority. It was an accident. Fuck you, Four Eyes. Katsuki was struggling now, desperately trying to get out of the grasps of his classmates, though it seemed he had no more explosions left to give. You weren't there. You don't know what fucking happened. I'm sorry. Izuku's voice cut through the air like a thrown spear, and suddenly Katsuki stopped struggling, his eyes landing back onto the smaller teenager. Izuku was crying. Tears flowed freely from his eyes as he looked to Katsuki. He wanted to tear his own chest open and offer the blonde his head on a block. He wanted to drop to his knees and beg for forgiveness. He wanted to do whatever he could to make things right. Even if that meant allowing Katsuki to give him matching scars, he would allow it. But for right now all he could do was speak, because despite the fact that Uraraka's presence with her kindness and empathy was helping him hold his curse at bay, he knew given only a second's weakness, the thing would sink its claws into his heart and play him like a puppet. Kachan. Please? I'm so sorry. What's going on here? The voice thundered across the room and everyone, even Katsuki, cowered at the fury contained within. All heads turned to the entrance where Aizawa stood, a figure clothed in black, but his eyes burning bright. Everyone froze in their place with only the whimpering of Izuku breaking the silence. Nothing? Katsuki finally answered, shrugging off the others, though he made no further moves to attack anyone else, despite the fact his teeth were still gritted in his mouth and his fingers twitched eagerly at his sides. Tenya stepped forward, raising his arm suddenly in an almost robotic manner. Sir, Midoriya. Aizawa's cold authority stripped even Tenya's confidence away in an instant. The teacher marched through the room, ignoring the cowering of the other teenagers to stop in front of the still softly crying boy. What happened? It wasn't a question, it was a demand. Tell him. Tell him how we were just about to remove the rest of the brat's face. And nothing, sir. His eyes flickered to Katsuki, then back to Aizawa. He sniffled deeply, wiping his eyes as Uraraka took her arms from him, and his dark power faded back to the usual hum of flowing warmth that moved through his scars. Nothing happened. Aizawa's eyes narrowed almost threateningly at Izuku before looking to the others with an equal amount of anger. Each avoided his gaze and shied away. He growled deeply for a moment before making whatever decision he had been weighing in his mind. Go take your seats, all of you, before I give everyone in the classroom a semester's worth of detention. Izuku was all too eager to get to his chair, though his heart skipped a beat when he saw Katsuki march towards him. Bakugo. Aizawa's voice stopped the blonde in his tracks. You're switching seats with Ajiro, no complaints. The blonde paused for a moment, his face twisting in anger, and Izuku honestly thought that, for a second, he might actually swing at his teacher. However, the teenager relented, giving Izuku one last burning look. Fine. Whatever. I'll be glad to get away from that fucking demon freak. He stormed over to his new desk and sat down, hunching over and not even giving Izuku a single backward glance. Izuku slumped into his seat, already feeling utterly and emotionally exhausted. Just as the bell was about to ring, however, the door opened one last time, and there stood Kirishima, panting and running a hand through his hair. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. He cried out as he smiled nervously. The train was running late and he paused, his eyes scanning the room, landing on the furious-looking teacher, the utterly bitter-looking Katsuki, and to the hollowed-out-looking Izuku. Did I miss something? Aizawa was still angry. Izuku could tell. He made no sign of it, of course, his usual hunched hand and pocket stance betrayed practically no emotion whatsoever, but Izuku could feel the cold irritation coming from the man as he walked just slightly behind him down UA's long corridors. He had to say something, right? As they approached a pair of wide double doors, Izuku paused. Sir, about this morning, nothing happened. Aizawa cut him off without even looking at him. So, there's nothing to talk about. You make your bed and you lay in it, Midoriya. Oh. Well, he supposed that was that, then. However, Aizawa paused before he opened the double doors to the gym room and turned his dark eyes to the boy. Whatever happened in the exercise with Bakugo happened. Don't dwell on it. Learn from it and move forward. Izuku blinked at this and then nodded. Yes, sir. Aizawa seemed to pause a moment longer and nodded back. Good. He pushed the doors open and walked on into the large open sports hall. The equipment had all been pushed to the sides, and the floor was left wide open. The floor itself was patterned like a basketball court, though at one end of the hall were a number of training mats. His gaze was immediately caught by a man on the far end. He was heavy-set and out of shape, But what were most striking were his giant owl-like eyes and the odd feathers that were set about the sides of his face. He blinked in a rather bird-like manner and moved his head like one in sudden, smooth movement, ending with a sharp stop. He was wearing a white coat, under that a brown and boring-looking suit, and there was a camera set up to one side, while in his hand he held a tablet. Aizawa simply nodded to him, and he nodded back in greeting. He then turned to his tablet and tapped a few buttons, and, suddenly, the floor under him flickered and changed. No longer a basketball court, the pattern shifted to a simple set of circles, each labeled with a distance in meters. Izuku blinked in surprise and smiled. "That's so cool. Programmable high-density carbon glass flooring," Aizawa explained in a bored tone. "Every gym and sporting hall in the school has them." UA was super cool. Izuku, the boy's gaze was drawn back to his teacher once again. Aizawa motioned lazily over to the other man. "This is Dr. Fukuro. He'll be monitoring your quirk while you use it and giving it a proper classification." "Good afternoon, young man." The doctor gave him a respectful nod. "I've heard you have quite the quirk. I'll be interested to see exactly how it works." Izuku felt nervous and his scars spiked with 1,000 crawling pinpricks of rippling heat. "Why yeah. All right, let's get this started." Aizawa practically yawned the statement out. "Go stand in the center circle." Izuku nodded and did as he was told, suddenly feeling as though he was some dog being put on show. He had been told to dress in his gym clothes and as such could only nervously fiddle with the end of his t-shirt as he wondered exactly what was about to happen. Would they film the whole thing? He was pretty sure the camera would break, so what if they had to film him again? This is stupid. His curse hissed through his ears like the drawing of a rusting sword. What are they going to do? Gawk at us? The son of David should treat us with more respect. Izuku ground his teeth and steeled himself. Now was not the time to be discussing things with his own mouthy power. "First things first," Dr. Fukuro announced loudly so his voice carried across the wide open hall. "From what I hear, your quirk is, for lack of a better term, somewhat unique, therefore it needs a unique classification. In short, young man, what's your quirk's name?" Izuku froze. A name? He'd only ever called it the thing, and that was it. He'd never thought to go any further than that because it had never deserved to be called anything else. "We are Izuku Midoriya." The thing hissed, irritated through his mind. "We have no other name." I don't know." Izuku called back, still fiddling with his t-shirt. I mean, if it doesn't have a name, please give it one so we may continue." The doctor called back suddenly. "Whatever you think works best. If you feel you need to change it we can later, though it will require more paperwork, so try and pick one that you think will last." Izuku could see Aizawa's eyes fixed tightly on him, watching him like a hawk would watch a nervous mouse. He gulped suddenly and licked dry lips. "Well, he thought for a small moment before announcing. "What about Living Nightmare?" Dr. Fukuro tapped something into his tablet and then shook his head. "Sorry, it's already taken by some pro called Starburst. Never heard of them." Aizawa curtly announced as he folded his arms. "But it doesn't matter, think again, Midoriya." Izuku nodded and looked down in thought, putting a finger to his lip and folding an arm across his chest. "We are Izuku Midoriya." The thing continued to insist loudly through his mind. "We are shadow and fire. Wrath and terror incarnate. We are the nemesis of sinful. All should fear us and cower before our power." Izuku blinked suddenly and looked up from his shoe-gazing thought process. What about nemesis? It fit, after all. His curse was his nemesis, the arch-enemy, the eternal foe which he constantly had to fight. The doctor tapped a few times and then nodded. "All right. It's a bit grim for my tastes, but it's free. Nemesis." His dark power hissed softly through his mind like the curling, tempting snake it was. "Well, we suppose it beats being called thing all the time. Fine, if we must adopt this title so be it, but we are still Izuku Midoriya in all things." "Nemesis," Izuku repeated again, finding the name dark and yet somehow good on his tongue. It felt good to give a name to something which had been tormenting him almost all his life. For the first time he suddenly felt as though by naming his problem, he was confronting it directly. For the first time, he felt as though he was throwing the veil of shadow from his curse and exposing it to the light. Aizawa continued to look at him with the same blank expression. Izuku didn't wilt under his gaze, nor did he stand against it, however. It was a gaze that was reading him constantly, like a man scanning for any sign of weakness in an opponent. It felt odd to be under such a gaze, and yet Izuku knew exactly why he seemed that way. Nemesis was dangerous. Everyone in the room knew that. That's why they were here after all. Alright, well, now that's sorted. The doctor looked back up and blinked his giant owl-like eyes. Tell me, how do you activate it? Izuku gulped. Well, it's we are as breathing, as moving, as killing. We are as natural to our body as any motion we make. Fear. Horror, anything negative, really. Izuku announced in a loud tone that he really wished he didn't have to use. He raised a hand and his eyes ran along his scarred flesh. It works best on hatred though. So, it's emotionally responsive? Dr. Fukuro nodded. Not unusual. I suppose it also reacts to other emotions? Izuku had to blink in surprise. Well, I've never tested that out, I guess. The doctor raised a thick eyebrow at this and then looked to Izawa, who simply shook his head at him before turning back to Izuku. I'll have to add that to my lesson plan. The teenager had the distinct impression that was not meant as a positive. You keep referring to it as an it, as if it's something apart from you. The doctor's head cocked just slightly and again Izuku was slightly unnerved by the unblinking, staring eyes. Is there a reason for that? Well, he gulped again, and his limbs shook just a little from the sudden wave of anxiety that washed through him. How was he supposed to tell them his power constantly talked to him and urged him to do horrific, horrible things to people? It feels like a separate entity to me, I guess. I mean, when it takes control I don't feel like I'm me at all. Of course, we feel like us. We are one, we are Izuku Midoriya. Interesting. The doctor mumbled before announcing loudly. Alright, well, let's see it. See what? Your quirk. The doctor blinked his giant eyes at the boy. Let's see it. In full, please. What, right now? Izuku looked around nervously. Right here? Izawa groaned so loudly that Izuku was practically knocked over by the wave of pure irritation. Midoriya. How many times must I tell you? If I feel like you're losing control, I will stop you. He rubbed his eyes and then glared back at the boy. Do you understand? Izuku nodded cautiously, even as Nemesis began moving through his body once again. Oil-thick ripples of horrific power washing like waves along his scars. He had to trust in his teachers, especially now that they actually knew what they were about to deal with. Izuku ran through 2 quick tests. The first in which he demonstrated the ability to fire a blue flame out of his palm. Though fire was putting it loosely as it was more like a slightly focused detonation than anything else. The other was to channel his power through his legs and launch himself upwards, which also caused him to land heavily onto the pre-prepared training mats, and he ended up pausing to rub his hip for several moments, despite the cushioned fall. Each use of his quirk had sent his head into a dizzy spell of lights and sounds and colors, and each time he'd needed a minute or so to catch his breath and not hurl into his own mouth. Helpfully, Izawa provided a bottle of water, and the boy had gladly gulped it down. He'd had time to do so after the flame test, since his teacher had been forced to go around with a fire extinguisher and put on the pockets of blue flame which refused to dissipate. Once he had regained his bearings, Izuku was again ordered to the center of the circles where he stood, his stomach twisting suddenly as he began to suspect what they were about to ask of him. Alright, Izuku, now this next one should be simple, since you already used it before. The doctor tapped a few things on his tablet. The footage of you in the entrance exam has you summoning wings. Can you do that now for us? Izuku bit his lips softly. Well, I don't know how, sir. Izawa's eyes oddly narrowed at this, even as the doctor spoke first. What do you mean? In that case I guess I just let go and moved on instinct? It sounded stupid even to him, but he simply remembered being hyper-focused on his one goal of saving Uraraka's life. The moment he'd blown the robot apart, he had instantly curled his power inwards, grabbing back whatever control he had and pouring it in onto his own body to stop it from going any further. In hindsight, doing that while 15 stories in the air was probably not a smart move. I see. Well, would you say that letting go as you put it caused such a transformation? Izuku could already see where this road was going. Well yes, I suppose. Could you do that for us now then? There it was. The question he'd been dreading since he had stepped into the room. His blood ran cold and he felt his entire body tense up in anxiety. Nemesis moved through his system like an uncoiling snake, eager to once again show itself to the world. Black power coursed softly along his scars, tempting his heart with the promise of unrivaled strength. He went to protest, naturally, but his eyes landed on Izawa, whose cold gaze was suddenly not so cold. There was something else there too. A kindness, somehow. He nodded once slowly at Izuku, the single gesture speaking volumes. Izuku bit the inside of his lip again, and then slowly nodded not to either adult, but rather to himself. He had no choice in the matter, he had to do this. And he had to believe it would be okay. Okay. He took a long, deep breath, and within him, he could already feel his tight grip on the hold that kept his profane power at bay loosen. Please, don't let me hurt you. It was an odd statement for a boy of barely 15 to make. An odd statement that only Aizawa seemed to fully comprehend, as already his hands were out of his pockets and reaching for the scarf around his neck. Dr. Fukuro simply looked amused at the very thought. Then Izuku let go. And the doctor's eyes became wide with horror. Instantly Izuku could feel it flooding into him, every limb, every drop of blood, every atom of his being was swiftly drowned with the oil-thick waves of hateful, hell-born strength. And he fell as he always fell. First his limbs, then his heart, then his mind. His body began to change. He could feel his muscles growing and bulging with unnatural power as he delved deeper and deeper into the well of corruption within him. The inner hellfire inferno of his quirk burning through his scars and transforming them from purple black to a cremation hot blue. His bones cracked and broke and reforged within his own body. His skin became blotted, then flooded and then drowned in the oil black shadow that existed within him. He could feel his muscles split and rip open as new appendices emerged from his back, as new claws took the place of fingers, as horns began emerging from his forehead and a tail, long and sharp, began pushing its way out from the base of his spine. Unlike his fight with Katsuki, however, the flood of power simply didn't stop. It took him. All of him. Izuku was drowning with himself as his soul became consumed with unstoppable, primal, unholy hatred. He roared with the voice of 1,000 screaming, tormented souls, his mouth glowing bright from the profane firestorm within him. The lights above him flickered and died, and the windows on the far end of the room shattered. The floor burned black from the pure fire heat radiating from him. Eyes as black and dark as the infernal abyss itself turned to focus on the two men before him, and his mouth, now filled with shark-like teeth, bellowed, "Filthy sinners." He took one monstrous step towards them on feet no longer human. And then, suddenly, everything went quiet. In the blink of an eye, it felt as though he had been grabbed and torn from his own body. The world was gray, swimming, static and haze and fog. He wasn't breathing properly, and his heartbeat had slowed to a crawl, and the strength that only moments ago had been flooding his system like a dam unleashed was gone. No, not gone, but distant, as if he could feel only the softest strings of that terrible, blasphemous power were still connected to his limbs. He was falling, but he didn't feel like he was falling. The world simply spun on its axis, and he was suddenly flat on the ground surrounded by gray, dissipating ash. His head smashed onto the panel floor without a single jolt of pain. Everything was cold. Not ice cold, not freezing, but grave cold, corpse cold. He was dying. From very far away he could hear someone calling his name. From the grayscale fog came a figure, hazy and shimmering. A figure clad in black but somehow shining bright, like a lighthouse in an ocean hurricane. Izumi up me. Aizawa-sen. There was no air left in his lungs, and even as he tried to breathe, he no longer had the strength to do so. He didn't speak, only his lips moved in a pathetic attempt to communicate a single word, help. His vision grew ever darker, gloom creeping and closing in from all sides, just as the figure, lit with an almost holy light, seemed to be only a few steps from him. Then the world smashed into him with the force of a detonating warhead. And Izuku screamed. How dare he? Blue fire exploded from him, rushing and flowing from his scars like a furnace. Ash coated him as his limbs bulged with black power before suddenly evaporating again. Pain and fire consumed him utterly, his vision swimming with melding colors and every sound exploding through his brain. Every touch and smell made him want to empty his insides and tear the flesh from his bones. The air shimmered around him as waves of pulsing heat swam from his curled, broken form. How dare he split us? How dare he divide our soul? His voice was his, and not his, and 1,000 screaming voices and 1,000 dying cries, and 1,000 whispering ghosts melding with his own like an unholy song. From somewhere amongst a cacophony of sensation he could hear Izawa's voice calling to him, almost distant and yet simultaneously right into his ears like a screaming amp. Izuku Midoriya. Calm down, keep still, breathe. Can you tell me what's wrong? Don't touch me, son of David. Izuku's head was forced up, spinning and turning and somehow focusing on Aizawa, who stood with his hand clutching his scarf, his expression one of stone and concern and strength all at once. From the windows of his eyes, Izuku screamed at his teacher begging through falling tears, please, please, oh God, please help me. A shaking, burning, painful hand pointed suddenly at the man with a finger coated at once in shadow and pale skin, each seemingly fighting and battling for domination over the boy. You will paw. Izawa moved like a bolt of lightning. His scarf flared and caught Izuku in a full-body grip so tight that the boy could no longer move. The teenager felt Nemesis thrashing wildly against a hold, but it was exhausted as he was exhausted, no longer able to summon the barest strength able to fight back. It faded, hissing curses and threats as it did so, leaving only a shattered, sobbing young man. Izuku, can you hear me? Izawa's voice drifted to him in a tone that was cautious, caring, stern and strong. It was the voice of a man who saw not a monster but a crying child in the torment hiding just under his pale skin. And yet there was something deeper to it. Something that Izuku had neither the focus nor the strength to untangle at that moment. Izuku nodded as he wept open tears. His entire body ached from the pain of using his blasphemous power at full, and yet even now he felt as though he could have gone further, he could have fallen deeper into the hell within him. He tried to speak, but his throat felt raw and burned, and he could only hoarsely croak out, "I'm sorry. It's all right." Izawa reached forward as the scarf unraveled from the boy, and he placed a calming hand onto Izuku's shoulder, even as the teen tried to curl himself into a ball, shaking almost uncontrollably from the panic attack threatening to set in. "You're safe. Let me help you up." He took the boy softly under his arm and began lifting him gingerly into a sitting position as Izuku unceremoniously began spitting out the blood from his mouth onto the floor beside him. He had just seen what Nemesis looked like unleashed, after all, so he doubted Izawa would punish him for spitting. Demon. Izuku almost jumped, he had completely forgotten the doctor was even there. Exhausted eyes looked up to see that at some point the camera had fallen over and shattered onto the floor. The owl-like man was pointing an accusing finger at the boy, and his entire body was shaking. Demon. Dr. Fukuro, that's not a quirk. The doctor was edging around the outermost circle now, trying to make his way towards the door. That thing is evil. Doctor, Izawa's voice grew so cold that the room practically took on a chill. I think it's time you left. Gladly. The doctor turned and ran out of the room without even glancing back. Izuku hunched over, practically sinking into the floor as the weight of exhaustion and depression hit him in equal measures. Evil. A doctor, a certified quirk doctor, had just called him evil. There it was. In black and white. He had always suspected so, but to be straight out told so was a completely different matter. It was at once horribly crushing and almost laughably comforting. All his worst fears were true. He was evil, see, it said so right there on his quirk assessment. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, 100% deep-fried evil. Izuku. Izawa's voice reached into Izuku's downward spiral and virtually hauled him out of it by force. It was the anchor he needed to stop the storm of his panic attack from utterly disabling him. Listen to me, focus on my voice, breath through your mouth and out through your nose. Whether he was doing it consciously or not, Izuku obeyed and soon found his shaking fading, though his body continued to ache. His scars continued to feel overheated, and the back of his throat continued to feel red raw. He gulped slowly as he fought to keep himself from throwing up his own lunch. Come on, I'm taking you to the old lady. Before Izuku could protest, he was lifted up to his feet. His legs were shaking, but he somehow found the inner strength to stand, and, one step at a time, he began walking alongside his teacher towards the sports hall doors. What happened? Izuku's head was still spinning. The gray static wasteland he had seen seemed to stick in eyes like dirt, and he blinked several times to try and get it out. I removed your quirk, Izawa replied, tone so blunt it practically held a weight all of its own. You reacted badly. All Izuku could do was reply with a very small, oh. There was more to it and he knew it. Izuku couldn't hear it in Izawa's tone, it clung his teacher's aura like a cursed phantom. Something within Izuku whispered softly to him that this wasn't the first time this had happened. This was no time to press the issue, however, not when he could barely walk in a straight line. And Izuku, the teenager, lifted his watery eyes up to his sensei. Izawa didn't look at him, his tired gaze focused straight ahead. His words were constructed of stone, a fortress to hide whatever memory it was that Izawa was playing behind his eyes. Don't worry about the doctor. You did well today. Take this as another lesson and move forward. Izuku looked down, a mix of self-hatred and bitterness swimming in his eyes. Was he ever going to get just a normal week in this place? He was so sick of the bullshit in dealing with his curse. But he supposed, in a way, it was helpful. One way or another he was discovering the powers, limits and nature of his quirk. This was another lesson. Another harsh, painful lesson, but a lesson nonetheless. His path was never going to be easy, he knew that. He would have to work harder than everyone else just to keep on the side of the good guys. But if this was what it took, he could do it. He nodded sagely, not meeting his teacher's eyes. Yes sir. Yo, so about that chapter, huh? I'm looking forward to your comments and wonderings about what the hell just happened and why. What do you guys think about the naming of Nemesis? What about Datazawa, huh? Originally this was gonna happen way earlier, but I ended up writing it like it was and just thought no, this bombshell can wait. And if you're thinking this chapter was a shocker, just wait for the next chapter. Ko's next chapter, we're gonna say hi to someone we haven't seen for a while. Next chapter, Izuku gets to meet Fumikage and his Quirk Dark Shadow. Till next time my dudes. Chapter 12. Kindred, hey you update time. As usual, I'll save most of my comments for the end. Enjoy y'all. Coffee was the greatest gift that God had ever bestowed upon the world. Inko had decided that a long time ago. Coffee had helped her in so many ways, even if she knew it was better that she drank more healthy teas or even just water. She had read plenty of blogs and listened to enough YouTube videos telling her how to lose weight to understand that cutting out caffeine should be high on her list. But Inko had never quite gotten around to doing any of that. She knew it was bad for her, but she continued to do it anyway. Story of her life. She stirred the coffee without even thinking about her action. Her mind was 1,000 miles away. It was on UA, it was on her son, it was on what had happened last Tuesday. Yes, she was fully aware of what his quirk could do. She had been told about the incident in full over the phone after all, not to mention she had seen it with her own eyes, on and off throughout the years. Blue fire. Claws. Descriptions of unheard of violence towards the young Bakugo boy. She was sure she would never be able to look his mother in the eye ever again. But it hadn't been Izuku's fault, not in how his quirk behaved anyway. He shouldn't have even been placed in that situation in the first place. Not on his first training lesson, not before they had any idea of what they were dealing with. And now she had to sit and wait on the results of this quirk evaluation. How many tests and trials would her son have to suffer through before he found his peace? But this was UA, surely they would have only the best doctors on staff, right? Oh god, what if they wanted to put him back into quirk counseling? She knew that her son had not exactly had the best time with quirk counseling back in middle school. She had personally blamed it for a number of things concerning her boy, including the fact that he had spent years mishandling his quirk. Her heart fluttered with anxiety. Her poor son, her poor little angel. Inko's phone buzzed suddenly in her pocket and, almost lazily, she took it out to see who was messaging her. You can't keep ignoring me, Inko. We need to talk. Rage. Rage hot and hungry overtook her and her mouth curled into a scowl. Him. She almost ignored the text entirely. The last thing she ever needed was to communicate with that man ever again. But her anger got the better of her. She opened her phone and before she could think about her actions, she was already sending a new message back. I can ignore you forever. Stay out of our lives. The next message arrived only seconds later. Is that an order? Her thumbs paused as a cold chill ran down her spine. Her jaw tightened and she found herself breathing harder than before. She wanted to tell him so. To rid them of his existence forever. To guarantee all ties were cut. But she knew it was too late that any of that. Not now, not when his quirk was finally being put to use. Another message arrived. I'll take that as a no. Another second passed. Eventually we're going to have to meet. I would rather it be on our own terms. Our son cannot walk this path without us both at his side. He's not going to be like you. He's a good boy. Inko typed back finally, tears forming along the edges of her eyes. He doesn't need your influence. Think about what's best for Izuku. The answer popped back in a second. I'm not going to hand my son over to Satan. She smirked through her watery eyes as his answer took longer than before. She knew he hated being called that. Finally, however, his reply arrived. One that she was sure he'd edited several times over. Please. Think about it. For him. We can't hide the truth from him forever. Inko typed out several answers to that. The first one was fuck you, followed by fuck you 1,000 times you goddamned monster, followed by I hate you, before she finally settled on what she knew her heart was telling her. Despite the anger, the rage, the downright hate she felt for the man on the other end of their conversation, she knew that things were getting to a head. Izuku was hurting people. Even if he didn't mean to, it had happened. It had happened, and she knew it could have been prevented. And while she hoped against hope it would never happen again, she knew, in her heart, that it was only a matter of time. It was practically in his blood to do so, after all. But perhaps it could be avoided. Perhaps her son could be lifted from the shadows she knew claimed him as their own. "I'll consider it." She typed back softly, tears falling down her face. "For him, ugh, look at them." Uraraka mused as they made their way towards the food court. Her gaze lingered out of the window, her eyes resting on the noticeable crowd of people hanging around the front entrance to the school. A front entrance which had been closed iron tight for several hours now. I think being on TV is cool and all, but not when I'm trying to get to class in the morning." I tried to answer their questions and they turned the camera off. Tenya announced as he pushed his glasses up his nose, his voice equally as dismissive. "They're nothing but the worst sort of paparazzi. Whatever, it doesn't matter to me." Hitachi shoved his hands into his pockets and scowled forwards. "As long as they don't bother us in school, what harm can they do? All they want is All Might anyway." Izuku said nothing. He had been accosted by the reporters on his way into class that day, but had managed to give them the slip before Nemesis had lost its temper with them all. It hadn't been pleasant to shove down the constant screams of demonic hell beast whilst trying to shield his face from the prodding of microphones. Not that any of them were there to talk about the students, of course. It was All Might they wanted. He knew that any scoop or gossip they could get on the #1 hero would be a huge boost to whatever clickbait article or spyware drowned video blog they could put up about him. It was a minor distraction at best. Izuku's mind was still hanging onto the memory of yesterday. The quirk evaluation, the feeling of having Nemesis claim his body and mind and dig its claws deep into his very soul, only to suddenly have it all torn from him. The world of ash and fog still haunted Izuku's thoughts. What was that? He had seen Izawa use his quirk on other people in class before, usually to make a point or to stop someone from being a distraction. The worst that had happened was they'd break out into a coughing fit. Todoroki especially had seemed pretty allergic to whatever it was that Izawa could do to people. And yet the moment his glowing red eyes had landed on Izuku to silence his cursed power, Izuku hadn't simply stumbled to a stop. Oh no, he had to almost go and fucking die on the sports hall floor. Because of course he did. Because God hated him. "We'll have our revenge." Nemesis whispered darkly through his mind as they approached the food hall. "He will never divide our soul again. We swear it." Nemesis had spoken a lot of insane, stupid and insulting things to him over the years, but it had never seemed so upset before. If something annoyed it, such as Bakugo, it could go on lingering in its anger for some time, but eventually its interest would fade, and it'd pick a new object of scorn. It had been almost 24 hours since the examination, and it was still mad about it. And Izuku could tell, somehow, that it was from a place of fear. It was within its blood-soaked words, its rusted metal grinding tone. It was angry, yes, but also scared that they would be separated again. And Izuku supposed he was too. Whatever Izawa had done to him, accidentally of course, had been horrifying on a different level to his usual terrors. It had not been fire and shadow but static, fog and ash. He never, ever wanted to feel that way again, even if for a few moments he knew he had been free of his monstrous curse. The food hall was an immense eating area filled with busy, hungry students. The wall of sound was somewhat unpleasant to Izuku's ears, and he winced just a little. He wasn't a huge fan of crowds. Crowds tended to make Nemesis angry, and that was almost always a bad thing. He had always avoided eating with others if he could help it, an easy habit to have considering he never had any friends in the first place. However, a rather nasty side effect was he'd become horribly socially anxious. Even amongst his new friends, Uraraka had already commented on how uncommonly quiet he always seemed to be. "Hey, guys, how about I just find us a table?" he offered with a slightly stitched-together smile as he eyed the long and winding lunch line. "What about your food?" Tenya asked suddenly, and almost immediately a robotic hand came down, pointing to Izuku. "Proper nutrition is important for students of such a prestigious academy. We must always be. If you give me your money, I'll pick you up whatever you want." Hitachi offered, cutting off Tenya's incoming 10-minute PowerPoint presentation on how to properly maintain one's health. Tenya scowled a little at Hitachi for the rude interruption, but let it slide. "So, what do you want to eat? The flesh of the sinful?" Izuku blinked, a deadpan expression on his face. "Chicken hibachi with a spring roll." "Ah, 2 spring rolls." Hitachi, having no idea of the screams of irritation echoing within his friend's mind, simply nodded to Izuku and, after Izuku handed him some money, walked off with Tenya and Uraraka while Izuku secured them a table. Around him the world chattered and went about as any normal school lunch hour would do. Izuku slid into an empty seat by a clean wood table and immediately brought his phone out. Practically on automatic, he plugged his headphones in and was raising them to his ears when a blood-curdling growl suddenly began echoing through his mind. The seventh son. Izuku blinked, his scars prickling with candle fire, and looked up just as a boy, a fellow classmate, walked past him. It was Fumikage, his feathered head a cold jet black, his crimson-red gaze and set within intense eyes. For a moment he almost seemed to hesitate as he passed Izuku. Then he scowled deeply and passed on. Izuku turned in his seat to watch him go and eventually join the line before looking back to his own table, his eyes fixed down. Before he could even stop himself he quietly mumbled, "Well, at least he has the right idea. He's dangerous." Izuku almost sat up at the statement. His mouth opened to answer, but he quickly shut it again. No answering back, especially not in public. He should just put his headphones in and blast music into his brain until his friends got back. We sense the corruption of his soul. Darkness lurks within him. Don't answer. Don't answer, don't answer, don't. He's not as bad as you, Izuku mumbled as he rubbed the earphones within his fingers. Goddamn it. We are Shadow and Fire. Nemesis answered back with a crawling scorpion tone. We are Izuku Midoriya. The seventh son is a carrion crow, and his soul is shadowed by something without a soul of its own. That makes him dangerous. He bit the inside of his cheek suddenly, a punishment for breaking his promise, and shoved the headphones into his ears, which thankfully still fit despite their new pointed length. Anything else that his inner curse might have said was drowned in blasting music of whatever was first to be picked on his phone. He closed his eyes and put his hands over his ears, refusing to even pay attention to anything outside his little self-contained bubble. No voices, no cruel comments, nothing more. Just him and blessed music turned up almost as high as it would go. Someone suddenly touched his shoulder and Izuku jumped, his scars flashing with heat before curling back in once more. Uraraka looked down on him with a soft, concerned gaze. Her mouth moved, but he only caught the bottom end of her words as he hurried to take his earphones out. Okay? What? I said, are you okay? She took the seat beside him, and Izuku turned to see Hitachi and Tenya doing the same across the table. Oh, yeah, I'm fine. He pulled the earphone cord out and began hurriedly wrapping it back into his hand. Sorry about that, dude, I could hear that from across the hall. Hitachi's expression was caught between a frown and a smirk. Do you always listen to music that loud? You'll ruin your ears. Tenya scolded like an angry dad. Not to mention it's not healthy to ignore your surroundings. That is actually a smart thing to say. Congratulations, Nemesis mocked cruelly within Izuku's head. The McNeosin said something worth listening to for once. I don't do great in crowds. Izuku mumbled almost to himself. Loud places, lots of people, kinda makes me nervous, you know? Music helps. Uraraka nodded. I hear you, but Tenya has a point, especially now that they're all pointy. She nudged Izuku as he blushed. Hey. Don't be ashamed. I think they look cool. I must admit, I've never heard of a quirk that alters a person's appearance before. Well, I mean, transformation quirks are common, but not on a permanent basis. Tenya mused as he put a hand to his chin. Your quirk is truly unique. Speaking of, how did your evaluation go yesterday? Hitachi asked before taking a bite out of his sandwich. Fiu diff and fem fo want to foka foudif. Oh, yeah. He had been torn up about almost dying and screaming at Izawa to mention anything about it to the others. Thankfully they seemed to have all gotten the point and had helpfully avoided the subject for the rest of the day. The quirk assessment guy called me a demon and ran out of the room. There was a sudden burst of chuckles from the others. It stopped once they realized Izuku wasn't laughing with them. Dude, are you serious? Yeah. Oh, Izuku, I'm so sorry. The teenager shrugged and stabbed a piece of chicken with his chopsticks. It's fine. Just another chapter in the shit show that is my life. And he chomped down onto the piece with a stoic expression. How utterly unprofessional. And to think they were hired by UA. Tenya shook his head and frowned. Perhaps he was just religious. And I thought all that religious chaos caused by the emergence of quirks had died down by now. I dunno, look at America. Hitachi mused. That place went crazy with wacko religious cults once quirks popped up. Still is, apparently. Still, that really sucks, Izuku. Uraraka patted the boy on the shoulder. But nothing bad happened, right? I mean, Aizawa-sensei was there the whole time. Aizawa had almost killed him with his quirk, and while Izuku refused to believe it was because he had torn his soul in two, He still found that far more comparable than actually hurting anyone else. No, nothing bad happened. Aizawa-sensei's quirk is really amazing, he stopped me the second he thought I went too far. This was followed by a long, loud, irritated growl by Nemesis that sent prickling heat along his scars. Well, that's a good thing, right? Hitachi asked suddenly, raising his sandwich up again. Proves you're not possessed or something, your quirk's just a quirk at the end of the day. Hitachi. That's an awful thing to say. Uraraka snapped at the purple-haired teen and waved her own chopsticks at him. Izuku isn't possessed in the slightest. Izuku, however, was staring at Hitachi with white eyes. He had a damn good point, actually. Too often did Izuku end up calling himself a monster or a demon or some other creature dragged from the depths of hell. Too often did he label his power a curse, a blasphemy against the world. But Hitachi was right. If Aizawa could erase it, it was just a quirk and nothing more. For all the bells and whistles, for all the threats and cryptic words, Nemesis was just that. A quirk. We are so much more. Nemesis whispered darkly through his ears. We are SH. Yeah, well, I'm just glad that Nemesis has a counter now, Izuku announced swiftly as he shoved some food into his mouth. It took a moment of chewing while the others looked at him confused before he swallowed and explained. The quirk guy said my power was, well, kinda unique, so it needed its own name. It's called Nemesis. There was a moment of silence before Hitachi simply said. Dude, that is badass. Kinda not helping with the whole I'm not the devil thing, but still, badass. It's a bit grim. Uraraka added with a shrug. But I suppose it kind of fits. No offense. It's a great name. Nemesis roared proudly through Izuku's ears. We are Izuku Midoriya. We are Nemesis. All will fear us and cower before our flame. None taken. Izuku shot her a half smile that he quickly turned to the others. Really, guys, it's fine. My power is not nice, I know. It's pretty awful actually, but that's why I'm here, you know? To learn how to make it less awful. I admit having a fear factor with your quirk can be useful. My brother has a sidekick who he stopped himself suddenly before looking to his meal. Well, nothing. What was that? Uraraka's white eyes turned to her friend, and a curious smile played at her lips. What was that about your brother? You know, I've been thinking about that. Izuku asked as his chopsticks hovered just at his lips. Your name, Iida, are you related to the people who run the Idaten agency? Iida sighed loudly. I was hoping to not make a big deal of it, but I suppose the cat's out of the bag. He sat up proudly and smiled. Yes, my big brother is the leader of Team Idaten, the turbo hero Ingenium. He put his hand to his heart and he continued. He's my idol, and I want to be just like him. So proud. So pathetic. It's truly amazing. Like watching a rat wear a crown. Izuku kept the frown from his face and instead smiled to Tenya. That's amazing. So, you're a rich kid, huh? Hitachi cut in suddenly. Nice to know I hang out with the upper crust now. Maybe I'll get invited to a swanky party sometime. Just so you know, I don't do tuxedos, it's jeans and a t-shirt for me. Izuku laughed as Tenya immediately began to try and instruct Hitachi on how he should behave at a black and white tux event, and for a moment allowed himself to relax some of the constant tension in his shoulders. So what if the quirk assessment doctor had called him evil? Was this evil? Hanging out with friends and eating nice food? He hadn't realized how much he had needed something this normal until he actually had it. Despite all of the subtle, flowing candle flame heat from Nemesis's irritation, he was determined to find happiness in the few moments he could grab it. And few was indeed the right term to use. Suddenly, all hell broke loose around them. Alarms began blaring and above them all a calm female voice began calling out, "This is a level 3 security breach. All students must begin making their way outside in a calm and orderly fashion." Calm and orderly was thrown out the window about half a second after the announcement went out. Students began rushing through the hall, panicked and disorganized and shouting and screaming. Fire roared through Izuku's scars as his stomach twisted in an intense panic. The group were on their feet almost immediately, and Izuku stood helplessly, unsure of where to go or what to do. Tenya grabbed a student rushing past him and over the panic managed to loudly ask, "What's going on?" "I don't know." The poor student replied, her eyes wide with fear, "This has never happened before." And with that, she had tugged her sleeve from his grasp and vanished. "We should get out of here." Hitachi was shockingly calm, at least to an outsider. However, his hand was rubbing the back of his neck, and Izuku knew he was just as scared as the rest of them. He felt jittery and tight and he needed to do something. Nemesis was already becoming hard to handle, fire moving along his scars, and the tempting shadow of power was curling around his heart. He took a moment to breathe deeply, however, and gripped the reins of his curse tightly. Izuku gave a nod to his friend, and as a group they began trying to make their way towards the exit. They didn't get far. Almost immediately people came between them, the major exit out of the hall being blocked by the bodies of students all pushing and shoving and trying to make their own way out. Uraraka reached out to grab his hand tight as they fought to make their way through the crowd. But more and more people were panicking, more and more people were coming between them, each desperate to get out as the shouting and screaming grew louder. The heat along Izuku's scars began to rise, slowly, like one would turn up a gas stove. He could hear Nemesis's growling growing louder and louder in his ears as his heart began to hammer in his chest. There was a monster above them. Invisible to all but his eyes, he could see it. A fat, bulbous thing resembling a cross between a bloat fly and a monkey. Patches of rotting fur clung to pieces of its 5 needle-thin arms as it clung to the ceiling above the unknowing students. Its compound eyes mounted on an insectoid head where it gurgled with a jaw filled with mismatched teeth. Membranous wings too small for its own bloated, pus-filled body buzzed audibly, and scars of decomposing flesh revealed brown, almost liquefied bone. Izuku's terrified cry died in his throat however, as he reminded himself it wasn't real, and he was just panicking because everyone else was panicking. Except his panic could lead to a body count. His mind was swimming, and he didn't notice his grip on Uraraka's hand becoming looser and looser until it was too late. Izuku. Her scream was drowned out as someone shoved their way between them and their fingers separated. Uraraka. Izuku managed to scream out and turn, but he was almost immediately silenced by a hand trying to grab across his face in someone's desperate attempt to move towards. He found himself being pulled towards the side as he struggled to keep on his feet. Nemesis roared through his ears like a furious beast. Unleash us. Let us clear a path with fire and fury. No. Izuku screamed back to the notice of no one. The insect creature turned its nightmare head towards him. We'll be crushed in this crowd. Use us. The roar within his own mind grew louder, like the cacophony of an ancient battlefield. He could feel the fire burning along his scars, begging to be used. All it would take would be a small flame, just enough to send true fear through the students around him, and they would part before him like the Red Sea. The idea tempted him and, horribly, part of him even considered it. The question hung over him as the snake-like temptations ran through his heart. Why not? Izuku could almost feel the talons starting to form on his fingers, and he struggled desperately to keep himself together, his heart pounding in his chest and his lungs unable to catch a breath. Nemesis was crawling more and more along his limbs, down his spine, surrounding his hammering heart with shadow and flame. His eyes glanced up and to his horror, he could see the nightmare creature moving slowly towards him. Dirty, spiked nails digging into the ceiling as it clawed its slow, bulbous body, gurgling and snapping its mandrill jaws hungrily. The closer it came the more he could feel Nemesis slipping through his fingers, eager to set its unholy rage on something, anything. The fat, bloated monster on the ceiling would make a fine meal, as would the flesh of every student in the corridor. Izuku began to scream as his scars reached a white-hot intensity, and even people around him became desperate to move back from this burning teenager. And then, something unexpected happened. A shadow shot forwards, rushing above the crowd and hitting the monster like an arrow. Through a blur of black-clad movement the shadow, long and stretched across his head, began attacking the monster like a starving animal. There was an inhuman scream from the demon as the shadow creature ripped through its flesh with horrific ease, like a well-trained predator taking apart its helpless prey. Vicious claws formed of a terrible black void literally ripped fat, meaty chunks out of the monster. As the viscera fell, it did not hit anyone, it simply dissolved into an ash that only Izuku was sure he could see and blew in a wind no one could feel. It let out a long, gurgling death rattle as the shadow moved back with just as much speed, rushing back over his head and vanishing back into the crowd of students, the last of the bloated, rotting beast collapsing into pieces and vanishing into ash before it even touched the hair of the tallest student below it. Izuku's eyes widened in pure shock at the horrific spectacle. Something inside him was screaming. Some deep, instinctual knowledge that was embedded deep into his heart was screaming through every part of Izuku's soul. That thing, that shadow, it was wrong. It was something other, something terrible, something not meant to be on this earth. It was something like Nemesis. He turned his head, desperate to see the source of the shadow. Driven only by the intense need to see just what new kind of new madness had overcome his visions, he grabbed the shoulders of the nearest student and jumped up, ignoring the oi. of irritation that came with it. He saw the shadow. He saw that it wasn't a shadow, but a thing. A monster long and void black, like the skin of his own curse, with eyes that were a tarnished mocking gold, a lipless jaw filled with shadow teeth and arms ending in long, rending claws. Izuku saw its body trail off, vanishing into fumigage. He stood, apart from the crowd, just by the entrance to the food hall. He stood with the shadowed monster emerging from his chest. His eyes moved from where they had been looking only moments ago to lock onto Izuku. They widened in shock, then narrowed to an angry disgust just as the shadow curled around its master, coming to rest upon his shoulder where it too locked eyes with Izuku. It grinned a wide, mocking, jackdaw's grin at him. And then he was gone. With a turn, Fumigage vanished back into the hall and out of Izuku's sight, taking his living shadow with him. In the same moment, time sped back up and Izuku suddenly fell backward, crashing into someone just as he heard the rushing sound of Tenya's engines speeding through the air. Izuku was shoved up against a window as the crowd stopped its screaming and shouting, but he heard nothing of what Tenya said to them on his position by the door. All Izuku could do was simply stare forwards into nothing. He was shaking, his skin crawling with the heat of his own power, but he didn't care. Fumigage had seen the monster. He had seen the monster. And his quirk. His quirk, made of black void shadow and teeth and claws with eyes that seemed scornful and taunting, had destroyed it. Had he imagined it? Had his mind thrown together some amalgamation of events just to drive him further into his long-standing madness? He didn't want to believe it, but he knew it was possible. But why Fumigage? Why the shadow monster? And what if it hadn't been a hallucination? What if it had been real? Izuku. The students before him parted and Uraraka shoved her way between them, a soft hand colliding with his shoulder and snapping him out of his thoughts. Are you alright? Her voice was heavy with concern, but it was all Izuku could do to nod at her. His own voice had been robbed from him, his shock too great, too deep to form any true response. She sighed and squeezed his shoulder, a smile forming on her face. I'm so glad. I was worried you might freak out in the crowd. She blinked at her own words and suddenly looked awkward. No offense. Izuku simply shook his head in dismissal before he finally remembered how to speak. They were getting more room now as people flooded back into the food hall. His anxiety was fading, but was simultaneously being replaced by new anxieties, new worries. Did you see that thing? It sounded like the world's stupidest question, at least to him, but he had to ask. He had to know. What thing? Tenya? She cocked her head and looked back over to where Tenya was slowly trying to get down from the doorway without falling on his ass. Yeah, I mean, did you see that, that shadow? He winced at his own words and pointed up to the ceiling. Up there? He knew he sounded crazy, he knew he did, and any moment now she was going to start laughing at him and, oh. You mean Dark Shadow? Uraraka looked back to him with a bright expression. Yeah, I wonder what that was all about. Izuku didn't know how to feel. He felt relief. He felt confusion. He felt shock and awe and horror and empty and full all at once. Dark Shadow? Dark Shadow. Nemesis hissed in a strange tone. Low, growling, and yet cautious and almost as shocked and lost as Izuku himself. The curse of the seventh sun's soul. It's Fumigage's quirk, Uraraka explained with a continuing smile. Her eyes suddenly went wide and she clasped her hands together. Hey, that's right. You've never seen it before. You missed our hero classes. She chuckled softly. It's really cool. And super powerful, but it's also kinda scary, you know? She nudged Izuku with her elbow and gave him a wink which sent a ripple of heat along his scars. Kinda like you. It is nothing like us. Nemesis hissed like barbed wire through his brain. We are Izuku Midoriya. We are Nemesis. We are Shadow and Flame. Dark Shadow. It was real. Uraraka had seen it. His class had seen it. It was real. And it had torn his hallucination apart. Izuku found himself breathing slowly, deeply, his hand moving over his chest as he tried to control an incoming panic attack. Uraraka seemed to realize what was happening and helpfully pulled him back and away from anyone else, managing to find a small pocket by the window. Hey, come on, it's all right. It's over now. Izuku nodded, though inside he didn't believe her. It wouldn't be over until he knew for certain just what it was he'd seen. His mind raced with 1,000 new possibilities, 1,000 new questions, and 1,000 new worries. But under them all was a new kind of hope. A hope that had been building since he had first gotten into UA. His quirk was a nightmare made real, but maybe, just maybe, it wasn't the only nightmare out there. Fumigage had a nightmare within him too. And Izuku was determined to talk to him about it. Izawa was no stranger to the dark. He felt far more comfortable within its shadowed embrace than he ever did sitting in the sunlight. Call it a part of his troubled teenage angst years he had never grown out of, call it the result of his work as an underground hero, or call it a simple shunning of the irritation of dealing with people, but the night, the dark, the shadows and gloom felt more calming to him than any sunny day ever could. He sat, almost curled into his chair as his pale skin was illuminated by the full light of his computer screen. He had watched the footage several times before, and yet he still felt as though his answers remained locked and hidden behind the thin LCD screen. Okay. Izuku Midoriya, standing far from the camera, his form thin and almost quivering, took a deep breath. Please, don't let me hurt you. Izawa had gotten to the point where he could basically recite the lines. And then, hell came forth. The boy curled over as darkness flooded from his body. Blasphemous blue fire erupted from his scars, and something began emerging from his form like a horrific parasite emerging from within the body of a host it had been eating alive. It didn't last long, of course. The lights flickered overhead, casting them into a shadowed natural light and causing the fire blue scars to glow ever brighter, even through the disturbing shadow black that consumed the teenager. The windows exploded on the other side of the room, drowning out most other sounds, and then the camera simply died into a screen of hissing static. Izawa leaned forward, taking the mouse and clicking several frames back until he found the very last clear image of the boy. Or what was supposed to be the boy. The thing, even in the frame half hidden by tear lines and static, wasn't human. Bloodshot eyes narrowed as they took in the curling claws and the beginning of wings emerging from the back of the child, as well as misshapen horns that seemed to be just splitting through Izuku's forehead. There was nothing after that, though Izawa knew that hadn't been the case in the sports hall that day. He had seen Izuku with his own eyes, and inside he wondered what strength of the spirit Hitachi Shinsu had to possess to run at something like that. Of course, Izawa had shut him down almost moments later. The memory of it did not sit easy with him. Seeing the child collapse to the floor, unable to respond and unable to move, had brought up sour memories which he had long thought he had gotten over. Memories which he knew were illogical and foolish to dwell on, but memories that haunted him nonetheless. He raised a hand to his chin as he thought about the next stage of that day. When he had released Izuku from his quirk. When Nemesis had come roaring back into the body of the teenager. Son of David. That's what it had called him. Through a screaming, profane voice which to Izawa had sounded like the cries of burning cities, of ravaged battlefields, of entire families being put to the sword. And yet one still laced with Izuku's own. It had disturbed him, all of it, and he knew it had. To see Izuku Midoriya go through that, a child of barely 15 who had been dealing with that since he was 5 years old. 10 years. 10 years of having that quirk swimming through his blood. It was a miracle he was here at all. A miracle he had gotten into UA and not thrown himself from the top of a building. Then again, Izawa was here too, and there had been plenty of times he had considered the easy way out. Still. Son of David. The monstrous taunt lingered with him like a phantom, whispering at the back of his mind. By the time he noticed what he was doing, his thumb had reached under his collar, feeling the cold metal of the chain across his skin. He looped it around his thumb and pulled softly. Hidden under his black uniform and layers of capture tape, he drew out a simple metal chain, and upon it rested something that only one other person in the school knew about. A simple six-pointed star. His Star of David. He ran the symbol between this thumb and forefinger, his eyes lingering on it in the dim light. Everything that symbol stood for was illogical and stupid. Everything it represented was nothing but the fairy tales his mother had taught him as a child, tales he had grown up believing until his quirk had developed. And then soon after that, it had all fallen away for him. Because no loving God would ever give someone the quirk that he had. Not after he saw what it did to some people. What it did to people like Izuku Midoriya. So, he knew he shouldn't even have the necklace on him. He knew he shouldn't raise his hand to it before going out on missions or even toy with it now whenever he faced something he simply couldn't solve with brutal, cold logic. But he did. And he couldn't explain why. Son of David. Had Izuku known what he had screamed at him? Had he done it on purpose or was it simply a clever guess? Izawa's eyes narrowed at the star in his fingers and his jaw clenched tight. How? How had he known? And more importantly, why had he collapsed as he had done? As so few others had done in his past, he was used to people muttering about feeling a cold chill run over them. Some others felt sick or woozy, others even went into coughing fits or complained of feeling weak. He was used to that. A small side effect of having a piece of you suddenly torn away, or so doctors had told him. But every now and then, times he could count on one hand, they collapsed. They collapsed as Izuku had collapsed, and there was simply no real explanation as to why. A little voice in the back of his mind told him he already knew, but he was too stubborn to believe. If only he had just a little more faith. He frowned and put the star away, hiding it once more under his black shirt. He could find his answers later. He had a trip to the USJ to plan. Alrighty. So what the hell is going on now, huh? I kinda love juxtaposing Hitashi's "it's just a quirk" comment with the immediate event afterwards. It was delicious. Also Inko talking with Daddy Midoriya, what could this mean? And finally, Jewish Izawa FTW. Small announcement for the next update though. I talked with a few of you guys, and kinda came to the conclusion that a few of you feel as though there are some holes in the story that need filling. Not plot holes, but more like character holes. So I'm going to be writing a whole new version of the next chapter for the next update, which will take some time, so it's gonna be maybe 3 or 4 weeks until the next update comes out. It'll be a filler chapter, yes, but hopefully it'll satisfy a couple of the complaints I got about leaving behind certain characters that, honestly, do need catching up on. And then it's the USJ arc. An arc which I've been working on a ton and it's gonna be fun. Anyway, thank you for reading and hope you all enjoyed. Till next time. Chapter 13. Dislikes, update time, update TEM. More to say down below, read on my peeps. Katsuki fumed. The sensation of anger was no stranger to him, obviously, but his anger came in many flavors. The typical one, the one he used the most, was irritation. Katsuki got irritated at everyone around him. Every inferior life form that surrounded him, that tried to pull and grasp on his own greatness. The second was frustration. Frustration at the fact that pretty much everyone around him was far less amazing than he was, and they tried to do everything they could to stop him from achieving his potential. Katsuki was aiming for nothing less than the absolute top spot of herodom. To be greater than All Might himself. To stand atop of the world and grin viciously down on all the would-bes who looked on in envy at the outright perfection of his art. The third was a simple sense of annoyance that Izuku Midoriya existed at all. Because no matter what Katsuki tried to do to remind Izuku that he was nothing but a worm, a parasite sucking the life out of everyone around him, the teenager found some way to get past all of that and still get away with murder. Which, apparently, he had done once. Though Katsuki had never managed to find if that rumor was true or not. He walked the streets alone these days. His old friends, if he could even call the coattail-riding parasites that hung around him like flies friends, no longer called. They were off with new friends, new people. Thus, Katsuki jogged alone, went to the gym alone, bought drinks from the convenience store alone. He looked to his phone, checking for any new messages while knowing that there wouldn't be. For a moment, just before he shoved the phone back into pocket, he saw a darkened reflection of himself. Scar lines. Long, surgical and perfectly formed, crossed his features. They were already starting to fade, with time they would become only slightly lighter than the rest of his skin. But they would never truly go away. Permanent reminders of the time he had looked into the eyes of the devil himself. He squeezed his eyes shut and growled. No, Izuku Midoriya was not the fucking devil. He was just some idiot moron who had a quirk which was it was. His hands were shaking. Katsuki shoved his hands into the pocket of his jacket and his jaw clenched tight. He didn't want to look at himself any longer. He didn't want to see the scars that lined his face or the bags under his eyes because he couldn't sleep at night without seeing it. That thing which had come out of Izuku's skin. His hands were still shaking. The teenager flexed his fingers within his pockets and breathed deeply. It still hurt to do so, but only a little. The scarring across his chest would also heal in time, though they too would forever remain thanks to the burning of Izuku's claws. Izuku's claws. A year ago he would have laughed at the very thought of Izuku, even giving him a mean look. The boy who had spent his entire childhood screaming and crying and having panic attacks at nothing. The boy with the stupid quirk which set him on fire and caused him constant pain. And an easy target for him to pick on. And it wasn't as if anyone had stopped him. Everyone had thought Izuku was pathetic, even Izuku had thought Izuku was pathetic. His scars itched suddenly and felt tight across his skin. God damn it. God damn it, god damn it. What the hell had happened to his life? He was on top of the world only a few months ago. And now Izuku Midoriya had almost murdered him with his fists, and UA just stood by and did nothing. They had even considered punishing him for going too far in the exercise. Going too far? Too fucking far? Had they seen what Izuku had done to him? Well, they had obviously, because they had backed off after his mother had exploded at them for even suggesting he apologized to Izuku. He smirked. His mother at least had the backbone to call them out on their bullshit. She had already threatened to sue them for damages, and Katsuki was eagerly awaiting the results of her threats. No doubt they'd hand his family a tidy sum and tell them to shut up. But he knew his mother. She was a bitch, but her bitchiness served her well. She'd make sure justice was delivered. The streetlights above marked his path as he headed home, his gym bag thrown over his shoulder as he walked. He wore a dark tank top and a pair of sweatpants along with some running shoes, nothing fancy. The night air was chilled and cool, unusual for the summer when even the lack of sun didn't take away from the oppressive humidity. As he came up upon his home, however, he paused. He could hear voices coming from his front door. He moved swiftly and silently across the small patch of grass and between the tall trees that lined the road to press himself up against a high wall that circled his home. We could come to this agreement, Mr. Bakugo, Mrs. Bakugo. Why yeah. Katsuki paused from his shadowed position by the open gate. Was that his mother? His mother never sounded like that, like she was defeated. I'll fill out the relevant paperwork, don't worry now, I won't charge you for that. The voice chuckled softly and something dark crawled down Katsuki's spine. He knew that voice. Yes, sure. Thank you, Mr. Hikori. Katsuki's eyes widened. Mr. Hikori. The fucking UA lawyer. He'd talked to him after the exercise and he'd felt as though he'd had a knife pressed to his throat the entire time. At some points he'd almost openly admitted to pushing Izuku too much and he'd only just caught himself. How the lawyer had done that he didn't know, but it caused a deep well of insecurity to gather within him. A well which hadn't gone down since. Well, good night to the both of you. Oh, and best of luck to your son's recovery. There was the mumblings of thank yous and the sound of a door clicking to a close. The sound of expensive shoes on asphalt began to approach him, and Katsuki could almost feel the shadows starting to gather around him, like vipers slithering up his skin. Then he was there. The lawyer walked through the gate, took several steps before suddenly stopping. He turned and looked directly at the boy. Katsuki's heart skipped a beat, the breath was stolen from his lungs, and something deep inside him was gripped tight in a burning fist. The corner of Hikori's mouth twitched in a smile, and his eyes glowed with the horrible void blue that brought spikes of pain across every fresh scar on Katsuki's body. Katsuki Bakugo, just the young man I wished to see. Hikori turned fully to face him. Half his body was cast in a shadow that seemed almost a little too dark for the lights around them. Why are you here? Katsuki stammered out and immediately cursed himself for doing so. Why was he so scared? What the hell was this terror crawling along his skin? I just needed to chat with your parents. The lawyer's cunning, snake-like smile remained on his lips and resolve a couple of issues that had come between them and the school. Don't worry, it's all been sorted now. We're suing you, you know. Katsuki forced a smile to his lips. We're going to. No, you're not. The statement cut Katsuki down in a second. At least, not anymore. Like I said, it's all been solved now. What? Katsuki's eyes narrowed at the man, and from somewhere within him he found the strength to even take a step forward. How much did you? Nothing? The change in Hikori's tone was barely an inch, but it was there, and it caused every muscle in Katsuki's body to freeze. You get nothing. You will go back to school tomorrow, and the next day, and the day after that, and you will do whatever it is you wish to do with yourself, but you will get nothing. And then Hikori took a step forward. Katsuki was shaking. God, why was he shaking? What the fuck was happening to him? Why did every shadow seem to grow longer and every sound fade away? And let me give you a piece of advice, Katsuki Bakugo. Hikori's voice was everything. It drew him in and caged him and plunged him back into Izuku's claws swung at him, and pain tore across his skin as wounds that would never truly heal were opened up, and the air was filled with the stench of burning blood and profane fire and the battle cry of 1,000 furious demons. And go back to your home and take a long, hard look in the mirror. Memorize every scar on your face and body because you are very, very lucky to be alive. He was in front of him. Katsuki had blinked and the man was in front of him. Hikori leaned down, tear-filled amber eyes looking up at a freezing, burning, abyss-like gaze which tore through his mind and heart and began ripping apart his soul. Go home and count your blessings, you ungrateful little brat. And then he turned and walked away. It took almost 10 full seconds until Katsuki snapped out of whatever spell he'd been placed under. Katsuki fell against a wall and clutched at his chest. It felt like all the warmth within him was suddenly released, and it flooded back through his blood, sending energy back into his limbs, as though he'd spent 1,000 years encased in ice. He was crying, no, more than that he was sobbing. Katsuki curled his knees up to his chest as his mind raced, trying to force together some kind of logical explanation as to what the fuck just happened to him. It was a quirk. It had to be some kind of quirk. Some kind of horrible, nightmarish quirk which had. Fuck, Katsuki whispered to himself in the cool night air, and in that moment, he felt very, very alone. His side ached. It was a slow, occasionally stabbing pain that bit at him on random occasions, though he found that being stressed or worried tended to exacerbate it. Recovery Girl had told him time and time again to slow down, to relax, to stop rushing off the moment he thought someone was in trouble. But he never listened. He was stubborn that way. He remembered his old mentor, the woman he had received one for all from, telling him it was something of a trait for the users of their quirk. Utter, heels in the floor, fists raised stubbornness that would not budge for anyone. Even so, the previous users had never had to live day in day out in a constant state of low-end pain. There was fighting a battle in a street, looking at your opponent dead in the eye, and there was spending every waking moment wishing you could down a bottle of painkillers just to get a moment's peace. Still, he knew he wasn't exactly alone in his suffering. The boy sitting across from him, for example, had suffered plenty through his life. It was a different kind of suffering, but it was a suffering nonetheless. Izuku looked exhausted, though somehow differently exhausted than usual. His skin was that sickly pale, his eyes heavy with purplish rings, his hair limp as always. And yet there was a different kind of aura to him than the scared youth he'd originally met over a year ago. He supposed that he'd been through a lot lately. A lot of questions being answered, yet perhaps even more popping up. Not to mention what happened with the Bakugo boy and the test, and no doubt yesterday's events with the gate, and the irritating paparazzi didn't help much. That wasn't even including the fact he'd started school with normal ears, now they pointed out from the sides of his head like a pair of daggers. It had been a hard start to the school year for young Izuku Midoriya. So, Izuku, my boy. Toshinori smiled warmly, and he soothed down the pants of his obnoxiously yellow striped suit. We finally get a chance to talk, as I promised we would. He had pulled him aside during lunch, within his All Might form of course, and asked if he would kindly spare an hour to eat with him privately. His friends had seemed in awe at the prospect, yet Izuku had seemed almost distant, as if his mind was 1,000 miles away. Even now the boy sat, staring into his plate of curry as if it wasn't even there. He had made sure the teacher's lounge was empty before inviting him in and transforming out of his All Might form. The comfortable couches eased his aching back better than the wooden chairs of the dining hall, and besides, he could save energy eating here, away from prying eyes. The sun shone through open windows, though there was a wind out today, and the trees swayed silently in the distance. Izuku? Whoa. Oh, yeah. The boy snapped out of his wonderings, dull green eyes suddenly flashing back to life. Sorry. I figured I would start by explaining why I look like this. He cocked his head a little, but I'm getting the impression you'd rather talk about something else. No, really, it's nothing. Izuku stammered out, the thin boy raising his bowl up and beginning to eat, as if he was trying to prove he was actually hungry and not just pretending. I've just had a lot on my mind lately. Toshinori nodded, yes, I saw the video of the quirk exam. The boy hesitated for a moment, his chopsticks dripping with curry sauce, before he chomped down on them with a flash of fanged teeth and made a sound of agreement. Once he swallowed, he looked to one side. Yeah, that's one of them. Look, Izuku. Toshinori let out a soft sigh. You can't let that worry you. Aizawa has assured me that as far as he was concerned, you did great, though he told me you reacted harshly to his quirk. Izuku nodded as he again chewed his food and swallowed. Yes, sir. I don't know what happened, but he trailed off for a moment. It was horrible, All Might. I don't know why, but his hand clenched around the chopstick it held. It just always feels like it's me, you know? The teacher didn't know, but he felt as though he could certainly understand if he listened. He frowned, leaning forward a little. Go on, it's just, the boy started again, though this time he left his chopsticks in his rice bowl. His eyes didn't meet Toshinori's, and instead they seemed to be focused down, towards the floor. I thought coming to you would be the answer to all of this, and he made an offhand gesture towards himself, but ever since I got here I've just had more and more questions, and every time I get close he chewed his lip for a moment. It just feels like it's always me. It's always me who has to have all this crap happen to them. It's always me who gets the worst end of everything. His shoulders slumped low and he finally looked up again. I'm sorry, I shouldn't complain. I know others have it worse and, hey, it's alright. Toshinori interrupted, though he did so with a warm smile. You've had a rough start, but that's okay. Sometimes we gotta start off rough for things to get better. You'll never get all the answers all at once, but you've certainly got more answers than before, right? The boy paused before nodding to himself. Yeah, I suppose. And you know what? What's wrong with complaining every now and then? Toshinori spread his arms wide. Sometimes you just gotta let all that frustration out, you know? I mean, he chuckled and put a hand to his side. I've got this big wound here that's been bugging me for years, and sometimes the only way I feel better about it is by having a good old-fashioned rant about it. Izuku blinked in surprise at this and leaned forward. You got wounded? How? It was a fight, a big one, a long time ago. He could already see the boy starting to wonder how and why and when, and he quickly held a hand up. It was never on the news, so don't bother searching the net for it. This one was. His voice faltered and lowered, kept quiet. He gulped slowly at the memory, and his lips suddenly felt dry. It was the most challenging battle I've ever fought. By the end of it, I won, but it felt like a piece of my soul had been torn out of me. He sighed slowly. I've been on a downhill ever since. Right now, I can only do about 4, maybe 5 hours a day if I push myself. Izuku's eyes went wide at Toshinori watched as the boy mouthed out, oh my god. He sat up straighter and simply asked. So wait, what villain was this? I mean, you're the #1 hero. In the world. He looked away for another moment, his mind clearly racing, before looking back. No villain can match you. Not every villain is reported in the news, young Midoriya. Some villains are so dangerous the government does everything it can to make sure you never hear of them. Wow, Izuku trailed off, his mind running with 1,000 thoughts until he suddenly looked back once again. All Might, yeah? When you said, Izuku hesitated over his words, when you said you felt a piece of your soul was taken. Did you mean that, you know? He hesitated again, as if unsure on even asking, literally? Toshinori was shocked at the question, though he did his best to hide it. He had never taken Izuku for someone who would believe in things like souls, but he supposed that he shouldn't be so quick to read into people. Well, he found himself unable to answer immediately, and it took him a moment longer to gather his words. Perhaps. I'm not so sure, to be honest. All I know is that since that fight I've never been the same since. Izuku didn't reply other than a nod. And it goes to mention, of course, please don't go spreading this around. Toshinori added with a small, wry smile. It's kind of a secret. Most of the top pro heroes know, but if society at large got wind, oh. No, I'd never mention anything about it to anyone, ever. Izuku swiftly replied before shying back. I mean, I kind of assumed that the first time around. Ha! I knew you were a smart kid. Toshinori laughed and blood dripped from his lips. Again, he quickly wiped it away. Now, let's talk about something a little more interesting. He flashed a warm smile. Are you looking forward to your USJ trip? Izuku blinked. What USJ trip? Ah. Toshinori bit his lip. Aizawa was going to murder him. The hot sun climbed above them, with only the occasional cloud drifting past for it to hide behind. The students under its intense gaze sweated in the heat, though the breeze whistling across the sports track helped keep them cool and on their feet. Within the oval confines of the track were placed a number of blue circular wrestling mats, large enough for 2 people to easily step inside. The students stood together in their gym clothes, though if one was to take a second glance, they would clearly see that they were in groups formed of their own design, not just simply lined up ready for whatever lesson was about to be taught. On one end stood Izuku, Uraraka, Tenya and Hitachi, the 4 of them already finding their own little niche within the classroom dynamic. Others had their own friend groups, Hanta, Denki, Ijiro and Mina being a notable one, while others simply stood alone, Todoroki Shoto for example, though Momo stood close enough to suggest a friendship between them. Fumikage and Katsuki both however seemed clearly alone, with no other choosing to stand by them. Izuku's eyes glanced up at something in the sky that, at one point, only he had believed he could see, then they moved down to focus on something in the bleachers, then across to the gate. They kept their distance from one another, of course, the horrific half-formed monstrosities. One was bird-like, in the very loosest sense of the word, and endlessly seemed to circle the entire field above them like a vulture. A vulture with no eyes made entirely of stretched, dried skin over thorny bone and wings of burning black smoke. Another was a decaying, bloated-looking thing which lurked beneath the stands at the far end of the pitch, making it mostly hidden, reveling no doubt in the filth it found there. The third was a little different from the others. It was small, no bigger than a cat, and sat on the long metal fence which lined the field. It looked to be covered in lizard-like scales, but it was a burned, charred black, with one giant eye planted where its chest should have been and no head on its shoulders, only a weeping, infected-looking wound where it had one spin. It stared directly at the young man, unblinking and focused. He'd had them notice him before, obviously, but while the other two seemed to simply be doing their own, weird, unexplainable thing, it was rare for one to just stare at him. He shuddered a little, then glanced down the line, his eyes lingering on Fumikage for a moment. Fumikage stared straight forward. If he could see them, he wasn't making it obvious. Izuku suddenly felt an elbow jab him sharply in the ribs, and heat flashed across his scars. He turned and frowned up at the royal purple eyes which grinned down at him. Ow. What the hell, dude, you need to quit staring at Fumikage. Hitachi half mumbled at him, turning his eyes to scan the field. I mean, if you're crushing on him, cool, but don't make it so obvious. Izuku's face went bright red, and his scars lit up with candle flame. I am not crushing on him. You sure? Hitachi continued to tease, even glancing over to the bird-like teenager. He's not bad looking. Kindagothi, but, yeah, I see it. Dude, shut up. Izuku almost huffed. I'm not crushing on Fumikage. Who's crushing on Fumikage? Uraraka hissed over to them as Shiidazawa-sensei striding towards them from across the field. No one. Izuku is. Oh, really? That's cute. No, it's not. I mean, I'm not crushing on him. Then why do you keep staring at him? Hitachi's question hit him swiftly, and Izuku opened his mouth to answer. Because we're going to destroy him. Izuku shut his mouth and then looked away. Just I need to talk to him about something. Hitachi's brow furrowed and he nodded thoughtfully. Is it about how you're crushing on him? Izuku went to snipe back at his friend before Izawa's voice cut over the class, silencing all chatter instantly. Alright, shut up, all of you. He paused for a moment and added. That was half a second faster than last week. Good. He reached into his pocket and drew out a small holo projector which shot up a sudden video showing two figures, one throwing the other over their shoulder. Last week we learned how to disable and floor an attacker. This week we're going to move on to countering this move. I will be cycling you through opponents, so everyone will get a chance to face everyone else. Sir. Tenya's hand shot up. Are we allowed to use our quirks? For the sake of this exercise, yes. His eyes locked onto Izuku, and the teenager felt as though he was sinking into the floor. However, I do not want any of you going all out. I am not All Might. I don't expect you to break yourselves in expectations of getting better. There was a slight murmur throughout the class before Izawa further added. Learning to use your quirks with restraint is an important part of being a hero, especially at close range when they typically do the most damage. He's so boring, Nemesis hissed through Izuku's mind as the teenager chewed a lip in thought. Restraint. Caution. All that matters is victory, who cares if it is soaked in blood? I care. Izuku mumbled back without thinking. Instantly it drew Hitachi's gaze, and Izuku felt a shock of panic rush through him. About learning how to do this. Izuku continued to mumble, hoping it would pass. Something to add, Midoriya? Izawa suddenly snapped over at the boy, and Izuku froze, feeling the eyes of the entire class now upon him. And no, sir, just he paused for a moment as a genuine question came to mind. I wasn't really here for the last lesson, so Shinsu. Izawa cut through before Izuku could ramble on. Show Midoriya the move before you join the exercise. You have 10 minutes. Yes, sensei. Hitachi replied back sharply. The exercise began in full, and Shinsu and Izuku took to a mat. The taller boy cracked his neck for a moment, though he didn't need to. The class had already warmed up before Izawa had even arrived. It was practically the first thing they did the moment they had gotten onto the field. So, alright, remind me how much you know about throwing people again? Izuku opened his mouth, then suddenly shut it, and slowly grinned over at the taller boy, wagging his finger and shaking his head. Shinsu shrugged. Worth a try. It took less than 10 minutes for Izuku get the general hang of the throw. After all, he had been taught the basics of the theory at least by the group chat over the weekend. Still, he had to rein in Nemesis more than once, as Hitachi threw him onto his back 3 times in a row. His curse did not enjoy being beaten, even by someone it claimed to have a modicum of respect for. But once it was his turn to throw Hitachi over his shoulder, Izuku found himself grinning wickedly. It was a mixture of the joy that he was actually learning something useful, something heroic for a change, and something else. Something that Nemesis flared at and reveled in. Power perhaps, though he quietly suspected it was something darker than that. Izuku pushed it down and did his best to ignore it, even when Shinsu gave him a strange, slightly worried look when Izuku's grin grew wider after throwing him down a second time. Nemesis begged at his heart to use more of his curse, to just allow even a trickle of black oil-thick power to flow into his limbs. Just so he could move a little faster, throw a little harder. The temptation made Izuku breath softly, though it helped that the exercise was strenuous in of itself. It masked the fact that inwardly he was gritting his teeth and refusing to budge even an inch. This was his first proper lesson after being out for almost a full week. He was determined to get through it without setting anything, or anyone, on fire. After 10 minutes of getting the hang of the throw and its immediate counter, which he had only enough time to practice once with Shinsu, he was ordered by Aizawa to change partners. His luck held up, and it was Tenya, who while absolutely beating him in every throw they tried, had at least the kindness to allow him to practice another few minutes with the counter throw to make sure he got it down properly. Izuku could feel his heart picking up, and even though Nemesis was growling through his system like a rabid dog, muzzled and leashed, he felt as though for the first time since showing up at the academy, he was actually doing it. He was learning. He was feeling the pull of his inner monster, yes, but the exercise wasn't straining every limit he had, it wasn't forcing him to dig deep and release the flood of pure hellfire which existed inside him. He was learning how to be a hero, step by step, throw by throw, he was learning. Another change of partners, this time to the pink-haired girl Mina, who was more than eager to match herself again the scariest kid in the class as she had joyfully put it, much to Izuku's red-faced shame at the statement. She provided a much more competitive sport than his friends, especially as Izuku had been given little time to study her quirk and think of a decent countermeasure. Still, after the first time she swiveled using her acidic quirk, he'd gotten the idea and quickly backstepped to catch her off guard and counter-throw her. By the end of the throws he was again grinning, and for a second, Mina seemed off-put by his sudden eagerness, but continued on regardless. On it went. Next was Aoyama, who was laughably easy to beat to the point where Nemesis even seemed irritated at what little challenge he provided. Sayu was slippery, almost literally, and beat him easily, even though Izuku knew inside if he had allowed a little fire he could have won. Momo lost, Ajiro won, Uraraka won on technicalities after floating him off the mat 3 times in a row. Jiro was a tough fight, as she didn't mind playing dirty, but was an eventual victory for Izuku. Then they changed. Izuku go to Fumikage. Aizawa's comment was one of several, but it caused the boy's heart to skip a beat. Fumikage kept where he was, arms folded tightly over his chest, and his crimson gaze locked harshly onto Izuku as his own green emerald eyes looked to the bird-headed teenager. As he stepped onto the mat, a cloud passed over the sun and for a moment a sudden cold shiver ran across him. He gulped and raised a hand. Hi. Fumikage didn't reply. So have your fights gone well? Nothing? I would rather we get this over with without conversation, so called Izuku Midoriya. Fumikage's words slapped Izuku across the face with the pure, sheer disgust held within them. Izuku felt his heartache suddenly as he realized, sharply, that for the first time since his childhood, he'd met someone who truly despised him. And yet he felt angry. What the hell had he ever done to Fumikage to draw out such a reaction? Fire heat suddenly thundered across his scars and his fists clenched at his sides. His chin dipped and he began glaring at Fumikage before he breathed through his nose to calm the growing fire within his chest. See? He is our enemy. We must destroy him. Izuku's jaw clenched. He was not going to destroy Fumikage, but damn it, he was going to get at least one answer out of him. Go. Aizawa's bored tone echoed across the field, and Izuku took the charge. He dashed forward suddenly, but almost the second he did so every sense he had in his brain lit on fire in a screaming klex in loud warning, and he fell to the mat just in time as something huge and dark rushed over his head, like the swiping of a great paw. Nemesis roared in his limbs, rocking the oil of the great dam of power within him, and causing drops to spill over the sides, lighting Izuku's scars on temporary fire. He looked up and his eyes widened as he saw a dark shadow, arching gracefully out of Fumikage's chest and reforming from a vast bird-like claw into the laughing jackdaw form he'd seen the day before. It grinned down at the boy and opened its mouth, as if to speak, but Fumikage looked up to the shadow monster suddenly. Dark shadow. Silence. Tarnished yellow eyes turned and narrowed at its master, but dark shadow, Fumikage's eyes narrowed back. I said silence. The monster growled in irritation but shut its mouth. Dark Shadow. Nemesis spoke as though it was regarding some old enemy, long reviled, parasite crow, shadow of a soulless creature. We must burn it to true death, along with its pathetic host. Izuku bit back a reply and climbed again to his feet. Rather than attack again, he backed up, deciding instead to take another stab at some small measure of conversation. Look, Fumikage, we need to talk. You know about. He looked around, still speaking as he did, wondering for just a moment if someone was listening in. That had been his mistake. He barely reacted to the sound of Fumikage moving, and as he turned his head back, his vision was filled with a flurry of black feathers. He was grabbed sharply both by a surprisingly strong pair of hands and by something huge and cold which wrapped around his body. Less than a heartbeat later and he was thrown to the mat with far more force than with any of his other opponents. The air rushed out of him, and fire sparked into life along his scars. Not even Tenya had been that rough. The dam cracked and Izuku's head spun for a moment as he tried to regain his tight control. Let us tear him apart. Nemesis roared in a demonic battle cry through his mind. His heart burned as the claws of blasphemous flame raked at it, and he gasped as he sat up, his fingers digging tightly into the rough fabric of the mat. Fumikage, however, backed away. He offered no words of comfort, support or even a commentary on his victory. He simply stood, once again, at his starting place on the mat and waited for the fight to restart. Izuku looked to him, panting in both shock and in an attempt to pull back the leash of his vicious inner monster. He was starting to really dislike Fumikage. But he had answers. Answers he desperately needed. He gulped down his slightly coppery spit and got back to his feet, his body aching just a little. Okay, good throw, well done. Nothing? Fine, you know if you don't like me, fine. Izuku gathered himself back up and fell into a fighter's stance, his hands held up and open, his legs wide apart. But you can't just ignore me, okay? We obviously have something in common. This got a reaction from the bird-like teenager. He raised an eyebrow slowly at him. Izuku took this as a good sign. We need to talk. You know we need to talk. Izuku wanted to glance around again, as a natural reaction, but he kept his eyes forward, even as his voice dropped low. You see them too, right? For a moment there was nothing from Fumikage. And then, suddenly his eyes flicked to one side, taking note of the horrible, blasphemous creature with the giant eye on the fence. Izuku took his chance. He darted forward, and his limbs lit with a sudden flame he knew he shouldn't be using, but some horrible, ugly part of him demanded that he did as revenge for Fumikage's cheap trick. The bird-like boy reacted too slow to stop him, even as he attempted the counter they were supposed to be learning. His hands came up to break Izuku's sudden hold onto his arm, but Izuku had learned well enough by now and loosened his grip suddenly, causing Fumikage to stumble. Dark Shadow screeched loudly and rushed forward, grabbing Izuku tightly around his middle in a corpse-cold grip that instantly began squeezing the life out of him. But it was too late for the creature's master. Izuku flipped him quickly, throwing him over his shoulder with a rush of blasphemous power that stormed through his arms, and for a moment he swore he could see blotches of shadow black dot across his skin before it vanished. Fumikage looked up at him, utterly shocked as Izuku made a choking gurgling sound as Dark Shadow tightened its harsh grip on him. He could even feel the dagger points of its claws digging through his uniform and almost breaking his skin. Dark Shadow. Fumikage breathed out suddenly. Release him. The monster gnashed lipless teeth at Izuku before letting him go with a shove. The teenager stumbled back and breathed deep again. And again, it wasn't simply because his lungs had been squeezed. Nemesis rattled within his heart and mind, thrashing against the confines of his flesh and demanding further action. He's at our whim. The voice of 1,000 bloody blades screamed through his mind. Now is our chance to kill him. Izuku grit his teeth openly and stepped back again, wrapping his arms around his body and almost falling to one knee. He took several more deep breaths before the boiling heat along his scars faded, almost reluctantly, away. He gulped, tried his best to clear his head, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Fumikage climbing to his feet. So. He finally breathed out. 1 and 1, okay, doing great. He spoke again once more. Air entered his lungs, gesturing at the very pissed-looking shadow monster that hung over Fumikage. Thank you for, it wasn't for you. Fumikage cut him off, a hint of heavy breathing to his own voice. It was for me. Oh. Izuku blinked and straightened up a little. If I'd let him run wild with my emotions, you'd already be dead. Ditto? Fumikage's eyes narrowed dangerously at Izuku. We could have burned him alive, Nemesis hissed like the falling of a guillotine blade. He never stood a chance. He, nor that parasite monster. Okay, Izuku announced, ignoring his curse and finally getting his breath back. He moved back into his stance, if only for appearances. Can we meet up after class? Please? Talk about, he hesitated for a moment and pointed up at the sky, obviously meaning the monstrous vulture circling the field. Those things? His heart spiked in his chest as Fumikage seemed to consider the idea for a moment. The flickering of his eyes told him it was true, Fumikage saw them. Which meant he wasn't crazy, or at least he wasn't that crazy. But what it now meant he had no idea. Could he see into some other world which a spare few could do? Or was this something darker, something more horrible than he'd ever thought before? And how many others out there shared this curse? Izuku watched as, curiously, Dark Shadow looked up to note the circling monster before it lowered back down and hissed something softly into his master's ear. In that moment, Izuku got a very strange sense of déjà vu. Finally, Fumikage spoke, lowering himself into a similar fighter's stance as he did so as his shadow monster arched up and over his head. His words were quiet but stern and clear. I have nothing to discuss with your kind. Your kind? Izuku blinked in shock at the words and every permeation of the meaning behind them. His shock cost him the initiative. Fumikage rushed forward, Dark Shadow swooping at him before he could properly react. He tried to counter, power spiking through his limbs, but Fumikage had already noticed and adapted and moved instead to break the counter with a sudden hand shoving at his chest. Dark Shadow did the rest, moving and throwing Izuku down onto the mat far harder than they should have done. Izuku caught his breath and choked on it, and his scars lit up with sudden, defensive fire. The smell of burnt fabric filled the air, and only a moment later did Izuku realize that in his sudden panic, he'd gripped the mat tight and his hands had lit with a momentary blue flame, burning through part of the fabric and sending its stink into the air. He panicked again though this time at the sudden, hungry, furious rush of fiery hate that shot through him, and he curled up into a ball tightly, breathing like he'd ran a marathon and forcing his horrific power back into him. For a moment he could feel the shadow crawling up his arms from his far too sharp fingers before he successfully pushed it down. The world seemed sickeningly bright and nauseating for a second, then the feeling of his aching body, burning scars, and the stench of the now blackened fabric brought him back to reality. We should rip his heart out of his chest. Nemesis roared through his mind, rattling his brain within his own skull and causing the boy to quite obviously wince. We should drink his blood and feel his intestines on our claws. We should destroy him. We want it, we desire it, we hunger for his death by our fire. Shut up. Izuku growled out through sharp, gritted teeth. He rolled himself onto his knees, his head buried under his arms as he hissed, breathing hot, heavy breaths into his confined space. Shut your stupid, just shut up. He suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder and he jumped in shock. Sitting up onto his knees and looking up, he was greeted with the cold, yet somehow cautious eyes of Izawa. Midoriya? I'm okay. He gulped down another coppery mouth of spit and licked dry lips. I'm fine. We're taking a break. Izawa suddenly announced in a loud, commanding tone. He stood up from where he'd been kneeling down to check on Izuku and looked around the class. Take 5, get rehydrated and work out any cramps. If anyone feels they've been injured, report to me immediately for first aid or otherwise. He glanced back down to Izuku and for a moment seemed to study him, carefully, as if looking for a single dent in his armor, before turning his head to Fumikage. Dark Shadow snickered wickedly before suddenly vanishing back into their host. Fumikage bowed his head, respectfully, and calmly said, I apologize for Dark Shadow, he acts rough when he gets excited. Izawa again seemed to pause and study the teenager as he had studied Izuku, before finally saying, don't let it get out of control. Of course, sensei. And again, I apologize. Izawa didn't speak again, and instead turned and walked away. Fumikage went to follow him, as the rest of the class began heading back to the side of the field, where their drinks and backpacks had been placed. Izuku, however, held out a hand. Fumikage, wait, like I said, Fumikage spoke without even looking to Izuku and continued to walk away. I have nothing to discuss with your kind. Your kind, huh? Wow, I wonder if that Fumikage means main characters. He's so mean. Anyway, so while last chapter 1 warned it might take a while for this update to roll around, I was kind of right and kind of wrong. This update flowed out of me, mostly because it was filling plot holes. Katsuki's parents, the promised all might meet up, talking to Fumikage before the USJ trip, but it also meant a lot of the previously written future chapters needed some heavy editing. Which is going along. Mostly. Hopefully I'll have it in good states by the time next Friday is here. Anyways, enjoy your weekends, my dudes. And thank you for reading. Chapter 14? Aversaris. So this is the one all y'all peeps have been biting at the bit for. USJ. I won't torment you any longer, get to reading my peeps. Nedzu looked to the paper in his hand, his expression dark as he leaned back in his chair. On his desk sat a still steaming cup of Earl Grey tea, alongside the morning paper and a few of his work documents. The morning sunlight streamed through his vast panel windows, warm and welcoming and greeting the world with a joyous smile. Nedzu had already been at UA. For several hours, of course, he always made it a point to arrive early, if just to make sure that his school was still standing. And this was what he had found waiting for him. It was Izuku Midoriya's quirk assessment file, as completed and submitted for his review by their contracted quirk assessor. He'd already read through it several times now, each time wishing he would find something different, something that wasn't so worrying. Dr. Fukuro's assessment was, of course, clear and analytical, much like the man himself. Expulsion. Immediate, if possible. Dr. Fukuro's final comments had been nothing but a long paragraph of how Izuku's quirk was something utterly wrong, utterly evil. How it wasn't a quirk at all but something more, something terrible that needed to be stopped now before it could become any more powerful. Nedzu had never known the man to ever use the term in his assessments before, and it troubled him. The principal sighed deeply as he tossed the folder back onto his desk and leaned back, a hand moving to his lips in thought as his black beady eyes fixed on the document. He shouldn't argue with the results. He should take them into serious consideration and perhaps make moves to take Izuku out of the hero course. Maybe not expulsion, but certainly a reassignment into a class which wouldn't allow this quirk, this nemesis, to grow in strength. He should do that, but he wasn't going to. Because he had talked with the boy and he believed he had seen his soul laid bare before him. The boy wasn't evil. He was scared, desperate, determined and utterly aware of what his quirk was capable of. What were the words he had used? He didn't want to let it win. His mind drifted further back to when he was younger, when he had just been given the position of headmaster at the school. He remembered the other young man. He remembered his attitude, his cruelty, his dismissal of his other students. He remembered the blue fire he had used to end the careers of 7 young heroes before they had even started. That boy had been expelled, thrown out before Nedzu had even considered trying to help him, trying to reach out and find where such anger, such hate was coming from. It was a miracle his father had been talked out of saying anything publicly about their actions, though Hikori had sorted all of that out for him. Hikori always did have a talent for making problems simply go away. But he would do, of course, it was part of their deal. His eyes drifted over to the morning paper, the headline in bold black and white reading simply mysterious arsons continue through the Chibuya prefecture. Black eyes narrowed as he thought of all of that and compared it to the situation now at hand. He couldn't do that again. He wouldn't do that again. He hopped off his chair, taking his Earl Grey with him, and walked over to the nearest panel window. It gave him a truly commanding view of the UA courtyard, where he could see the lines upon lines of marble-cut statues to their most valued heroes. All Might stood tallest, of course, but there were others too. Glory Hammer, Bolt Thrower, Leviathan, and over a dozen more. Nedzu hoped, deep inside, that one day a statue of Izuku Midoriya would be down there, tall and proud. His eyes drifted across the courtyard where he spotted a bus, and before it, a few tiny people getting ready to go aboard. He smiled a little. Aizawa was taking his class on their first trip to the USJ today. The training would be good for all of them. Rescue was an important aspect of being a hero, after all. He wondered, as he sipped at his tea, which of the tiny dots was Izuku Midoriya. He wondered how he would do today and what new lessons he would learn. Nedzu turned back to the report on his desk and walked back over to it, scooping it up into his paws and looking over the white pages once more. His eyes locked down onto a single sentence which had struck him the moment he had read it, and even now it struck him again. Izuku Midoriya does not have a quirk, but a demon inside him. He is evil, a villain in the making, and he cannot be allowed to continue at UA. The tiny principal frowned at the words, then he shut the folder, opened a desk drawer, and shoved it inside before slamming the drawer shut with a sharp stab of anger. Izuku was no demon. He was a child who needed guidance and direction. He was a student at his school and by God he would do everything in his power to help him become a hero. He leaned back into his chair once again as he put a paw to his lips in thought, watching the soft curling steam rise from his Earl Grey tea. The newspaper rested just at its side, a picture of a burning building on its front page. A building alight with brilliant blue fire. He hoped he was right. The bus rattled and Izuku was jostled sideways into Tenya, bonking his head suddenly against the cold metal armor of his friend's uniform. "Oof, sorry," he mumbled and rubbed the side of his head gingerly with a gloved hand. "No worries, Izuku." Tenya beamed down at him and raised a hand in dismissal. "I didn't expect this trip to be so bumpy." "I know, right?" Uraraka said with a smile from Izuku's other side as the bus rattled again. She leaned forward as she spoke, her fingers gripping her seat. "I mean, I know this place is a bit far out, but can't they smooth the roads over? Turns out UA isn't all it's packed up to be." Hitachi grinned across from them, his eyes closed and his hands linked behind his head against a window to which he leaned. "Their lesson plans are great, but the roads are too bumpy. 7 out of 10 would attend again." "Hitachi?" Tenya looked utterly appalled at the very suggestion that UA was not the greatest school of all time. "As your class president, I have to insist that you show more school spirit. Maybe when you pay me." Hitachi yawned loudly and crossed one leg over the other. "Presidents do that, right? Bribe people? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Tenya immediately went off on how he would only rule the classroom through ethics and high morals, while the others laughed around him, Izuku included. Tenya had won the class presidency vote 2 days ago, the same day as the incident with the alarm, along with Momoyeo Erozu as their vice president. Tenya had, of course, had the vote of Izuku, Uraraka and Hitachi, and had etched out his victory over Shoto. Tenya had taken it all in stride and had, so far, lived up to the title by organizing almost everything that Izawa hadn't bothered with. Which actually made him very effective, at least in Izuku's eyes. The green-haired boy turned his head down the bus for a moment, noting how cool his fellow classmates looked in their hero outfits before landing on Katsuki. Katsuki wore his gym clothes, his outfit had been mostly burned to cinders during their incident. The blonde caught him staring, and his snarl was like that of a rabid wolf. Shame flooded through Izuku, and he turned his eyes down to his own gloved hands. While his own uniform had been damaged in their fight, it had been an easy fix compared to ruin he'd inflicted on Katsuki's. Nemesis had helpfully suggested that they were probably having trouble getting the bloodstains out. His eyes moved up again and followed along the side of grinning, laughing, chatting classmates before landing on Fumikage. Their eyes met and this time Izuku didn't turn away. The bird-like boy watched him carefully before turning his eyes slowly to look out the window. Yesterday's exercise was still weighing on him heavily. The words had bounced around his skull like a boomerang and had practically kept him awake for most of the night. "You're kind." What had he meant by that? Did he believe Izuku to be some kind of demonic monster, or was it something else? In all honesty, it was starting to get a little frustrating. More than a little, actually. For the first time in his life he had someone right there, right fucking there, who could give him some damn answers about what the nature of his quirk was, what the things that haunted him truly were, and yet it was just his damn luck that the very same person had some bizarre, uncalled for axe to grind with him. Izuku half wanted to beg Fumikage to tell him what he knew, and half beat it out of him. That half was the nemesis half. Ragged crow. Pathetic raven child. It spat from within his own mind. He is nothing to us. We should set his feathered head on fire, and we'll see how much he wants to talk then. Izuku took a long breath in and back out of his nose. That was the 7th time today it had suggested setting him on fire, and it was beginning to get on his nerves. "Hey Izuku." He was brought back to reality suddenly by a flat-voiced croak coming from the seat adjacent to him. He blinked and turned to see the frog girl, Sayu, looking to him with a finger raised to her lips. "Can I ask you something? Okay? What do you want to know, Sayu?" Izuku had barely shared a handful of words with Sayu despite their training yesterday, and he still felt awkward around anyone who wasn't in his immediate circle of friends. A prickle of fire heat moved along his scars as he quietly prided himself on actually having a circle of friends. It was a nice thought. "Daughter of Dagon." Nemesis whispered softly through his ears. "Cold-blooded amphibian. Call me Tsu, and if you don't mind, can you tell me what the results of your quirk assessment were?" He gulped at the sudden question and almost fell back in his seat as the bus rocked again. "Well, what do you mean?" "Well, my quirk is frog. I can do anything a frog can do, ribbit." She cocked her head to one side, her white glassy eyes boring into him with a surprising amount of focus. "Obviously we know what happened to Katsuki, ribbit, and we all know you took an assessment afterwards. So, if we're going to be learning together, I think it's wise to know what kind of quirk you have." "Hey, leave him alone, he doesn't have to talk about it if he doesn't want." Hitachi cut in suddenly, his lilac eyes focused at Sayu in a narrow gaze. No, it's all right," Izuku said with a waving of his hands, not wishing anyone to get testy. I mean, you guys have to train with me, right? So, I suppose I should mention everything it does. Besides, his eyes moved to Uraraka for a moment. I didn't talk about it before and it well. He didn't finish his sentence. He saw the look that passed through Uraraka's gaze, and guilt stabbed into him like a pencil to the gut. It's he thought for a moment before looking back to the frog girl. It's transformative, to a degree. It changed your ears, right? I'm guessing probably your teeth too, Ribbit. Sayu's bluntness again caught Izuku off guard, and he gave her a wobbling, nervous kind of smile. Alright. People had yet to really notice his fingernails. Maybe they just thought he painted them that way. It only transforms me when I get mad. It's like a shadow monster thing, kind of, I think, but with fire. Shadow monster? Oh, like Dark Shadow? Kirishima butted in suddenly, leaning over the bar of his seat. He was sat just across from Hitachi, next to Jiro who seemed more focused on her phone than anything else. He grinned his toothy, sharp grin, looked over to Fumikage and called out, which is a super cool quirk, by the way. Fumikage looked back to the others and said nothing, however, his attention was now clearly drawn, and he kept his crimson eyes locked on Izuku. The teenager could practically feel their oppressive weight on his shoulders. We are not a shadow monster. We are Izuku Midoriya. We are Nemesis. Well, I guess. Izuku didn't dare compare the monster that was Nemesis to Dark Shadow. For one, Nemesis consumed him utterly, while Dark Shadow seemed to act as an extension of Fumikage's will. Secondly, Nemesis would rather obey a wet sock than listen to a word Izuku had to say. Dark Shadow, on the other hand, seemed willing to do anything Fumikage asked of it, even when it clearly got irritated. How nice it must be to have a monster within you that actually listened to you. Izuku's quirk is a unique one, but in no way does that make him as any less than the rest of us, Tenya announced in a stern tone, his eyes traveling over their small group as he did so. A troublesome quirk simply means he has to work harder, and we should all support his efforts. You've still not answered my question, Ribbit. Sayu again raised a finger to her chin, her white unblinking eyes continuing to bore at Izuku. What kind of quirk did they decide it was? It's called Nemesis. Izuku announced in a low tone, though, somehow, he was sure everyone on the bus heard it. It's a mix, I think. To be honest, I still haven't gotten the results back yet. His mother was actually getting rather angry about it. She had grumbled over last night's dinner about what the point of putting him through the test was if they weren't even going to tell them the results. Izuku had already decided he didn't really want to know, not when his new medical information would probably just have a giant evil stamp across it. Besides, for some reason she had been rather irritable lately. He hadn't had the proper time to ask her why. Nemesis? Dude, that is badass. Kirishima announced with obvious awe in this tone. Hitachi clicked his fingers and pointed to him. See? He gets it. We are very badass. Nemesis cackled proudly. It's good to see our pathetic classmates showing us the respect we deserve. Well, you say that. Izuku peeked up once again. But, you know, it's really difficult to control. Like I said, when I get too angry or let it take too much it. Hey, don't worry about that, man. Kirishima shot Izuku another toothy smile. It was an accident. If I see you losing control, he raised a fist and it suddenly hardened into rock, I'll just knock you out. Kirishima. Uraraka said loudly, that's mean. I give you full permission to do so. Izuku announced louder, much to the shock of Uraraka. Please, knock me out because it's way better than the alternative, trust me on that. Several people went to argue against such a measure, but the bus suddenly pulled to a rattling stop, and Izawa's voice shot across them all, with the tone of a bored drill sergeant. All of you quiet. We're here. The teenagers quickly gathered themselves up and began moving off the bus, though Izuku couldn't help but notice how both Tenya and Hitachi made sure to put their bodies between himself and Katsuki. The moment he stepped off the bus, however, all worries about his quirk vanished. Before him stood one of the largest buildings he'd ever seen. Massive sheer walls rose up before him, reminding him of the fortress walls of ancient castles. It was topped by a glass dome so huge that Izuku couldn't even begin to guess where the apex met or how far it stretched to accommodate the vastness of the building. Izawa had told them that morning they were going to be focusing on rescue missions, learning to use their quirks to save lives in a variety of environments. And while he had seen it coming, thanks to All Might's loose tongue, the very thought sent a shock of excitement through Izuku. No combat, just rescue, and thank God for that. This is going to be boring. Nemesis grumbled off within his own mind, its voice a low, grinding stone on stone. Where's the fun in helping the weak? We should be destroying our enemies with fire and fury. Izuku bit back a snarky reply of his own. Today was going to be fun, damn it. He wasn't going to keep lagging behind everyone because his quirk would rather burn flesh from bones than bother to rescue people. His gaze brought forward when he spotted Aizawa moving over to someone new, a person dressed in what looked to be a bulky astronaut suit. Immediately his eyes widened and a goofy grin stretched across his lips. Hey. That's the pro hero 13. Uraraka, who had been stood beside him, nudged him with her elbow and nodded excitedly. I know. They're one of my favorites. Their introduction didn't take long. 13 announced themselves to the class and lead a quick rousing speech about the virtues of using their quirks to help others. A speech which Izuku thoroughly enjoyed, especially as at no point did the hero indicate they would be using their quirks for anything remotely combat related. Which was a huge relief to Izuku, even as Nemesis continued to grump about not getting to hurt anyone. 13 lead them inside, with Aizawa taking point beside them. The double doors to the stadium opened and Izuku was almost instantly overwhelmed. A sunken ship, a landslide, a raging firestorm, a storm surge and a mountaintop rescue. 13 announced, their voice strangely muted and genderless behind their unrevealing glass dome mask. These will be your training grounds today, students. And today you will learn to help, not harm. This is the essence of being a hero, after all. Izuku's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open as he tried to take everything in, even as he ran to the railing lining the cliff edge overhanging the entire USJ. Descending below him was a huge stairway with enough steps to make it a hell of a workout if one was coming up them. The entire USJ was separated into its various zones, each of which loomed large before him. The sunlight beamed above and illuminated everything through vast windows, and in a way it all reminded him of a huge indoor theme park. And yet he knew it was more than that. It was the hope that Nezu had placed in him, the hope that he was moving forward the right way, with the right footing. But movement caught his eye. There were 3 of them. Things that had no right to be called creatures circling the sky of the USJ. They reminded Izuku of manta rays, except these were manta rays covered with mouths and eyes which popped and spawned in and out of existence. Their long trailing tails, almost the length of Izuku's entire body, ended in multiple talon-like claws which moved softly through the air behind them. They seemed to constantly be shifting between colors of pinks and blues and purples, and every now and then he could hear a strange, almost ethereal cry come from them. Izuku took in a shuddering breath, and he turned his head away. Fumikage was looking too. He stood apart from the crowd, who were all chatting amongst themselves, but his gaze was fixed upwards. Izuku felt his heart catch in his throat for just a second as his eyes moved down and met Izuku's own. He then closed them, shook his head in dismissal, and looked away. Seriously, dude, just ask him out already. Hitashi's snarking tone caused Izuku to jump, and he turned his head. At some point, the purple-haired teenager had walked up to his side without Izuku even noticing. You'll make an adorable goth couple, I'm sure. Seriously, dude, Izuku frowned back. It's not like that. Fine, I'll quit with the jokes. He rolled his eyes and held his hands up in surrender. He then shoved them into his pockets, a pose which, with his costume, made him look remarkably like Aizawa's secret love child. His frown didn't help the similarities either. But seriously, what is it with you two? You keep shooting each other looks like you have some big secret or something. Big secret? Yeah, that just about summed it all up. It's complicated. Izuku sighed and placed his hands back on the guardrail, looking back out to the USJ grounds. Then explain it. Izuku felt that stabbing guilty feeling again, even as Nemesis pushed a wave of heat along his scars, almost as if to remind him the horror that could dawn on Hitachi if he even had an inkling of what could be truly going on. I can't. Why not? Izuku winced at the spike in Hitashi's voice. Izuku, look. I know we've not known each other long, but last time you held out on people, well, shit happened. Hitashi's gaze now matched Izuku's as he scanned the grounds. Don't think I've noticed how Dark Shadow and Nemesis share a couple of things. Izuku's head turned like a whip crack, his eyes wide. What? Big? Mean? Made of shadow? Spooky as fuck. Hitachi shrugged. I don't know, maybe it's nothing, maybe it's something, but I think it's more than a little strange how you two don't seem to even want to breathe the same air when you're in the same room. I don't. Hitachi, his words trailed off. He took a long, deep breath through his nose. He knew he couldn't keep all of this from his friends forever, he shouldn't. It was wrong of him to keep secrets from people who he'd already put through so much, Hitachi especially. But how did he even start to explain the madness of the voice in his head, the monsters he saw around him? The monsters that Fumikage could see too, despite every bit of logic in the world telling him that it should be impossible? Anxiety and fear fluttered through his stomach. He remembered the laughs of his former classmates, the isolation, the fear, the crippling depression. He remembered it all with a burning clarity that clawed into his limbs and gnawed at his heart. But now wasn't then. These were people he knew he could trust, people who had seen him at his worst, when Nemesis had worn him like a puppet and still stood by his side. Hitachi had looked into his eyes he knew had been filled with bottomless hate, and he had still forgiven him. He could trust them. Unlike any other time in his life, he had people he could trust. Tell him, let him know, it doesn't change anything. Nemesis growled from deep within the meat of Izuku's brain, another rolling thunder of heat moving across his scars. As long as we have his fear and respect, we don't care. Can it wait? Izuku finally managed to stammer out. Until after the lesson, I mean. If I tell you, I want to tell you Uraraka and Tenya too. I'd rather it just be you guys who know, at least for now. It's something very personal to me, and I don't know what's going on with Fumikage, but I'm going to guess he feels the same way about everything. So, if I can just, get through today, we can sit down, and I'll explain it as best I can. Hitachi's royal purple eyes turned to regard the smaller boy for a moment, studying him with the same kind of analytical gaze that Izawa had mastered. After a few moments, he let out a breath. Promise? Promise. Fist bump on it. What? He raised his fist up and held it out. Make it a fist bump promise. You can't go back on those. Izuku paused for a moment, wondering if this was another joke, before deciding that even if it was, he knew Hitachi enough that there was a deep sincerity behind it. Still, to make it a promise meant making it real. He couldn't go back on his word, not without losing all trust and faith of his friends. He knew that he and Hitachi shared the anxiety of letting people in, of having the world judge you for something you couldn't control. And on that knowledge, he knew he could trust him. He raised his own fist and pressed it against his friend's. I fist bump promise. Hitachi only replied with a smile. All right, everyone, gather round, eyes forward, Izawa announced loudly with the clapping of his hands, drawing the eyes of the two teenagers. The two glanced back to one another for another second before making their way back over to the main group, all of whom were forming a disorganized-looking crowd at the very top of the staircase. Izawa took another moment to wait until he was satisfied he had everyone's attention before loudly, and with no small note of irritation, began, since All Might decided to not show up, probably because he's rescuing cats out of trees, we're going to divide the class into two and run you through separate rescue simulations. Izuku felt his excitement rise, even if the anxiety of his promise with Hitachi lingered at the back of his head. Team A will be, he never finished his sentence. The lights lining the vast structure suddenly cut out en masse, robbing them of complete illumination and leaving them to the overhanging shine of the natural sunlight above. Then, almost simultaneously, there was a sudden hissing sound that rushed through the air, like that of wind being sucked into a black hole. Then the demons screamed. Izuku winced as their maws opened wide, and the sound of 1,000 dying animals howling into the night filled the air. It tore at something inside him, and he felt the fire heat of his power flowing through his veins as if jumping to his guard. Izuku almost turned to look at Fumikage to see if he too had heard their screams, but his eyes were instead drawn down to the center of the USJ. There was a fountain there, a nice simple design with a small eating and meeting area, clearly set out for the students' midday lunch. And shadows were gathering there. Dark and terrible and horribly familiar, they gathered and grew whiter and taller until a swirling disk of blasphemous void now stood before the fountain. From it came figures. Izuku's stomach twisted and coiled as he watched wave after wave of people walk forward, and within the same instant a word leapt to Izuku's mind. Villains. They marched forward, some grinning, others stoic, all however with the cruel look of hardened criminals. Filthy sinners. Nemesis roared through his blood like a battle beast wakening to war. So much so that his skull pounded, and he fell to one knee suddenly, his eyes squeezing tight as he clamped his hands uselessly over his ears. Hitachi was already at his side, confusion written across his face as he tried to help his friend back to his feet. What the hell? From somewhere he could hear Kaminari's voice call out above the whistling wind. I thought we were doing rescue training? Stay back. Izawa's voice had become cold stone and empowered by an almost military authority. This isn't training, those are villains. The sudden realization ran through every member of the class, and followed in its wake was the cold, mocking grip of fear. Aizawa, however, stepped forward alongside 13 and simply brought his slit-cut eye shades up to his face. His expression was unreadable, but his aura roared with the sudden fire of righteous fury as the collective gaze of the class turned back to the center of the USJ. As Hitachi pulled Izuku back up, the boy opened his eyes just in time to see two figures stepping through at the end of the small army of villains who now filled the grounds. The first to step through was a slight man with shock of uncombed pale blue hair. His pants and top were dark and shaded. Across his body, however, were attached bizarre hands which clung to his limbs. Each hand had something marked on it, though what Izuku couldn't see at such a distance. The second to step through was a demon. There was no other word for it. It was a demon. Its humanoid body bulged with unnatural muscle, raising it far above 7 feet tall. Its skin a midnight black, and across it caved violent symbols and signs that Izuku could make out even at the great distance that separated them. Even more worryingly, they glowed with an all too familiar shade of corrupt blue. Its face was long and beak-like with a grinning, lipless mouth filled with upward spikes of bone that acted as teeth. Its pink brain glistened from its exposed skull, and on either side of its face were bulging lidless eyes which glowed a tarnished gold. Across its skin, like pins through paper, came sudden, random spikes of bone, especially along its forearms and shoulders. The only vaguely human thing about it, other than its overall form, was that it wore a pair of beige cargo shorts. For a moment Izuku truly believed it was one of the invisible monsters that only he and Fumikage seemed to witness. That was before the slight man raised a hand to its arm, and it came to an almost robotic halt. It was real. It was a creature torn from his terrifying visions made real. The shadow shrank until it took a barely humanoid shape, eyes a deep glaring yellow forming from within its shadow-clad form. A form which constantly seemed to flicker and weave like a candle caught in a breeze. The shadow man turned his eyes upwards towards the students at the top of the staircase and in a male voice, clear, deep and loud, began to call out. Raise every voice in song. Bow thy head to the fallen and sing. Raise thine arms to the unlight and sing. Bow thy knee to the accursed flame and sing. He flared for a moment, as if proud of his terrifying announcement. For Tamura Shigaraki, ender of days, stands before you. His voice deepened, becoming edged and sinister, and not one of you will leave this place alive. This couldn't be happening. This couldn't be happening. Strangely, Izuku thought of how simple everything had been before he tried to master his quirk. Back when he was a tiny, skinny nobody with ugly scars and no friends, and was all but forgotten by the world. Back when Nemesis was still the thing and he didn't care to know what his quirk did or was or could do. Back when his days moved by in a haze of fog and static. In that moment he wished he could be back there. Safe and bubbled wrapped with the world muffled to his ears. He had been in no danger there, useless and friendless and forgettable as he was. But he wasn't there. He was here. Now. In this moment that he had brought himself to by force of will, determination and all the heart he could muster. Hitachi's grip on his arm was starting to dig into his bones, but he didn't throw him off. The slight ache was enough to ground him once more, and he found the strength of his feet as he stood properly. He nudged his friend with an elbow, and the taller boy jolted back to reality. He let his grip on Izuku's arm go, though his eyes didn't tear from the small army of approaching villains. He had to keep strong though. Even now he could feel his heart beginning to pound, not just out of terror, but out of a need to help. He took a step forwards to join his teacher at the very top step of the vast staircase, but was quickly stopped by an outstretched arm. No, stay back. You kids have to get out of here. Aizawa turned to look at 13, his expression stoic, his voice however shifting from his usual bored, tired teacher's tone to one of calm, cold authority. 13, can you get word out to the main campus? I can't reach anyone, all I'm getting is static. 13 announced, two fingers held up to the side of their helmet. They must be blocking any outward bound signals. That explains why the alarms haven't gone off. Aizawa quickly added, his eyes turning back to the approaching villains. A hand raised up suddenly and for a split second Izuku thought he saw it hover over a part of his upper chest before it gripped tightly onto his capture scarf. Alright, you get them back to UA grounds, I'll hold them here. Aizawa-sensei. Sir. Izuku was calling out to his teacher before he could even stop himself. You can't hold them on your own. There's too many of them. Your quirk is better suited to one-on-one fights, Yule, Midoriya. Aizawa's tone closed all and any further argument. There was nothing to be said, not to a man who had steeled his heart and was already moving down the staircase in slow, deliberate steps. I've survived worse than this. He glanced at the terrified-looking young man and, for a moment, Izuku was sure, he saw what passed for a smile on his lips. You can't be a hero if you're afraid to walk headfirst into hell. And with that he was gone, moving like a bolt of lightning down the staircase at a speed which shocked Izuku. He realized that despite everything Izawa was a pro, a word which until now had held a sort of mythical meaning in Izuku's head. But it was more than just a title, it was a statement. A pro faced overwhelming odds without a second thought. A pro beat back the darkness with every inch of their strength and beyond. A pro didn't stop until the job was done, and everyone who could be saved was saved. Izawa was a pro. The son of David is impressive. Nemesis whispered through his mind, even as 13 began herding the students back towards the main door. He does his people proud. From behind him, he could hear the screams of villains getting demolished by his teacher, and a small smile ghosted across his lips. He shouldn't worry so much, he was sure Izawa would be fine, and yet still he felt the need to turn around, to dive headfirst into that sea of villains, and do something to help his teacher. But he had to trust in him. He had to be sure that this was the right move to make. Besides, what would he do, really? He had Nemesis. A bloodthirsty monster that would probably take the villain's side and slaughter his friends. Surely this was the best option. And then a chill ran across his skin. He heard it again, the sudden sound of air rushing to a spot, and before him, the shadow rose up. Within a second it blocked their entire exit, and a pair of hateful golden eyes emerged from the shifting darkness. I greet you, children, on behalf of my master and the heralds of Aversaris. Each of you will find your end here, but fear not, for your deaths will be a blessing. His eyes glowed as it scanned across them. It means you will not have to bear witness to the death of your symbol of peace and the beginning of the end. Each student seemed to freeze with terror, and only 13 stepped forward, their arms held out to either side in whatever passed as an attempt to keep the shadow from reaching the children. Izuku could not look away. This monster, this creature forged of a shadow, unnaturally dark, unnaturally cold. From a distance he had felt only a whisper, but now it was before him. Something inside him, some deep instinct buried in his very soul, began to scream out at him. It was the same reaction he'd had to the monsters he saw, to when he had first seen Dark Shadow. He could feel it within his bones, his skin, his heart and mind. There was something so utterly wrong about it that he couldn't name but knew, inside, was simply not of this world. It was blasphemy for it to stand before him as it did. Its sole nemesis spoke in a tone which he had never heard from it before. A soft, serpentine wonder. It was confused. Its soul is a cage of shadow. How is this possible? What manner of creature is this? Now, Izuku was starting to worry. Sure, he had feared for the lives of his friends, his classmates, his teacher. But before it had been a simple equation of good guys versus bad guys, all human at the end of the day. But Nemesis's wondering question sent not just a chill, but an entire iceberg sailing down his spine. This was bad. Really, really bad. For a moment he felt the shadow being's eyes land on him and he froze, even as flame heat ran through his scars in a muted defense. The golden eyes narrowed, as if taking note, before being ripped away by the approach of 13. The hero held out a finger and in a voice forged of an iron will, called out. You will not block our path, villain. Surrender or be defeated, there is no other choice. I beg to differ, child of the void. The shadow being almost grinned through its words. You are all going to die, so, The battle cry was so sudden, so surprising that Izuku practically jumped out of his own shoes. From the crowd of terrified students came two sudden figures, streaking forwards with their fists raised. Katsuki and Kirishima. The next second was filled with nothing but the violence of fire and power, exploding from the palm of Katsuki, while a flash of something pale and sharp and solid sliced through the shadow and smoke. A gasp rose from the class as the smoke cleared away, and the two young men stood strong, almost shoulder to shoulder. Come on, you think we'd make it that easy for you? Kirishima grinned widely. Like hell we'd let you kill us. I've been itching to kick someone's ass. Katsuki added with a vicious wolfish grin on his lips. I'll settle for yours, and then that big-ass motherfucker down there, and then that fucking creep with the hand fetish. He gripped his fist tightly. You're not fucking killing anyone, you hear me? Izuku felt his stomach twist. Katsuki was brave, braver than anyone he knew, and Kirishima, well, he didn't know much about him, but he must have been just as brave to join in the attack. But the words of his curse were still swimming through him, infecting his heart and mind. This was no normal villain, of that he was sure, and it took only another second for his fears to be proven right. The shadow reformed. It rose, tall and straight now, pulling just slightly back from the two teens. The looks on the faces of the two fell as the eyes once again opened on its void of a face. Ah, the bravery of the young, such souls shine brightly before they are extinguished forever. Both of you, get back. 13 almost screamed at the two, but they didn't budge. If anything, Katsuki almost seemed ready to attack again, and his knees bent just slightly. You will all meet your ends here. Now be scattered, foolish mortals. The shadow grew. It grew and grew and grew as it swamped over their heads and flooded between their legs and washed through every student in the class. Nemesis roared within his skull, causing Izuku to wince and cry in pain, and it robbed him of any chance of attacking the monster himself. Grave cold tendrils of shadow wrapped around his form, even as his scars lit white-hot with burning protective fire, for a moment even flashing blue from their intense heat. He turned and reached out to grab someone, anyone. He saw Hitachi as he drowned under the waves of darkness, his eyes wide and terrified as he too reached out for his friend. For a second the tips of their fingers touched, then, he was gone as the shadows took him. Izuku felt the claws of the shadow drag him under as the world lifted and vanished from under him. And Izuku fell into darkness. So, excited yet? I have to take a moment to apologize for the bus scene. It was boring and drawn out and didn't do much of anything, and honestly I tried to think of ways to replace it with something better, but ugh. I couldn't think of anything and the things I did write out simply didn't fit. So in the end it was kept, against my better judgment. Still, the rest of it, Nedzu especially, I like, and the next chapter we take a swift turn into the different once again, which I'm always more comfortable writing. The next chapter is written out, as is the one after that, but I still may push it to 3 weeks, not 2 for the update, just so I can really nail down certain moments. Anyways, thank you for reading and see ya next update. Chapter 15. Truce, update time, update time, update time. Get to it my dudes, and have fun. For a moment, all was silence, all was darkness, all was the corpse cold of blanketing shadow and deafening shade. For only a moment Izuku fell, though it felt to him as though he was falling for an eternity. He was drowning in airless shadow, in the deepest of the abyssal void. There was a peace there, in that strange, timeless moment. A deathly peace which embraced him like a weeping mother, comforting him and draining the energy from his mind and body. He wondered if this was what it was like to die. To drift eternal, cold and empty through the void. But reality is a jealous creature, and after the second long eternity passed, it reached for its child, eager to take back what had not yet served its time. The darkness ended like a hammer blow to the head and was replaced with chaos manifest. The noise of the wind tore through his whole body like a wolf. It ripped at every inch of his exposed skin, and with it came the arrowheads of rain which pelted his body with a cruel, murderous intent. And to make it all worse, he was falling. Izuku tumbled from the sky with a speed he had only experienced once before. Back in the exam. Back when he had thrown himself at a monstrous robot and allowed his curse to blast it apart. But there was no Uraraka to save him this time. And not just that, but the utter madness of the sudden storm he found himself in tossed and threw him through the air like a doll. He couldn't right himself, he couldn't gain any measure of control. He simply spun and fell, and he knew any moment now his skull would hit the ground and he'd be gone forever. He tried to scream, but his voice was utterly lost on the howling fury of the wind. No. Nemesis roared suddenly within him and power, black and thick and terrible, rushed through his limbs. We will not die. Izuku screamed again, but now in sharp, burning pain, as he felt the skin along his back tear, as his muscles cracked and split and reformed, as flesh-scorching fire tore through his scars, and his wings began to grow. They spread from his back in sudden, swift jolts of movement, as if they were bones snapping into place. Great and long, like the wings of a vast demonic bat, but made of a terrible burning shadow. They too were turned and battered by the hurricane, and Izuku felt his senses spinning as the sudden, dizzying sensation of power surged through him. Even worse, his skin burned and sizzled from the fire heat, coming into immediate conflict with the rain and instantly evaporating the air around him. Steam now joined the chaos, though thankfully it trailed mostly behind him. From somewhere within his heart he summoned the will and the knowledge to flap as hard as he could. It felt bizarre, even amongst the overwhelming sensation of the storm, like having giant hands plastered onto his shoulder blades. He curled them as hard as he could, forcing his body to suddenly stop spinning and gain a tiny measure of self-control. He felt his speed slow. Even so, it was barely enough. He flapped them again, long and forceful and almost graceful, despite feeling as though he was clinging onto his mind and heart with the tips of his fingers. His rapid descent slowed as the asphalt street zoomed up to greet him. Though he didn't exactly come to a halt. He landed onto the wet street with a run as his body naturally swung downwards, but it was a landing at a sprinter's pace, forcing him into a swift pelt. He had landed right outside of a fake storefront. A storefront which was now rushing towards him with the speed of an oncoming car. Izuku had no way of stopping himself and he knew it. In that second, he made the only decision he knew he could that would at least leave him in one piece. He dived. His hands rushed up in front of him as the shattering of glass now filled his world and thousands of shards now glittered around him, wet and tossed across him by both his own force and the ravenous wind outside. Nemesis was swift to react, but even it hadn't seen the window pane coming, and as such his scars burned a second too late as he hit the floor with a heavy, almost bone-breaking smash and began rolling until something big and solid stopped him with the suddenness of piece of fruit hitting a brick wall. Izuku, however, was still alive. He knew he was still alive because he could feel pain. And he felt a lot of pain at that moment. His arms were groaning from where they'd hit the glass, his legs felt like they were about to quit off his body entirely, his lungs burned from his screaming and landing and sprinting, and his back was on fire from where his wings had sprouted from his body. They had vanished, however, turning to ash the second his feet had hit the ground. All of this was, of course, ignoring the fact that his vision was spinning in front of him, and he felt as though he was about to throw up his breakfast. He wasn't sure if it was from using his curse or from the fall, but either way, he felt like a sack of black death warmed up. He lay there for a moment, simply groaning to himself before slowly managing to sit himself up. He'd hit a counter, which had thankfully not crumpled as he collided with it. The rain drenched the floor before him, though he'd come far enough to keep away from most of it, and the wind howled outside the shop like a beast denied its meal. His clothes, boots, and hair were utterly drenched. He lifted a hand up to wipe his fringe from his eyes and blinked exhaustedly, trying to focus on something solid so his vision would stop turning at the corners. Izuku spat onto the floor beside him, coppery and thick as he took in gulping breaths. Steam surrounded him, and slowly the chill began to lift from his bones. It was one of the very few benefits of his quirk. He would dry off from any spell of rain in a matter of moments thanks to the fire lurking within his blood. As he sat there, a thought began to meander through his still shaky mess of a mind. Nemesis had saved him. It did everything it could to make his life a living hell, and yet it had saved him. He knew he shouldn't talk to it, he knew he should ignore it completely, but alone and cold and, yes, scared, he breathed out, Thank you. For what? Nemesis replied with a hiss through his mind like that of a drawn blade, we are Izuku Midoriya. Why would we let ourselves die? You're not Izuku Midoriya. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Your nemesis, Izuku growled out as he climbed onto shaking, but gradually steadying, feet. We're both, and all, one and the same, Nemesis replied as if shrugging. Why argue about it? Whatever. Izuku looked around, realizing that the shop he'd fallen into was mostly filled with props. It was a fake, like everything in this place, designed only to provide some measure of realism to the exercises ran through it. Even the window was clearly designed to break apart, which was why it had easily crumpled on impact and left only a few minor scratches on his arms. He could feel water still dripping from his ears. He screwed up his nose and tried to wipe them clean. It was a weird feeling and he was utterly unused to it. As he did so, he began talking to himself, alright, think Izuku. I need to get back to Izawa-sensei and the others. The living shadow dropped us here, Nemesis added, almost thoughtfully, in this hurricane storm. The rain hinders our flame, it is a poor battlefield. Do we know if we're alone? Izuku had to admit it had a point. He had seen hundreds of villains walking out of the shadowed gates. It stood to reason not all of them might have headed straight at their class. Not to mention the Shadow Man had chosen the perfect place to throw someone who used fire as a primary weapon. Well, can't you? He raised a hand up in puzzlement before it slapped wetly back down to his thigh. I don't know, sense their souls or something? We are not a radar. Nemesis growled back. We only see the souls of others when we can see them with our own eyes. Izuku had no idea what to make of that, but logged it for later. Of course, the moment he did so he rolled his eyes at himself and shook his head. He was doing it again. Buying into the bullshit that Nemesis spewed out on a daily basis. He was glad he caught himself, otherwise it could have led him right into letting it take over him. No, not ever again. Deciding he felt well enough to move, Izuku made his way over to the door, finding it unlocked. He squinted against a storm and looked down the street, wondering which way he should take to hopefully find an exit, before he suddenly heard something through the howling wind and pounding rain. It was scream. A high-pitched scream, feminine and sharp and spiteful to his own ears. It set his teeth on edge and sent a shiver along his spine. It sounded almost haunting, and yet vicious and angry. What the hell? He turned his head towards the sound. It had come from about a block from down the street. Logic told him to move away from the sound. He was alone and possibly outclassed by who knew how many villains. But then it was replied. A screeching nose like that of a crying crow, but long and hateful and almost echoing with the call of 1,000 more of its own kind. The sound rushed down the street and struck at something deep within Izuku, far more than the feminine one had done. It was in pain. Whatever had made that noise was in pain. His legs started moving. He raised a hand to his eyes in a poor shield against the rain, and his clothes once again became utterly drenched as he sprinted through the storm towards the noise. He could already feel nemesis crawling through his veins, moving along his limbs in readiness for whatever horror he was about to stumble onto. Steam rose from his body as he ran, giving his whole form an odd ethereal effect. He heard the cry twice more in succession, followed by the sound of bricks being shattered and a window being smashed. As he approached the corner he slowed, throwing his drenched back against a wall and brushing his water-soaked hair from his eyes. He took a deep nerve-steadying breath and turned to peek around the corner. Fumikage was bleeding. There was a gash in his cloak where one might assume his arm would have been and, on its midnight black fabric, there was a blossoming of red blood. Above him, suspended like a monstrous protector, was Dark Shadow. They opened their mouths slowly and let out a low, evil-sounding cackling noise, their claws already raised up in fury. Before him were 3 villains. One was lying to the side, already defeated, his body an unconscious, crumpled form by a smashed window. He was a slight, ugly-looking man who resembled a lizard with teal-green scaled skin and a large fin sprouting from his head. But 2 still stood. One was a woman, dressed in tough-looking leather, her short black hair plastered to her skull, and her face turned away from Izuku. She was slim and short, but looked like she knew how to throw a punch. The other was a large man who looked big, strong, and wore only a pair of combat pants. He also looked like a wolf. His body was covered in gray fur, and his hands, from what Izuku could see of them, resembled the claws of the dreaded animal. He even had a snout and face to match. Through the howling wind he saw Fumikage's beak move, but he couldn't hear his words, and suddenly Dark Shadow darted forwards, swiping at the woman who rolled aside. Izuku watched as her mouth opened and the scream tore through the air. It was so loud that the teen flinched and threw his hands over his ears. The windows to the far side of him cracked along the seams, and some even shattered only to be swept up into the storm. Fumikage stumbled back, and Dark Shadow seemed to wince in pain at the sound. Then the moment her mouth closed, the wolfman moved at Fumikage like lightning, rushing forward with a bellowing howl. Dark Shadow dove forward, saving their host just before the villain could slice through Fumikage's chest. They smashed the assault away, but the force of the blow sent Fumikage stumbling, and he fell to one knee. Dark Shadow went to strike again, but again the woman screamed, and the shadow beast was frozen in place by the sheer volume of her attack. The wolfman moved swiftly, rushing at Fumikage. His quirk beast reacted, but it was obvious it would be too late. The wolfman raised his claws. And Izuku was already there. At what point he had begun moving he wasn't sure, perhaps it was when the woman screamed a second time, perhaps it had been when Fumikage had fallen. All he knew was that suddenly he wasn't by the corner, he was in front of Fumikage, and every scar on his body was on fire as his power flowed through him like the fury of a tsunami. His palm was out, stretched forwards and less than a heartbeat from pressing into the wolfman's chest. The wolfman barely had time to blink before Izuku's roar filled the air, and mingled with it a microsecond later was the sudden boom of blue fire that erupted from his palm like an exploding grenade. The noise shook Izuku's entire world to its foundations, and he was thrown backward, his feet slipping on the water-drenched road, though miraculously he managed to keep upright. Steam exploded around him and for a moment it even masked both himself and the bird-like teenager. Nemesis screamed through his system, all claws and fire and fury. However, the blasphemous blue fire faded along with the smoke and steam and the ash flaking from his arm, all washed away by the pouring rain. He could see that the wolfman had been blown so far back he'd collided with a lamppost and bounced off it like a ragdoll. Izuku wavered on his feet, but he kept his stance. His sharp teeth were gritted into a fanged half-grin half-grimace as he held his palm out like a loaded gun. Internally he pulled the leash of his monster back, and Nemesis cried out in irritation. He could smell the stench of burning fur, scorched flesh, and open blood in the air, and it was almost intoxicating. Something horrible and wicked and violent was rising within him along with the rush of battle. He panted heavily as he eyed the shocked-looking woman, who had a surprisingly pretty face, though it wore the sullen cheeks and heavy eyes of drug addiction. Without taking his eyes from her, he called out through the howling wind, "Fumikage? Are you all right?" He was met by silence, and only with a sudden glance down did he see why. Fumikage was on the floor, staring at him with white eyes. Then, as he climbed back to his feet, he did something Izuku did not expect. He backed away swiftly. Dark shadow rushed to his side as Fumikage staggered, his eyes never once leaving Izuku. "What is this? What game are you playing? You were about to get torn apart by a werewolf." Izuku snapped suddenly as his eyes went back to the villains. "I'm not going to let you die, Fumikage. I don't care how much you hate me, I'm not going to let anyone die. These sinners." Nemesis was not just growling now but was stalking through his mind, his body. He could almost feel its shadowed hand trying to guide his arm to use more fire on their opponents. They deserve death. All of them do. The seventh son especially. So, the little demon shows his colors at last. From his sight Izuku could hear Dark Shadow hiss. Their voice was a strange jackdawish caw that sent a strange shiver running along his skin. "It is fitting we finally greet one another upon the field of battle, Nemesis. My master would surely appreciate your aid." "Unlikely." Fumikage spat out. "I need no help from creatures of his kind. Would you rather die here?" Izuku called out, his patience running thinner and thinner as he saw the wolfman climb back to his feet. The villainous woman was now stalking towards them carefully, her sunken eyes reassessing them with each step. "I know you don't like me, Fumikage, and I know there's a ton of shit we need to talk about," Izuku cried as he backed up to come alongside him, his eyes glancing at him again as the bird-like teenager backed away a few more steps, "but otherwise keep the line, but if we don't work together you, me and everyone else in our class will die." His eyes hardened, despite squinting in the pouring rain. "I don't know what you think I am, but it doesn't matter, because I am going to take this horrible curse inside me, and I'm going to use it to save lives, to do good." His voice was a roar over the wind, a rallying cry against all the imposing darkness that seemed to hang over them. "I'm going to take my power and use it to become a hero." Fumikage paused, his eyes grew wide, and within them, for just a split second, Izuku saw something he had recognized. Pain, suffering, and from somewhere deep under that, an understanding. The villains struck. The woman screamed, her voice cracking the windows around them and causing both the teenagers to wince suddenly. Izuku felt his teeth vibrate within his own mouth, his insides shake, and his ears spiked with pain as the scream seemed to rattle every atom of his being. However, Dark Shadow drew up and swung down in a scream of crow-like rage, and for a moment her sonic attack was drawn from them. In the same moment, the wolfman charged forwards, roaring in fury. His chest was a mangle of matted, burned fur, flesh, and blood bright against the rain. The very sight of it set Izuku's battle lust on fire, his teeth on edge and his brain alight. It made Nemesis grin within him. The wolfman threw a fist, and Izuku considered replying with a fist of his own. One made of burning flame and blackened claw, to rip and tear through his chest like it was made of paper. No, he shut the thought down as a better instinct kicked in. He turned and swiveled, and in the same moment grabbed the vast damp furry arm, and using the very momentum of his attacker, he swung the wolfman over his shoulder with a scream of fury. At the same time, he allowed a flurry of power to rush through his arms, giving him the extra punching power he knew he'd need. It was the same move he'd used on Katsuki, the same move he'd perfected in the exercise. And it was horribly effective. The wolfman went flying over his stocky form and smashed into the asphalt, his roar of pain sending a giddy, ugly rush through his heart. The boy, however, wasn't finished. Using the power still rushing through his fists, he swung down against the jaw of the wolfman, smashing the very teeth right out of his mouth and knocking him utterly unconscious in one horrendous blow. Almost simultaneously he heard a sharp scream and the shattering of glass, followed by a long cackle of vicious joy. He held back from smashing the man again. Flashes of his fight with Katsuki echoed through his brain, and he had to stagger back to stop Nemesis from urging him on. Blood was spattered across his gloves and he was breathing heavily. The world span around him, the water felt wetter on his skin, and the wind cut like a dagger through his hair. His senses felt sharper, better, more suited to the dance of war and battle. Steam roped around him once again, almost shimmering in the air, giving his body an unearthly appearance. Finish them off. All of them. Make them bleed, make them pay for their sins. The temptation caught his breath in his throat. Izuku, however, gulped heavily and screwed up his eyes, suppressing it all down. He hadn't used that much of Nemesis's power, not nearly enough for it to dig its claws into him. But he'd used enough to have it slither through his limbs. To plant the idea within his head and make sure it wouldn't go away. Fighting the villain. It had felt good. Wickedly, viciously so. He knew it shouldn't, but it had, and he knew it was Nemesis, but it felt so natural that it sickened him. Again, he gulped down a breath of cold air and turned to look across the street. The woman was gone. To his far right there was a newly smashed window, and from it the black-clad form of Dark Shadow emerged. They looked very, very pleased with themselves. He turned his head again to see Fumikage standing to one side. There was barely a handful of meters between them. And yet it felt as though there was a gulf in that small stretch of road. We need to get inside, Izuku called out across the storm. There's probably more of them coming, and you're hurt. I have some bandages in my belt. Fumikage seemed to hesitate at this, his eyes still locked onto Izuku suspiciously, even as Dark Shadow circled him like a hawk waiting to dive on an unsuspecting mouse. There was a war within his eyes, some problem he was wrestling furiously with. Izuku had no doubts that it was over himself, and as such, he simply kept in his place, steam rising from his heated form. Fumikage finally spoke, his voice low and colder than the storm's rain. Do not take my cooperation as a sign of trust, so-called Izuku Midoriya, this is simply for my own survival. You will follow my lead, Dark Shadow, his eyes glanced up to his monstrous quirk, keep an eye on him. Yes, master. Dark Shadow bowed to their host and turned their tarnished yellow eyes back to Izuku. Come along, little demon. They clapped their hands together and grinned viciously, we have so much to talk about. If that parasite calls us little demon one more time, right? Izuku called out before his own monster could finish its threat. Fumikage moved and Izuku moved with him, matching his pace with ease. Together they ran through the howling wind, through the relentless, drowning rain. The entire time Dark Shadow looked back, watching Izuku with a cunning gleam to their eyes. Despite his wound, the raven-headed teenager managed to lead Izuku down 2 separate streets before diving into a small shop with an open door. Together they retreated into a backspace storage room which was lit only by a single overhead bulb. It gave the entire room a strange, liminal feeling, as if they had both entered into a world apart from their own. Both of them panted heavily, though Izuku remained standing, while Fumikage finally allowed himself to sit on a small pile of crates placed against a plain gray wall. The black-clad teen looked utterly drenched, and raindrops fell freely from his dark feathers. They even dripped from the end of his beak, though Izuku tried not to focus on that. It was easy not to, not when the red patch on his arm seemed to be slowly growing. Fumikage, your arm, Izuku breathed out, gulping down his fears for the moment. We need to bandage it. It appears worse than it is. The raven-headed boy replied. The water. Don't be stupid, Izuku snapped at him suddenly, drawing a grin from Dark Shadow and a deep frown from Fumikage. Let me bandage the wound before you bleed out or something. And allow you access to my blood? Do not treat me for a fool, demon. My master has been well trained, Dark Shadow caught as it hovered protectively over their host. Your petty tricks will not so easily sway him. I'm not a ugh. He rolled his eyes and with it, curled back his irritation. Look, you need to trust me. I have 1,001 questions for you, but now isn't the time. You're hurt, I can help, let me bandage your arm. Izuku huffed out with a matching frown and a prickle of fire heat from his scars. Steam rose from him as his clothes dried simply from contact with his skin, and he tried to ignore the feeling of water dripping once again from his ear tips. The bird-like teenager, however, made no move and instead only frowned deeper as his crimson gaze seemed to note the soft steam rising from Izuku. He watched Fumikage's eyes observe the effect before throwing his arms up in annoyance and then letting them fall, slapping back down onto his sides. What can I do to persuade you I'm not going to hurt you? Like you persuaded Katsuki Bakugo? Fumikage's deep tone was surprisingly cutting, and Izuku winced. That was an accident, Nemesis, it took control of me. A clever story, Fumikage spoke with no hesitation, his words sharp and a convincing performance. But I am not so easily swayed by crocodile tears. I know your kind does not feel empathy or sorrow. Izuku grit his teeth at this. Did Fumikage seriously believe he wasn't torn to shreds by what he'd done to Katsuki? That he didn't spend every day wishing it could have been different? That he didn't recoil at himself every time he looked at Katsuki's face? Is that what you think? Izuku spoke in a lower tone now, his heart pained by the memory of his fight with Katsuki. It was still within his mind, still in high-quality 60 frames per second like it had happened only moments ago. Nemesis made sure he would never, ever forget it. "You think I'm?" He hesitated on the word before breathing it out. "A demon, are you not?" Fumikage cocked his head just slightly. "I cannot see your soul, but Dark Shadow can. They have told me how it burns with the accursed flame, how it is surrounded by the unlight. They tell me it is unusual in its makeup, but demonic nonetheless." For a second Izuku's mind raced back to what the Shadow Man had said at the fountain, and he felt that same iceberg go sailing down his spine. "Do not hide yourself from us," Dark Shadow announced suddenly, grinning at the green-clad boy. "We are of kin. It gladdens me to know that I am not the only one of my kind within that temple of vainglory they call a school." They cocked their head and blinked in a remarkably bird-like manner. "Your possession of your host is most admirable, Nemesis, clever and deceiving. The other mortals haven't a clue what you truly are." "We have no idea what they're talking about," Nemesis whispered through Izuku's mind. "We are Izuku Midoriya. We are Nemesis. We are one and all." "I'm not a demon," Izuku said finally, his hands clenching at his sides. "I just have a horrible, awful quirk and you see the unborn." Fumikage cut in suddenly and pointed a somehow sharp finger at him with his good hand. "You use the accused flame openly as your weapon. Your skin is warped by the unlight and," his eyes twitched, "from what I heard you become monstrous when in the heat of your bloodlust. Yet you insist on playing this game with me? I'm not a demon." Izuku stammered out, his eyes darting almost as if he didn't believe his own words. But the information was flooding his mind all at once. The unborn, the unlight, the accursed flame, possessions and demons and monsters and a migraine threatened at his temples and fire rolled through his scars. Izuku took a long breath, trying to stop his stomach from doing flips. "I don't know what Nemesis is," he admitted in a small tone. "All I know is that as long as I don't let it get to me, as long as I don't use it too much, it won't take control me." He rubbed his eyes, though from exhaustion more than tears. "Nemesis is violent and evil, but I can hold it back as long as I'm careful. I slipped up with Kachin." And for a moment, Izuku's voice lowered, almost to a whisper. "I'll never let it happen again. We can't trust him, we know we can't trust him." Nemesis, as if on cue, urged with all the calm of a smoking gun. "We need to destroy him. Nemesis." Fumikage weighed the name on his tongue for a moment. He seemed to pause, as if considering separate options, and Izuku could almost see the thoughts moving one by one through his mind's eye, as if he was planning out each event to its full conclusion. "Fine, have it your way," so-called Izuku Midoriya. "I propose a test. If you pass, I will allow your assistance and accept your story. If you fail," he shrugged and then winced, and from under his black cloak, Izuku could see his good hand move to his injured arm. He looked to Izuku and shadows played across his face, causing him to look sinister in the dull light. "Well, we'll live with the consequences." Dark Shadow's grin suddenly seemed a hell of a lot sharper. Izuku gulped again. "He's going to hurt us, we know it, we should attack. Now." Heat washed through his scars, as if to press the sword into his palm. Izuku resisted and gritted his teeth, his eyes lingering on Fumikage's bloody arm. "Whatever it takes." Fumikage seemed to look surprised for a moment, as if he hadn't expected Izuku to say yes. However, he stood up, again wincing as he did so. He looked as though whatever adrenaline had been holding him upright was wearing off, and even Dark Shadow shot their master a cursory glance. With his good arm, Fumikage rummaged for something within the confines of his cloak, and Izuku felt his stomach twist with anxiety before suddenly the teenager drew out a small bottle of water in a clear plastic bottle. Izuku frowned slowly. "You're going to give me a drink?" Fumikage rolled his eyes before holding the bottle up in his hand. "This is holy water, blessed by a man of true faith. When it touches a being of demonic origin, they react violently." The green-haired teen almost laughed out loud, though he managed to hold it back, even as a royal of curious heat washed along his scars. "Holy water? We're not a vampire. I can see you don't believe me." Fumikage mused in a tone that suggested he'd been through all of this before. He flicked a thumb against the cap of the bottle, opening it with a light click. "Allow me to provide evidence." "Master?" "Master, please don't." No, Dark Shadow almost immediately tried to squirm away as Fumikage turned the bottle down over the shadowy trail that led into his chest and squeezed the bottle. A few drops fell and landed onto Dark Shadow. And the beast screamed. They screamed so much that the sound filled every inch of the room, and Izuku jolted back, flinching and looking to the door, worried that someone outside may have heard them. When he looked back, He could see hot steam rising from Dark Shadow's body where the water had hit them, and Fumikage too winced and grit his teeth in mild pain. Dark Shadow finally stopped and began whimpering softly. Why, master, I apologize, Dark Shadow. Fumikage even gave the quirk familiar a small bow of his head, but an example was required. Crimson eyes flicked back to Izuku. Are you now prepared? Izuku gulped. Before he had thought it kind of silly, dropping holy water onto someone to see if they were a demon or not. Yet the way Dark Shadow had reacted caused the hair on the back of his neck to rise. Was the same about to happen to him? His heart began hammering in his chest as he thought about all the things that had happened to him lately. His new teeth, ears, and blackened fingernails. The monsters he had seen Dark Shadow devour, the ones he had thought imaginary all his life. His reaction to Izawa's quirk and the true awakening of Nemesis into his life. Izuku took a breath through his nose and silently removed his gloves, placing them on a nearby box. He then turned his palms up to Fumikage and nodded once slowly. At this point, any answer would be welcome. Even if the price for that knowledge was pain and suffering, he would endure it. He would know if he was possessed by a demon or not. After all, there could only be two outcomes. Either nothing happened and he was let go, or something happened and he was murdered by Dark Shadow. So, no pressure. I'm ready. This is stupid. We're not a demon. We are Izuku Midoriya, Shadow and Flame. Izuku bit his lip as Fumikage held the bottle over his palm. He squeezed, and for a moment, time slowed as Izuku's green eyes watched the tiny droplets of holy water fall onto the pale skin of his palms. He felt something. It wasn't the immediate burning that had afflicted Dark Shadow, nor was it the cold chill of rainwater on his skin. It was a strange tingling sensation that pickled across his palm in an odd creeping manner, like a spider making a cautious crawl across an open space. The closest thing he could compare it to, within his own mind, was that of resting on one's arm too long and having it fall asleep from under him. Not quite numbing, but not quite feeling either. This is uncomfortable, Nemesis whispered with a sound like the whetting of a blade, and pointless, just like we said it would be. Izuku opened his mouth to say something, but Fumikage drew the bottle away before he could even speak. How is this possible? His eyes locked with Izuku's own confused gaze, and he growled out, why did you not burn? Look, Fumikage. Dark Shadow moved around him suddenly, blazing yellowish eyes boring into him and forcing the teenager to lean away from them. Little demon. Why did you not burn? I don't know. Izuku practically stammered out. I don't know how your stupid test works. He decided, internally, that he wasn't technically lying to Fumikage if he just let him believe that the holy water hadn't affected him, at least for now. After they got out alive, he could admit the odd numbing sensation he'd felt and deal with the consequences of it. But for now, they had more important matters to attend to. Like not dying. Can I bandage you up now? Izuku asked, his eyes darting from Dark Shadow to Fumikage and back again. We need to get moving if we're going to get back to the others. Master, Dark Shadow growled out, circling their host slowly. Don't rust him. The air in the tiny room grew heavy and pregnant. Fumikage's eyes focused on Izuku with a gaze so intense that Izuku could almost feel it boring into his soul. He was waiting for something, anything, any sign that Izuku would suddenly come at him, teeth bared and claws raised. And yet when all he saw was a slightly damp, drained-looking teenager who looked like he needed a big hug and a nice long nap, he finally shook his head and mumbled, a promise is a promise, and let no one say I am not a man of my word. Dark Shadow, do not interfere. The shadow beast seemed torn, gritting their teeth tightly before moving away from Izuku, grumbling something dark under their breath. Thank you, geez. Izuku quickly reached into a pouch on his belt and drew out a package of gauze, tearing it open with his teeth and moving to Fumikage's side. The bird-headed boy drew back his cloak and revealed a rather nasty-looking cut along his arm, where the wolf man had attacked him. Izuku winced at the sight, even though his heart picked up a beat at the sight of the blood. You're right, it's not as bad as I thought, but still he began cleaning and wrapping the wound as best he could as a strange silence settled between the two boys. Izuku, Fumikage began, looking away from him. I would like to, Fumikage. Izuku cut him off suddenly, looking to the avian teen with an exhausted gaze. We both know right now isn't the right time for this. When we get out, we can sit down over some lunch and, he trailed off before shaking his head and shrugging, throwing his hands up in exasperated manner. You know? Fumikage seemed to consider this proposal for a long moment before he finally nodded. Agreed. There was a tone in his voice which Izuku knew implied a mistrust that he had yet to fully overcome, but for now, He would accept his cooperation in keeping each other alive. It would have to do. Dark Shadow huffed from behind their master and eyed Izuku suspiciously as the boy continued to work. I don't know what you are, Nemesis, but I swear one day I will face you in battle and kill you myself. Izuku didn't answer him, but within his own mind he heard Nemesis gleefully, cruelly hiss back, not if we kill you first, Dark Shadow. So about the mysteries, huh? Still confused? Good, you should be. But it looks like our two boys have finally found some common ground. So that's good, right? Right? Totally gonna work out in the end. Not like there's a giant horrible monster waiting just outside the storm arena for them. Also, I broke my writer's block and I'm already up to chapter 18 here, though I'm thinking once USJ has been wrapped up, I may go on another short break to fully recharge the old batteries. Anyway, hope you enjoyed. Until next time my dudes.